Affaires courantes ordinaires. Order, please. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 72(2). Order, please. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 72(2) of the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Act, an audit report from the Privacy Commissioner concerning the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3H, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Audio-Visual Co-Production Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Republic of South Africa, done at Cape Town on the 3rd of September 2024.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member from Kitchener South Hespeler.
Canada's post-secondary institutions.
Rappel au règlement, l'honorable député de Drummond.
I'd like to ask my colleague to begin. Mr. Speaker, the microphone was not on, and so we couldn't hear either the original or the interpretation.
Merci beaucoup. I'll invite the member from Kitchener South Hespeler to please start again, as her microphone was not lit up when she was speaking.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Science and Research entitled Distribution of Federal Funding Among Canada's Post-Secondary Institutions. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
My understanding that there is a dissenting report from the official opposition, the Honourable Member from Saskatoon University.
Research and innovation are key to Canada's future, and yet this disastrous government has caused runaway inflation, unaffordable homes, and an explosive deficit, hurting the students and teachers we need to do this crucial work. That's not all. The Liberals have looked the other way while they have escalated anti-Semitism on campus, and the government's tri-councils have funded studies that have been used for partisan interference in elections. Canadian students, researchers, and yes, taxpayers expect and deserve better.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member from Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics entitled Oversight of Social Media Platforms Ensuring Privacy and Safety Online. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to the report. And on behalf of the committee, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank our witnesses, our analysts, and our clerk, and everybody who was involved in the presentation of this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member from Edmonton West, I understand, has 2 committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the following 2 reports from the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, widely known here and everywhere else as the mighty OGO, of course. I have the 21st report titled Supplementary Estimates B 2024-2025, and the 22nd report, which is entitled Canada's Postal Service, a Lifeline for Rural and Remote Communities. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to the 22nd report. Thank you.
I understand there is a dissenting report to this. The honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise this morning to present a supplementary report on the Postal Services in Canada's Rural and Remote Community Study. During its study, members of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates heard from witnesses who raised concerns regarding the state of the services being provided by Canada Post to Canadians living in rural and remote communities. While the main report contains some recommendations which are sound, it avoids addressing the most serious issues which Canada Post faces in pursuing its mandate as a self-sustaining Crown corporation tasked with delivering quality mail services to all Canadians. Therefore, Conservatives can only partially agree with the recommendations contained in the main report. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member from for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 29th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development in relation to Bill C-353, an act to provide for the imposition of restrictive measures against foreign hostage takers and those who practice arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations, and to make related amendments to the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Acts. The committee has studied the bill and recommends not to proceed further with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2024-25. The committee has considered the votes referred and reports the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Ms. McPherson, seconded by Ms. Zerillo, moves that the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, presented on Friday, June 16, 2023, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the delight of sharing my time today with the member for Port Moody Coquitlam. And you know, I'm pleased today to rise to discuss my concurrence motion. I'm
going to ask members to please, if they wish to have conversations, to carry them outside of the House so that the chair can hear and all members can hear the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona. Order. The honourable member.
Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to discuss my concurrence motion on the report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development on Canada's approach to sexual and reproductive health and rights. This was an important report that made 14 recommendations to the Government of Canada's work to promote and to fund sexual and reproductive health and rights globally. And I want to thank all of the witnesses that came before our committee to provide us with their expertise and their important information. And this report comes at a crucial time when we are witnessing globally terrifying backsliding on women's rights. We're living through a coordinated global backlash against sexual and reproductive rights for women, and we are seeing a global rise in authoritarianism. We are also seeing real barriers to access to reproductive and sexual health care here in Canada, and this is unacceptable. Because, Madam Speaker, women's health care is a right, and women's lives matter. This report came about after a very challenging period of time during the Foreign Affairs Committee. The Conservatives decided to impose their ideological extremism on the other members of the committee and initiated a filibuster that lasted 9 meetings. Madam Speaker, that was 18 hours of committee time. The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, essentially held this committee hostage for an entire season, meaning that the committee could not do the other urgent work on Ukraine, Ethiopia, Haiti, and others.
Order. There seems to be a lot of noise, and so I would ask members if they want to have conversations They should step outside to have those conversations. Is the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley rising on a point of order?
Just ask, as the Conservative MPs flee the chamber during this discussion about reproductive rights, that they could be as quiet as possible so that we can hear our honourable colleague make her speech.
Appreciate the feedback, but the honourable member, it wasn't just the Conservatives, so there was a variety of discussions being had. L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, Madam Speaker, my colleague, alluded to the presence or the lack of presence in the House of Commons of members of Parliament, which is unacceptable. So, Madam Speaker, I would like him to withdraw. The Honourable... The point of order has just been raised. Response inaudible for the interpreter. Members, the Honourable Member made allusions to the presence or lack of presence of members in this House. I would like to hear your position on the matter, Madam Speaker.
So again, j'apprécie.
I do appreciate the comments made, what I understood. The member said that there was some disorder in the House, but I do understand what the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier has said. But the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley didn't say who was leaving precisely. But even then, as I mentioned, the disorder wasn't those who were leaving, but those who were still in the House and who were still talking. But I would like to remind anyone, in any case, whether or not someone is in the House or not.
Honour Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was talking about when this study was in front of committee and that the member for Fort Saskatchewan-Sherwood Park was obstructing the work of the committee for, in fact, 18 hours so that we could not be doing any of the work that we needed to do as the Foreign Affairs Committee. Now, I have to tell you as well that as a woman being told for 18 hours what I can do with my body by a white male was extraordinarily difficult, and I'm sure it was very, very difficult for many women who were watching the proceedings in that chamber. I want to talk a little bit about the House and what our committee heard from the testimony. So Julia Anderson of CanWatch said Canada needed to develop, and I quote, a cohesive strategy around sexual health and reproductive rights in Canada's foreign policy, and that investment alone is not enough. Lauren Ravon of Oxfam Canada said that being effective was a matter of combining money and voice. Kelly Bowden of Action Canada argued that Canada has, quote, a huge platform to stand on because of investments made, but that we risk backsliding on women's rights if we don't leverage the opportunity to make more progress, especially through a more fulsome feminist foreign policy. You know, Beth Warniak, a good friend of mine, noted that we still have not seen the government's feminist foreign policy, the long-promised feminist foreign policy that nobody has seen. In the absence of that document, diplomats and aid workers are often not aware of what their responsibilities are, and Canada has not been clear globally with our partners. Dr. Karam of the UN Population Fund told us that Canada needs to show global leadership on the issue now, because the pushback on gender equality and women and girls' rights is intensifying.
There's still individuals who are having conversations, and I'm sure that those individuals are more interested in the conversation than what the speech is in the House. So I would ask them to please take their conversations aside. Many are very seasoned in the House, and I would ask them to please respect the rules of the House. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about the global context in which we are finding ourselves. What we are seeing globally is terrifying. Ongoing violence against women and restrictions on women's access to reproductive and sexual health care, rising support for extreme right politicians and political parties in several countries, a weakening of our democratic institutions, a growth in far-right misogynistic attitudes and movements that is provoking growing levels of sexual and gender-based violence around the world. Anti-trans violence is on the rise globally, with trans women of color being the most at risk. Attacks, intimidation, threats, and harassment against women politicians are growing, and these are all evidence of backlash against women's rights and feminist movements. And it is necessary that all of us are fighting for women and gender diverse people, and that those of us that are in positions of power are using our voice for that right. We are seeing increased attacks on gender equality and sexual and reproductive rights at the United Nations, in national, political, and legislative processes, online, in schools, and in our communities. We know that these attacks share common tactics, strategies, and funders across borders, and they are linked to broader, white supremacist, anti-democratic, anti-human rights, and oppressive regimes and political actions. In 2021, a report by the European Parliamentary Forum for Sexual and Reproductive Rights documented funding from Russian oligarchs to anti-abortion organizations across Europe. These are the same oligarchs who have been sanctioned for their role in Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which President Putin has framed as defense of, quote, traditional values. Globally, the same people who deny women their rights are the same people who praise authoritarian tactics and policies. And in Canada, we don't get to escape this. What's happening in the United States and in other countries is proof that we can't assume that our rights will remain protected here in Canada. Today, access to reproductive health services is severely restricted for some people in Canada, including those in Indigenous, rural, remote, and northern communities, and in provinces where the federal government has not done enough to ensure that access is available. We've also seen strong opposition to examining abortion and reproductive rights in the House of Commons, led by members of the Conservative Party, many of whom get support from anti-abortion groups. In Canada, there are over 300 documented anti-abortion organizations trying to dissuade people from accessing the health care that they are entitled to by using a variety of tactics, including disseminating misinformation and disinformation. Many are affiliated with U.S.-based organizations. They mimic their talking points around, quote, traditional values. They reject the advancements of a range of human rights related to sexuality and gender, and they are emboldened by the support of the Conservative Party of Canada. The anti-choice movement is calling the shots for the Conservatives. That, Madam Speaker, is very clear. Restricting access to reproductive health options for women does not stop abortions from happening. It simply stops safe abortions from happening. Racialized people, those from lower socioeconomic households, young people, and other marginalized people are always the people that bear the burden of these retro policies. Wealthy, predominantly white women will always have access to reproductive services they require because they have the means to access them. New Democrats will continue to resist attacks on women, trans, and all people's human rights by the Conservatives. Madam Speaker, abortion is health care. It's wrong for governments to set barriers between women and the care that they choose for their own bodies and the future that they choose for themselves and for their families. Public universal health care, including abortion, is part of Canada, and it is part of our Canadian values. Today, too many pregnant Canadians have the heart-wrenching experience of calling to find that abortion care is not available, that roadblocks have been put up in their place, that long waits or even a price tag are attached. But make no mistake, this doesn't have to be the way that we do this. You know, we have seen the Liberals let women and gender diverse people down. Their actions have not matched their words. The Liberals are too weak to stand up to those premiers, those Conservative premiers who are restricting women's access to health care. I think about New Brunswick, where the last abortion clinic closed last year. I think about my own province of Alberta, where Daniel Smith is handing hospitals over to a private faith-based group that will put health care like MAID and reproductive health care at risk. This committee study in this report was so important to remind us that sexual and reproductive health is at the heart of the most important decisions a woman makes, if and when to marry, how long to stay in school, and how many children to have. And we know the millions of women and girls around the world do not get to freely make these decisions. Poor health services and information limit their freedoms and put their lives at risk. When women are not allowed to make decisions, we all suffer. Every woman must be able to do that. Madam Speaker, I am a mother, I am a woman, I have a daughter, and I would not want at any point for her rights to be infringed upon. And what I want for my daughter as a New Democrat, I want for all daughters. I want for all women. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this very important topic to the House today. You know, I often think back to when I was a child, back in the early 80s. I remember my mother being one of those that was at the forefront of pushing to ensure that women had the opportunity to choose what to do with their reproductive health, and that it was a decision that was made by nobody other than that woman. And my wife benefits from that action that my mother's generation took. But now I find myself in this weird place of wondering what it will be like for my daughter when she is older and the choices that she gets to make. And when I look at what's going on in the world, and I look and hear about what's going on in the Conservative Party of Canada, especially in the back rooms and where people don't really get exposed to what they're talking about, I am greatly concerned. Can the member provide her thoughts on that?
Honourable for Edmonton Strathcona.
Right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for that, because as I mentioned at the end of my speech, I have a daughter. I have a teenage daughter. I have nieces. I have family members. And my challenge is, I expect that my daughter will always have the full access to health care. To the health care that she requires, because we come from an awful lot of privilege. When I think about reproductive health care, when I think about health care for women and gender diverse people and racialized people and lower socioeconomic people and people living in other countries that don't have the same rights as my child has, that's where I become so upset. And I think as global citizens, we have to do everything that the people in the world that need to access health care, because make no mistake, this is health care we're talking about, that they have the ability to do that, and we have every obligation to fight for them as much as we would fight for ourselves, for our daughters, for our family members.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The NDP Liberal government has passed a number of bills which have led to more violence against women. How can this member support measures that have measurably decreased the quality of life of women and their safety in Canada since they signed their confidence and supply agreement with the Liberal government?
The Honourable for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, that's just frankly not true. And what I would say is that, in fact, what I would say is that last week, when I had members of my caucus in this House, when I had women, when I had Indigenous people, when I had racialized women in this place, the members of the Conservative Party came into the House after they'd been drinking, they heckled, they made this space a dangerous place for my colleagues to work, so they cannot.
Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the member from Edmonton Strathcona just reiterated a mistruth in this House, and it's up to you to make sure that she withdraws that comment.
Again, I cannot attest to what the honourable member has indicated. There is a question of privilege on that. It has raised some disorder in the House, so I would ask members to please not make reference to members that way, but I would also ask members to please be respectful of each other and stick to the matter that is before the House. The honourable for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would then say that because of the behavior of the Conservatives time and time again within this House, many women in this House, myself amongst them, feel that this is an unsafe work environment for women.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I participated in some of the meetings of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and it was remarkable to see how when it came to women's right to make decisions about their own body, religious concerns ended up twisting the debate frequently. Is it not important to recall the separation of church and state and not get these two matters mixed up?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
You know, honestly, I think when we were having those discussions in that Foreign Affairs Committee, I agree very much with my colleague that what we needed to do is look at this as an issue of healthcare access for women. It is an issue of making sure that women around the world have access to healthcare, and there is no role for faith in that conversation. Every single person, man, woman, child, should have access to the healthcare that they require. That's a fundamental principle that New Democrats believe in. And there is no argument for taking away an individual's rights to determine what is best for their bodies, for their families, for their lives.
Here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I raise my hands to the member from Edmonton Strathcona, and I thank her for all of her advocacy on protecting women and girls across the world, and in Canada, and in this House. We have seen an alarming rollback of women's rights around the world. In my community of Port Moody Coquitlam, it came right home to our families with the killing of Mahsa Amini. It was unbearable for thousands of Iranian Canadian women in my community who know firsthand the cruel Iranian regime that limited their freedoms and forced them to leave their homeland for safety. These women carry the deepest sorrow, yet their resolve continues. Their brave voices of resistance continue in Vancouver almost weekly. And while the world sits by doing nothing for them, we saw again recently Ahu Dareh was punished for standing proud in her underwear on a campus in Iran to protest mistreatment of women. She was labeled as sick and taken to a psychiatric ward, her rights and dignity stripped because she is a woman, just as women have been stripped of their dignity for centuries, all rooted in misogyny. And in Palestine, disproportionately women and children are being killed to carry out a genocide. Palestinians are being treated as if their lives don't matter, and women and children have no defense. The world is failing them. Canada is failing them. And in Afghanistan, women are not allowed to speak in public. They've been erased from public life. And there are more countries where women cannot receive the most basic of their human rights. The list is long. One of those countries we never could have imagined is the United States. I never would have thought that in 2024 women would lose their right to basic health care just because of their sex. But it's happening. As women in the United States face increasing restrictions on their reproductive rights, including access to safe and legal abortions, Canada has an obligation to step forward as an ally to women and advocate for women and diverse genders. No one would have predicted when this study was taking place and finalized that we would have such discrimination happening so close to us just south of the border. And it is important for Canada to be prepared and do their part to save lives. One of the most tangible ways Canada can help is by making it possible for U.S. women to access abortion services in Canada. This could include expanding the availability of abortion services, particularly in border communities, ensuring that Canadian healthcare facilities can accommodate patients traveling from the U.S. The federal government could work with NGOs that could offer logistical assistance, travel coordination, and financial aid to U.S. women and girls, and I said girls, Madam Speaker, seeking care in Canada. An absolute must is for Canada to leverage its position on the global stage to advocate for reproductive rights as human rights. Through international forums like the United Nations, Canada must work to pressure the U.S. to respect and protect these rights. And these are the important conversations that the Prime Minister should also be having with the incoming president. Because the incoming president has bragged about overturning Roe versus Wade, even though it has proven to be dangerous to women and newborns. Maternal deaths have tripled in the states with an abortion ban, and infant mortality is up 7% in the United States. Over 700 more newborns have died since the Supreme Court overturned this life-saving legislation. The NDP stand up to say no to the attack on women's bodies, and we say it cannot make its way north to Canada.
Bravo. Bravo.
All of us must stand on guard because a Conservative federal government would threaten a woman's access to safe and trauma-informed abortion.
Shame.
And we know the Liberals won't stop them. The Liberals are already failing Canadians by letting Conservative premiers cut access to abortions. Under Conservative leadership, there have been relentless attempts to restrict reproductive rights, including Conservatives in this House right now, private members' bills targeting abortion access.
Shame.
And the Conservative leader has already used coded language to embolden anti-choice extremists while claiming to avoid the debate. Conservatives have shown they cannot be trusted to defend a woman's right to choose, nor can they be trusted to move toward more...
Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, the honourable member, I got a point of
we
order.
have two official languages, English and French. I don't understand what the member means by coded language. If she could have that.
I'm sorry, this is a point of order. When members stand on points of orders, I would hope that they're going to quote which standing order that they are rising on. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Conservatives have shown they cannot be trusted to defend a woman's right to choose, nor can they be trusted to move forward toward more equity in health care for women and diverse genders. We saw this very recently when they voted against the NDP Pharmacare bill that included access to contraceptives free.
Shame.
New Democrats will fight every day against regressive Conservatives and their hidden agenda to restrict women's access to life-saving health care. Now back to the report on what Canada needs to continue to do to protect sexual and reproductive rights across the globe. Canada needs to speak out clearly and consistently in global forums and bilateral discussions on sexual and reproductive rights for women. They must release the long-promised feminist foreign policy that my colleague, the member from Edmonton Strathcona, referenced. Having a clear and written document is important because, as she referenced, it sets out feminist policy guidelines, not just for international development, but for trade, immigration, diplomacy, and consulate affairs work. Canada can be a leader, a beacon of hope at a time when there is pushback on gender equality and women and diverse genders and girls' rights. If the government does the work now to protect women's rights, more Canadian women and women across the globe will be safer. Multiple witnesses in the study stressed to the committee that legal restrictions on abortion do not stop abortions from happening. Instead, these restrictions increase the proportion of abortions that are unsafe. Julia Anderson, one of the witnesses in the committee, stated the following: "The evidence is unanimous and clear that the restriction of abortion does not stop abortion. It only increases unsafe abortion and it loses women's lives." So why isn't Canada investing in abortion access here at home and abroad? The reality is, despite what is known about the consequences of unsafe abortion, Canada only allocated less than $2 million in support of safe abortion services. And Kelly Bowden, a witness in the study, noted that while the Government of Canada is naming access to safe abortions as part of a comprehensive package of care, they are not putting the money in that area just yet. I'll close out today by highlighting recommendation number 9 from the report that recommends Canada scale up its assistance for sexual and reproductive health and rights globally. The Government of Canada ensure it fully support access to modern forms of contraception, safe and legal abortion services, and post-abortion care. They must do this here, at home, just south of the border, and across the globe.
Bravo. Any comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
I want to thank my colleague for her intervention today. I was quite dismayed by the point of order from the member from Calgary talking about coded language. I will tell the House exactly what that language is. The coded part is when you have members of Parliament, like the member from Peace River Westlock, that goes on a documentary and talks specifically about how he's organizing people within the Conservative caucus to become pro-life and to help and move forward the ambitions to have a caucus that is pro-life and does not want to give women the right to choose. Meanwhile, the leader of the opposition goes out and says, "Oh, I'm pro-choice, no problem here," but his caucus behind him is all forming to do exactly the opposite. I'm wondering if the member can expand on her comments about where the Conservative Party of Canada in particular is on this issue.
The Honourable for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I can say is that women across this country and women across the globe, diverse genders in this country, diverse genders across the globe, are well used to the tactics of the Conservatives and this right-wing ideology that women and diverse genders are not allowed to have access to health care. They're limiting it in any way they can. We're very, very used to it. We're very, very used to seeing it. And it doesn't surprise me that the Conservatives don't understand this debate, because they do not understand issues of women and diverse gender in this country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope I do know a few things about women. I am one. I guess my question is, what's really interesting here for anybody watching, we see this happen for decades. So we had an opposition motion today that was to stand up for Canadians who are using food banks at record high numbers, where IPV, intimate partner violence, has escalated at exponential numbers, where sexual assaults have increased 75% under this Prime Minister. Women have never been less safe in this country under that Prime Minister, and that's a fact. Women can't get into shelters. YWCA in Halifax has said that. And today we had a motion that used the Leader of the Opposition's own words about the failures of that government. 10 million Canadians don't even have a doctor. So let's talk about health care, shall we? So why would they interrupt a motion when Canadians need help more than ever, to kibosh that and to hold that Prime Minister up, to prop that Prime Minister up while Canadians suffer and women are murdered in broad daylight under that government and that Leader of the Opposition?
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, I think the member shows why not having women represented in this House for almost 150 years, House limited amount of women represented, perpetuates on the streets and in this country. Only Conservative and Liberals have ever been in government federally in this country. And both of them have failed over and over again, women and diverse genders, cutting back health care. The Conservatives are famous for cutting back health care. Health care cuts is their middle name. The NDP will always stand for health care, will always stand for women's rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader has a
The member from Peterborough said that Leader of the Opposition. There's only one Leader of the Opposition.
That's not a point of order, it's a point of debate, and I do want to remind members that if they're not being recognized and they don't have the floor, they should wait to pose any questions or make any comments. And if members have already posed the question, they should also wait if they want to add to that. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, I attempted to move a motion to call on the House of Commons to join the Bloc Québécois to condemn the presence in the Criminal Code of Section 319(3)(b, which is a religious exemption. This religious exemption makes religious-based hate speech possible, but the Conservatives and the Liberals seem against our idea to repeal that section of the Criminal Code so that we can block the religious exemption for hate speech. My colleague mentioned women's situation in Iran and in Afghanistan. It's sad to see religious extremism having such an effect, and I'm concerned and I fear that we might see the same thing in Canada. This has a significant impact on the most vulnerable women and on women's rights in general. How does my colleague feel about the increasing attention that politicians give to issues like these?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I am deeply concerned about the rollback of rights, of women's rights across the globe, and it was very, very difficult to get a conversation around women's rights on the table. So today I'm going to focus on healthcare because I believe that the member just raised some very important concerns. Today I'm going to focus on healthcare. Healthcare is also being impacted by those religious values, is what they're calling them. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And today I'll be splitting my time with the member for Kingston and the Islands. And I want to start by thanking the member for Edmonton Strathcona for bringing up this really vitally important issue. And also for bringing up the fact that for 18 hours it was filibustered in committee by the Conservatives. Because I think that that says something when people say, well, abortion rights aren't up for discussion in Canada, so why are we even talking about it? Well, that is why we have to talk about it. Because American women also did not think that abortion rights were up for discussion. We really thought that our mothers and our aunts and those who had to fight for those rights, we thought that the debate was over. But now we look across, and every opportunity, the Conservatives will either avoid, at any measure, avoid a vote on this issue because they don't want to admit that there's a huge majority in that caucus that actually stand against women's rights to choose. And this is something I think every Canadian woman is extremely concerned about. So thank you for that motion. I'd like to start, Madam Speaker, with a personal story. I have a member of my family, of that generation that had to fight for these rights, a close member of my family, who at one point found that she was pregnant with a child that was severely, severely handicapped. She, when she first immigrated to Canada, she worked in a sector with a lot of severely handicapped people, and she was deeply religious, deeply Catholic. And when she found herself pregnant, she thought and prayed very, very much about what the right thing was to do. And after going through a process where she made that choice between her and her faith, she had to go in front of 3 male doctors and defend her decision. And those doctors decided that she cannot have an abortion. This family member was despondent. She already had 2 young children, 2 girls, and she didn't pass a psychological evaluation because of the impact of being told after she had prayed and come to this decision between her and her husband, and then being told she couldn't do it. Thankfully, there was a geneticist, a woman, a doctor, who helped her, who arranged for her to go to the United States, to go to Seattle, so that she could have the autonomy of her own body and her own life choice. That case was one of the cases in the Morgentaler decision that overturned that draconian abortion law in this country that said that a woman had to go in front of a panel of doctors, mostly men, and justify her decision, her autonomy. And I am very, very proud of that woman, that family member of mine. I think that because of her, there are women in this country who have autonomy over our own bodies. And I'm so proud of her. I don't want to have to redo this debate. But sadly, we do. And when it comes internationally, the reason I ran, the moment that I decided that I was going to run for office in this country was because I was working internationally. I was working in Africa. I was working in other parts of the world. And at one point, the regional coordinator for my project, which was about women in politics, from sub-Saharan Africa, a young woman from Mali, all of a sudden she said to me, and this was in 2010, this was in the Harper years, when they actually cut funding to any international organization, no matter what else good things they were doing, if they also provided abortion. And they did it with absolutely no warning. And in her country of Mali, a clinic that had been there for 40 years, that provided all kinds of health services that she went to as a child, that community benefited from, was suddenly closed just because one of the things that clinic provided was abortion. And she got on Skype with me at that time in 2010, and she said, Anita, you Canadian women are hypocrites. And I was stunned. I sort of took a moment and I said, why would you say that? And she said, because I went to Montreal, I studied at McGill, and I know that Canadian women have reproductive rights. But your government shut down a clinic in my village out of ideology. And she said, now I know that Canadians think that it's not good enough for us African women to also have the same rights that you Canadian women have. I was ashamed. I was actually ashamed at that moment to be Canadian and to have my government, at that time, the Harper government, doing this kind of thing that was so harmful for so many people, that I actually decided that I had to run for office. And that 2011 election, I didn't win, but I won in 2015. And I fought hard the minute I was elected, alongside many women in this chamber, to get our feminist international assistance policy. And that I was able to come full circle just a little while ago, this January, because as a result of our FIAP, as a result of the fact that we are putting $700 million a year into SRHR, that we are the #1 donor to the UNFPA, that when the Americans pulled back, we stepped up. And as a result, I went to a clinic in Kinshasa, the country where I had worked before I was elected. And this clinic offers, among other things, safe abortion services. And I met a young 16-year-old girl. She wasn't 16 anymore. She was now in her 20s. And she said, or in her early, she's about 20 years old, and she said when she was 16 and she was raped, she had nowhere to go. But then she found out about this clinic. And because of the fact that she was able to get a safe abortion in this clinic, she's now planning to go to medical school and to become a doctor so that she can help other people. That young woman could have been dead, because 10% of maternal deaths in the Democratic Republic of Congo are because of unsafe abortion. So when we say that we don't want to provide abortion, we don't want to have SRHR, we don't want young women knowing their rights all over the world, when we say that, we are killing women, because 10% of maternal deaths, Madam Speaker, think about that for a moment. We're saving lives with this policy. By supporting SRHR, I was so proud of those young women, because there was a whole group of youth and marginalized groups, and they sat in a circle with me and they talked about what our funding for this clinic meant to them. And it was the young girls, the teenagers, who were saying they're talking to the traditional leaders, they're talking to the faith leaders, and they are explaining, and one young woman said to me, I understand my rights, and I want to make sure that every young woman understands their rights. These strong, incredible young women are the future, are the new leadership of Africa, of the world, and they are working side by side with the older generations to ensure that this is something that is accepted and understood. This isn't ideology, Madam Speaker. This is saving lives. This is giving rights. This is giving autonomy. This is ensuring that you have generations of young women that don't have to go through what my family member went through, the indignity and the injustice of being told, no, you can't have an abortion. That woman in my family still prays for that baby. And she honestly says to this day, and I think she's watching, and she has said that she believes that that little baby that she named Jennifer, that baby is in heaven thanking her for saving her from a life of pain. Now, that might not be everyone's choice in this place. And I know that there are so many babies who are loved and born who have severe, severe disabilities. And that is not the point of this discussion. The point of this discussion is that she made her choice by her own conscience. And she was overruled. And we should never, ever be in a position where any woman, whether it's here in Canada, whether it's in other parts of the world, where any woman who comes after tremendous thought, after tremendous, whatever faith she might believe in or not believe in, comes to a choice about her own body, and we will never again, I will never accept, and I will stand in this house till at the very last day to make sure that nobody on that side is ever going to force a woman to carry a child to term that she does not want. We are saving lives. This debate is absolutely 100% necessary, and thank you to the member for Edmonton Strathcona for giving us the opportunity to put our words on the record. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable just a minute. I have a point of order. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Ce mardi, j'ai fait un commentaire.
Madam Speaker, I wish to withdraw the comment that I made to the question. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Madam Speaker, sexual assaults, numbers have increased. IPV, intimate partner violence, increased. Sextortion, rape, the numbers are outstandingly horrible. How can this member, after 9 years, with numbers as horrible as they are, play into this procedural nonsense? The charades of this government, Canadians are catching on. Please speak to that.
Order. There's a member that's trying to make some comments and shouldn't until he's recognized, or if he is recognized. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, procedural nonsense. That is the word that a member, opposite chair of the Status of Women Committee, is saying that a debate in this House about protecting women's right over autonomy is procedural nonsense. I think they just revealed themselves exactly who they are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And you'll know, just looking down to the south, the pernicious ways in which policy is cooked up by fanatics, right-wing extremists, policy lapdogs for people like Steve Bannon and Stephen Miller under the auspices of Project 2025. We know that those same policy extremists advise the Conservative Party of Canada on their policy. So through you, Madam Speaker, to the Honourable Member, could she perhaps expand on why these back-channel policy extremists could potentially influence a next federal election with these pernicious far-right ideologies?
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm very happy that my honourable colleague has raised the issue of what's happened in the United States, because there is an increase in demeaning objectification of women that has led, the words matter, that what they say has led to an eroding of rights of women in the United States. And the irony is that this family member of mine had to go to the United States to be able to get an abortion. And now you have women in the United States who have to come to Canada. And this is something that we have to stop, because it is a risk. It is here. That right-wing rhetoric that he's talking about is alive and well, and we're seeing it in the House today in the way that Conservatives are heckling the women who are standing up for our rights. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. We studied this study for many meetings, many of the committee meetings, and my question is similar to the question I asked of the NDP colleague earlier. Some witnesses had strong religious convictions and strong religious beliefs, and that's why they testified in committee to talk about women's rights. and sexual and reproductive rights. But why was the member against the Bloc Québécois move and motion yesterday to have the religious exemption removed? Because often women's rights and religion go hand in hand, in the sense that women's rights are undermined by religion sometimes. So why did the colleague not support repealing that section of the criminal code? Does the colleague support secularism?
I think this issue about religion and rights is actually a very important one, because by supporting a woman's right to choose, you look at the case that I talked about, this was someone who was deeply religious, and she made a choice. And I think that it is not up to anybody, no matter what their faith, to tell another person what they should do any more than we would tell that person of faith what they should do with their body. The important part here is choice. I didn't get elected to be the one to tell a woman what she should do. That should be something between the woman, her doctor, and whatever faith or God that she might believe in, but that is her choice and hers alone. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise today to participate in this concurrence motion that's been put forward by the NDP. And just for those that might be watching and not fully aware of what happened in the House today, I'd like to just set the picture for them so that they can appreciate what happened. We originally had the Leader of the Opposition who was going to lead off on his opposition motion today. He came and he sat in his seat, and he was flanked in the perfect formation behind him to get the best camera angle by his most loyal MPs. And they sat there, and they were all ready to go, and you could see him getting all ready, and he was ready to kick off the day with his great speech that he probably conjured up in his mind while in the shower this morning. And then just moments before he had the opportunity to do that and to have the excitement of his members behind him cheer him on endlessly, suddenly the NDP did to them what they've been doing to this House for 3 months. For 3 months now, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives have been putting up concurrence motions to filibuster and to prevent this House from doing any business. So I must admit, I did find it absolutely wild earlier when the member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington, my neighbor, challenged the government and the NDP on procedural tactics when they've been at that for 3 solid months. The NDP did nothing more to the Leader of the Opposition and the Conservatives today than what they've been doing for months. And so they just got a taste of their own medicine this morning, Madam Speaker. That's it. But I will say, it was quite a moment, Madam Speaker, as I sat in my chair, and the Leader of the Opposition knew right away what happened. And he jumped out of his seat, and he just marched right out of there, leaving the flank of MPs sitting behind him in the perfect formation, absolutely bewildered. They had no idea what had just happened. But he didn't bother telling them. He just marched right out of here because he knew exactly what had happened, but he left them behind to just wonder what possibly could have just occurred, and why isn't our great leader giving his amazing speech right now? That's what happened. And that's what the NDP did. Unfortunately, that's what this place has turned into. It's turned into a tit for tat. If you do something to us, we're going to do something to you, and we're going to have procedural games here, we're going to have procedural games there. But I'll hand it to the NDP on one thing. They brought forward an issue that I think is incredibly important in today's political context, Madam Speaker. We have regrettably seen the regression, at least with the loudest voices out there, the voices that appear to be the most influential, or certainly appear to be incredibly influential, that are trying desperately to roll back the clock on women's rights. I said in a question earlier today, my mother participated in the movement to secure these rights. back in the 80s, I remember as a child wondering, what she was doing and what that was all about, because I didn't fully comprehend it or understand it. But what I do know and I fully comprehend and understand today, Madam Speaker, is that my wife benefited from that incredible work that my mother's generation did and her mother's generation did. But now, unfortunately, I'm left here wondering what the future holds for my daughter. When I hear conservative, and I mean that small c and big C conservatives who talk about rolling back a woman's right to choose. And I hear them saying, oh God, well, what's he talking about? I'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about, Madam Speaker. What I'm talking about is their colleagues who go on documentaries and are asked questions like this, quote, is it possible for us to completely ban abortion, or is it crazy to even think about it? That question was asked of the member from Peace River Westlock, who we know to be at the center of the Conservative Party of Canada's movement, along with one or two other MPs, to do exactly that. And this was his answer to that question. Again, the question was, is it possible for us to completely ban abortion, or is it crazy to even think about it? And his response was, quote, anything is possible. I think that overturning Roe v. Wade in the United States was impossible, but yet here we are today. Listen, you can hear anybody out there watching this who happens to just have CPAC on today and that's watching this. Listen, Google Peace River Westlock MP banning abortion video and go into the video section. You'll find that video almost instantly. So when conservatives, roll their eyes and go, oh, liberals and NDP and the progressives are just trying to paint us out as bad guys, we would never actually do that. Well, then why do they have, Madam Speaker, MPs that are making these comments? Why do they have MPs that go out and participate in the pro-life marches in front of this place every spring? Get up to the microphone and actually say, we can do this. That's what they do. Don't try to dismiss or suggest that that's not the case. What else do? They continually line up candidates to run for them who have well-known positions on being anti-choice. That's what we're faced with. That's what Canadians are faced with. And for those that are out there that want to possibly believe the Leader of the Opposition when he says, oh, I would never do that, you just have to look at his track record. You have to look at the track record of Stephen Harper, saying, oh, I would never do those kind of things. I would never do this. They will. They might not do it in a very direct form that actually introduces a bill that says we ban abortion, but they will do it in other ways. They will do it in ways of taking money away and resources away from institutions and agencies that educate and inform women. They will do it in ways by providing resources to those that would like to suppress that right. They'll do it through private members' bills, and then they'll say, oh, this is just a private members' bill. It's up for anybody to vote on. You can vote your conscience. That's what private members' bills are all about. That's how they'll do it. So for those that are out there thinking that if the Conservative Party of Canada forms government, they will bring in a bill that says, Bill C, whatever, we ban abortion, they won't do it like that. They'll do it in more calculated ways that achieves their end objective without being so transparent. And so, Madam Speaker, I think that this is extremely important that this issue be taken seriously. Madam Speaker, to give more context to the Conservative Party of Canada, according to the Campaign for Pro-Life Coalition, the Campaign for Pro-Life Coalition has green lit. They've given a green rating. So they'll have 3 ratings: green, yellow, red. Green meaning we totally support this candidate because they believe in our values. Orange being We don't really know, but we think they can be influenced. Red being, no way, they'll never support us in this endeavor. Campaign Life for Coalition has 40 MPs that currently sit in this House that are deemed green. They have another 40 that are deemed orange. That's 80 MPs that currently sit, a majority of their caucus, that the Campaign for Life Coalition deems appropriate to represent their views. Nobody should be fooled by the false narrative of the Leader of the Opposition. They will prohibit and restrict a woman's right to choose. They will not do it in a very transparent and obvious way like introducing a bill, but they will certainly do it in other ways. We need to stand up to protect the work that my mother's generation did. We need to stand up for future generations. We need to stand up for my daughter and her generation so that they can live with the same experiences that my wife benefited from those that did that work in the 70s and 80s. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. You know, it is one of the deep fears that I have is that there is a creeping attack on women's rights in Canada and around the world. And we do know that under Stephen Harper, the Conservative Party cut all support for reproductive health care with regards to Global Affairs Canada and international affairs. However, he did speak about some of those members of Parliament who are named as being supportive of attacks on women's health care. But I have to point out that there are members on his bench that are also named. The member for Winnipeg North, the member for one moment, Madam Speaker, Scarborough-Guildford have also been added to that list. So we have to be aware that there are people within the government and the opposition that do not fundamentally believe that women have a right to health care. And that should be a concern for every one of us in this House.
Government Deputy House Leader.
It is a concern of mine, and I will use every opportunity to talk to any member of this House, regardless of political party, why they should support a woman's right to choose. But I will remind the member that our Prime Minister, who was a leader at the time in 2014, made it very clear, if you want to sit in the Liberal Party, you must vote in favor of legislation that protects a woman's right to choose. Full stop. I also want to say to the member that she is right when she said Conservatives will slowly take away money and they'll take away resources. That's how they'll do it. They're not going to show up here on day one if they form government and introduce Bill C-1 that says we ban a woman's right to choose. They're going to show up here and one by one through budget bills and other measures, they will remove those resources and they will make it more difficult for a woman to have that right to choose.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his words, and I want to pick up on the notion of how women's rights are being undermined in slow and insidious ways. As a nurse who went into nursing school in the 70s, I saw the impact of a lack of choice for women far too many times, also in my work in the community with the most vulnerable. I wonder if my colleague could speak on the many ways that this government is working to enhance women's rights, certainly through the right to choose, but also through programs like $10 a day childcare, pharmacare, the school lunch program, the ways that we give women the ability to be financially independent, to be able to make choices within the family, so that we really move this conversation to the extent that it needs to be held, in that it is all of the things that we do, our housing, our access to food and finances, but also the right to choose what we do with our bodies.
Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. That is what we need to do. And as a matter of fact, this report, the government agrees with, and in their response to this report, agrees with a number of the recommendations that came from committee in terms of how to strengthen the sports that she speaks of. But I think she's actually talking about a broader issue, which is how do you give women the right the tools to properly be equals in society. And unfortunately, we see conservative policies and conservative positions that try to roll that back. She's absolutely right when she talks about $10 a day childcare. This is about, we know that women are more often the ones that stay at home with children. This is about making sure that they have the choice, that if they want to go out into the workforce, they're not subject to having to stay at home because they don't have childcare.
For a brief question, the honour member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for his speech. Now, he talked about conservatives, slowly cutting funding for abortion access, that conservative creep which would restrict a woman's right to choose. But under this Liberal government, we've seen the closure of Clinic 554 in New Brunswick. Now, I went to high school in New Brunswick, and I remember sitting with a friend as she looked at driving to Montreal 14 hours away because she couldn't access. I didn't think that I would be standing here 2 decades later with the same issue coming up for young people in New Brunswick. Can the member answer for his government's inaction on this?
A brief answer from the government Deputy House Leader.
No, I'll be honest that I don't know much about this particular clinic, why it closed. Typically, the clinics are under the jurisdiction of the province. I don't know if that's the exact case in this situation, but I will say that it is important to make sure. She's absolutely right. Nobody should have to drive 14 hours to get the care that they're looking for. We need to properly fund those and to make sure that they're in place. But you know what I find most surprising about my question and answer period, Madam Speaker? Not a single question from Conservatives.
Questions and resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What we're witnessing today is an attempt by the NDP to stop our confidence motion on the NDP leader's words. So what we're seeing today is a continuation of the meltdown by the NDP and NDP members because of our confidence motion that uses the NDP leader's words that purport to stand up for unions and the union's right to strike. We actually saw a terrible meltdown last week as the NDP had to continue to prop up this government. NDP members are clearly frustrated and upset that their sellout leader continues to do this. In fact, they charged a Conservative member's seat.
One moment. I have a point of order. The honourable for Victoria.
The member well knows that he's not allowed to use unparliamentary language. This has been ruled on before. I would ask the member to apologize and withdraw.
Standing order.
I'm sorry, I must have missed what the honourable member has said, so I will get the information and come back to the House. Again, if the honourable members, when they rise, if they can say what standing order that they're rising on, that'd be great. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, Madam Speaker, we're continuing to see the meltdown. Now they're melting down to interrupt my speech because they're unhappy with the fact that the NDP leader continues to prop up a corrupt Liberal government. Now, there was a time when they had an NDP leader that stood up against corruption. Former NDP leader Jack Layton brought down a corrupt Liberal government as a result of the corruption they were engaging in. Now, unfortunately, what we see is an NDP party that supports the continued ongoing corruption in the Green Slush Fund. We've now seen corruption in the CEBA business loans. And very obviously, some members are...
I have another point of order. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. Edmonton. Yes.
Understand.
Edmonton Transcona.
Madam Speaker, what we are debating today is women's access to reproductive rights, and I don't see the relevance that this member has to date with regards to his speech.
Yes. So the honourable member, again, I would ask members to quote the standing orders, but again, there is some latitude in what members during their speeches, and I'm sure that the honourable member will be relating the relevance of what he's saying to the speech. I just want to make sure that members know that they're supposed to be doing the speech on the matter that is before the House. I see there's another member writing on the point of order. The honourable for Victoria.
On the first point of order that I raised, Standing Order 18 talks about disrespectful or offensive language. The member said sellout. Leader?
The honourable members, I am the chair here, and I will listen to what the honourable member is saying. She's quoted her standing order. She wants to add additional information to that point of order. I will hear it. As I indicated, we're checking right now to see what was said. Obviously, it's caused a disturbance, and I would ask members to not use certain languages that they know will cause a disturbance, and then that way the House can rise smoothly. Does the honourable member for Victoria want to continue, or?
Disrespectful or offensive language, that the Standing Order 18 says no member shall speak disrespectfully of members in this House.
Exactly what the standing orders indicate, that members should not be using words that are disrespectful, and so therefore I'll allow the honourable for Dufferin-Caledon to continue, and I would hope that members will respect the rules of the House so that we can function properly here in the House. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The meltdowns continue. It's now the third interruption of my speech as I put to the members their uncomfortableness with how their leader is forcing them to continue to prop up this corrupt Liberal government, and how afraid they are of the Conservative confidence motion with respect to the NDP leader's own words. And I understand why they're so afraid. The Halifax the Halifax International Longshoremen's Union said on Monday.
Sorry, I have another point of order. The honourable member for Victoria.
Standing Order, it's in the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, Chapter 13, talks about when the members impute motives to other members in this House, also personal attacks made when a member's motives are being maligned. I think the member needs to apologize and withdraw as well.
Here.
Sorry, on the point of order, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I'm not maligning anyone's intent. I'm just clearly stating what their intent is. There's no malice in that. So I don't see the relevance of this point of order.
Back to the honourable for Victoria.
I do not need male MPs to tell me in this House what my intentions are. And in fact, we are not allowed in this House to assume the intentions or motives of other members.
Here.
I would ask him.
Order. Again, I would just ask members to please be respectful to each other. This is becoming to be the fact that members choose not to respect the rules of the House is very problematic. And so I would just ask members to please be respectful to each other and to maybe think about the words they're going to use and maybe rephrase them so they're more acceptable in the House. Again, I believe that some of what is being said is more of a point of debate. And so at this point, I'm still looking into the matter that was brought forward. I will come back to the honourable members in a few minutes. In the meantime, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon can continue his speech.
Well, Madam Speaker, if the NDP is uncomfortable with my words, perhaps they'll listen to the Halifax International Longshoremen's words, who said on Monday the NDP has the opportunity to reinforce that they will not bring in back-to-work legislation by supporting their own leader's words. And this is why we're here having this debate to try and prevent our confidence motion. This is why NDP members continue to interrupt me. They're increasingly uncomfortable with the fact that they will have to have a confidence vote on their leader's words and how this Liberal government took away workers' rights to strike. They're trying to avoid this by bringing a procedural motion that normally is not brought on an opposition day. They've done this for the purpose of avoiding a confidence vote. And as such, Madam Speaker, to prevent further meltdowns, I move, seconded by the member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, that the House now to orders of the day.
Sorry. Member for Edmonton Strathcona rose on a point of order. The honourable member was already reading his motion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the motion forward. I will listen to the point of order after when we reconvene, after we've dealt with the motion. So again, I have a motion on the floor. Both of them were done at around the same time. The honourable member had already started his moved the motion, so I'm going to go through the motion and then I will come back to the point of order at the appropriate time. Mr. Seaback, seconded by Ms. Cramp Newman, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Si un député participant en personne.
If a member participating in motion.
The House Leader. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader, yes. I had it right.
Recorded vote.
Call in the members.
I hope the other members not taking pictures.
Yes.
The question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Mr. Seaback, seconded by Ms. Cramp-Newman, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute electronic voting period has begun. The House will now proceed to the taking of votes from members participating in person.
Order, as members know that during a vote it should be quiet so that everyone can participate and we can all hear what's being said. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion veulent bien.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Duncan Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Ellison.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Miss Cara.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Ms. Jasek.
Miss Jasek.
Ms. Vandenberg. Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. La période de vote électronique.
The voting period is now over. I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Doherty.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I would like my vote registered as a yes. I tried repeatedly with the voting app and it would not work.
Mr. Doherty, yea pour.
Perfect. The honorable député.
The honourable member for Shefford, no.
Je vois pas personne d'autre.
I don't see anyone else.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 146, 146. Nays contre 171, 171.
I declare the motion defeated. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, I don't know if she still has a point of order. I said that I would come back to that. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was simply wanting to bring up the issue of relevance with the Conservative member's speech, but of course the Conservatives have now taken 45 minutes to do everything possible to stop talking about women's health.
So again, violence. The honourable member has decided not to do that. So the honourable member resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I take the floor today to replace my extraordinary colleague, member for Montarville. I would like to pay tribute to him, to our amazing critic for foreign affairs. You know, Madam Speaker, I take the floor because he was kind enough to have invited me to take part in committee hearings, to ask questions during committee on the report we're debating today. So a big thank you to that MP. It helped me think more on the matter. The Bloc Québécois tabled a supplementary report on this 20th report by the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. This report was a long time coming. The study was a long time coming, and it highlighted the excellent work that still needs to be done so that Canada finally acts with regards to its feminist foreign policy. Because actions speak louder than words, as we say. So it was high time to have this study. A study through which there was a lot of obstruction and filibustering. My colleague from Montarville mentioned it, but I was able to note as well that there was a significant amount of filibustering from the Conservatives. I would like to remind a number of elements that were raised by members of the committee with regards to this government's accountability on the matter of feminism. I would also like to talk about secularism, which is an important theme. First of all, it is surprising to hear that 7 years after its announcement, Canada's feminist policy didn't yet have any specific information on its implementation, which could explain why sharing information is difficult for foreign affairs and international trade. So on the one hand, we're being told that Canada is making significant progress in meeting its existing commitments. On the other hand, the Auditor General noted that Canada's feminist policy abroad talks about how to spend the money without any objectives related to the specific improvements in the circumstances of those benefiting from the funds. And I had a discussion with my colleague for Terrebonne on the matter. And so, Foreign Affairs had to establish how taxpayers' money is actually being used to advance women's rights and gender equality around the world. This had to be studied. Secondly, I'd like to talk about certain issues in certain regions of the world, including Africa, where the issue of sexual rights is hotly debated. We heard from several witnesses who discussed cultural differences and the need for Canada to work in this region of the world. One statistic sums up the problems associated with the issue of reproductive rights. Sub-Saharan Africa accounted for some 70% of maternal deaths in 2023. Canada has a duty to support countries that are seeking to make progress on the right to abortion and access to abortion. 70% wasn't in 2023, it was in 2020. Just a quick correction. So Canada has a duty to support countries that are seeking to make progress on the right to abortion and on access to quality healthcare. COVID-19 having imposed in certain countries additional difficulties in accessing healthcare, particularly in terms of distancing. These comments were made at committee by Global Affairs Canada, but there was also the Auditor General's report on international aid to support gender equality. There are also groups like UNICEF. There was also the Canadian Partnership for Children and Women's Health. There were a lot of witnesses, and they all seemed to push towards this higher level of accountability. At a time when the government is developing an African plan, it is crucial that international development, gender equality and access to health services be pillars of this strategy. Also, while members of the committee have denounced during committee meetings certain laws in certain countries that run counter to people's fundamental rights with regards to their sexuality, Ms. Thérèse Séguin from the International Centre for Study and Cooperation, in her testimony, hoped that Canada would support legislative measures and promote recommendations aimed at improving sexual and reproductive health. We truly hope that the Government of Canada, through a statement or in international fora, will take the initiative to welcome the development of projects to improve access to abortion and reproductive health services around the world. Whilst it is out of the question to interfere in the national policy processes of other countries, Canada must nevertheless be vocal and offer its assistance to countries that request it to enable the development of essential reproductive health care services. And funding is also a central pillar, and many witnesses mentioned it, including Oxfam Quebec, Oxfam Canada and Action Canada. They all expressed concern about the government's commitment to devote $700 million a year to support sexual and reproductive health and rights, particularly in four neglected areas: family planning and contraception, safe and legal abortion services and post-abortion care, and comprehensive sexuality education and sexual and reproductive health activities, as well as promoting sexual and reproductive health rights. I would also like to point out, and this is troubling, Mr. Speaker, that some witnesses came to explain to us that in countries with tougher laws against abortion, there are not fewer abortions. There are fewer, safer abortions, and therefore more deaths. Witnesses pointed out that most maternal deaths are entirely avoidable, and I'd like to take the opportunity to point out that according to the UNHCR, women's sexual and reproductive health is linked to many fundamental rights, such as the right to life, the right to not be subjected to torture, the right to health, the right to privacy, the right to education, and the prohibition of discrimination. The Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights and the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women have both made it clear that women's rights to health includes the right to sexual and reproductive health. There are international agreements, Mr. Speaker, that have reinforced this position. In 1995, for example, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, we talked about it a lot, reinforced and confirmed that women's rights are human rights. It's rather wild to say that it's only in 1995 that women's rights were only made akin to human rights. Then there was the Muskoka Initiative on Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, launched in 2010. So there are a number of conventions and international agreements that strengthen this request for Canada to do more.
So let me get back to the 4 issues here. They did receive $104 million in relation to the total funding of $489 million that year. The committee report correctly asked the government to meet its commitment to invest at least $700 million in women's health and sexual and reproductive rights globally by the end of the fiscal year. We are asking the government to increase its funding in these 4 neglected areas. And at the International Cooperation Caucus, this is constantly being reminded. And we keep hearing the same thing in all political parties. This is constantly being repeated to us. And Mr. Speaker, this is both a medical and socioeconomic issue. Maintaining the right to a safe abortion, just like the prevention and treatment of HIV/AIDS and STIs. And of course, we're often reminded that this is an incredibly important issue. We know that HIV/AIDS cases are rising in Africa, and once again, women are affected disproportionately. And coming back to STIs, that includes HPV, which could be avoided thanks to vaccination. We were told about the WHO vaccination targets because this infection can lead to cancer. But unfortunately, Canada's missing the vaccination targets for HPV. So we heard a lot about this. I recently heard this week that HIV rates are going up in Indigenous communities in this country. It's very concerning. We're the only country in the G7 where HIV cases are rising because of the rates in Indigenous communities. We also heard touching testimony from Ukrainian MP Lesia Vasilenko, who talked about the fact that the Russian army is using sexual violence as a weapon of war. I met with this individual in October 2022 at an interparliamentary meeting. I met her. We spoke. It's extremely troubling to see that this horrible crime is being used in the war. Now I see that my colleague, Ford Drummond, knows about this because he also spoke with Ukrainian politicians about these horrors of war. In its report on the situation in Ukraine, the committee recommended that the government work with Ukraine and other international partners to prosecute the main individuals responsible for the crime of aggression committed by Russia against Ukraine by creating a special tribunal or a similar mechanism. And we cannot ignore sexual violence when we're considering how to condemn Russia for its invasion. Unfortunately, women and girls seem to continue to suffer high rates of sexual violence and suffer unusually high levels of aggression. And so we're asking the Government of Canada to increase its funding. We expect that it increase its funding to victims of sexual violence in conflict zones and help them get the justice they deserve, so that this violence no longer be used as a weapon of war, because it means that women end up paying the price for this. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back to an issue that the Bloc Québécois keeps mentioning since this morning, the question of faith, which is linked to the matter of sexual and reproductive rights, because we heard from various witnesses at committee the religious opposition to abortion is a matter of religious conviction that ultimately harms women's health. It's not appropriate that faith be used as an excuse to justify something that will cause women to die or harm their health. And religion also shouldn't be a pretext to engage in hate speech. So I would once again remind us that secularism is very important. Consider the situation of women in Iran. The Bloc Québécois was the first party to table a motion after the death of Masha Amini, who was killed because she wasn't wearing her veil, quote-unquote, properly. It's absurd. It's ridiculous that today, in 2024, women are dying because they're not wearing a little piece of fabric correctly. We will continue to support Iranian women in their fight for secularism. In Afghanistan, it's the same thing. The Taliban regime has harmed women. And I have spoken with Afghan politicians. In October 2022, at that same interparliamentary meeting, I met with Afghan politicians, but only men, because women had not been given the right to leave the country in order to come to the assembly. They weren't allowed to come speak about this important issue as female politicians, even though the entire theme of the meeting was about more representative assemblies, parliamentary assemblies. We needed to hear from those women, and they have a right to exist in the public sphere, and yet that's not what's happening. And things are actually going backward. It's extremely troubling, and that's why I would like us to remember how important our bill for putting an end to the religious exception is. The federal government needs to do something to put an end to this type of hate speech that is increasingly common since the beginning of the war in the Middle East. But unfortunately, the criminal code still protects hate speech when people express hate speech when it's based on religious beliefs that they sincerely believe. We need to put an end to this exception. It's a matter of the government, the state's religious neutrality. It's a matter of separation of church and state, because we see that it's creating all sorts of tension and conflict in our society. This is a crucial security matter. And so we have brought forward a bill, C-367, to put an end to this unfortunate gap in the criminal code. It's far too lax to put an end to hate speech being authorized on the basis of faith. But unfortunately, the bill doesn't seem to be something the government wants. And yet this government claims to be feminist. We need to continue remembering that the separation of church and state protects women. That's exactly what we saw at committee. The number of people who told us that abortion was wrong for faith-based reasons, when meanwhile, as I would remind us all, women are dying because of this kind of thing, because they can't access safe healthcare, safe reproductive healthcare. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, more than ever, we need Canada to update its feminist foreign policy. We heard the concerns of the Auditor General. We know that there are more and more natural disasters and conflicts caused by climate change, and there are all sorts of tensions that are changing our priorities and the tensions in the modern world. G7 countries need to put their money where their mouth is. They need to take strong action. We need to help women and girls in all these places throughout the world, because these women are losing their rights. They're experiencing horrific sexual violence, and we have a part to play in helping. We need to support international organizations. We have obligations to them as members of the G7. Only a few days ago, female MPs from throughout the world came to remind us that they are increasingly concerned and they need support. so that they can keep being part of the democratic lives of their countries. Because that's increasingly difficult in countries that are in conflict, so that they can have access to their rights, so they can have access to safe reproductive and sexual health care, so that they can benefit from their appropriate rights as women, and so that they can play their full role in society. We need to change a situation where their rights are gradually withering away. On that note, I would invite us all to take action, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say a huge thank you to the member who just gave what I thought a very good speech on this topic. My question would be, she mentioned what Canada is doing and we should try and do more around the world. Have she got any ideas of how Canada should be helping other countries in the world to catch up to where we are when it comes to abortion and women's rights?
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member. Well, Mr. Speaker, we need to know where the money is going. We need to know concretely what the funding is doing on the ground to help women. The Auditor General has asked us for more accountability on our feminist foreign policy. And just to add something that I didn't have time for in my speech, is that with international organizations, we need to ensure we're also cooperating with local organizations. We need to empower local groups, because these groups are asking us for this type of help. That's something we should consider. And we also need to make sure that the money is there. We need to not be cutting these budgets. Organizations are worried about it. We must avoid reducing our investments in the area of international cooperation and development.
I thank the member for her speech. And we are talking about a woman's right to choose, a fundamental right. But the Bloc and the Conservatives just voted to try to kill this debate. You know, they could have chosen to adjourn debate so we could return to this and vote on it later, but instead they chose a motion that would kill the debate altogether. Now, in this Parliament, there has been 36 times that we've had a motion like this come up in the House, and every single time the Bloc has voted against that motion, against killing debate. I thought on principle, but the one time that they vote to kill this debate is when it's on a woman's right to choose. Why?
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Well, listen. We have made our party's pro-choice position very clear, and the same thing when it comes to women's rights. Thanks to my colleague for Montarville, we have done our work at committee and our positions have been made clear. But right now, this is a matter of procedure. As recently as this summer, and I've said this before, it's so shocking to see people playing politics on the backs of women's rights. I saw it at committee this summer. The Liberals, Conservatives, and NDP brought victims to tears because they politicized this issue. It was horrifying. It was even criticized in the media. These victims who came to committee to talk about their experience of domestic violence and to talk about their right to not experience that violence, well, instead of listening to them, the parties, instead of asking questions to the victims and doing their work at committee this summer, all three of these parties, the Liberals, Conservatives, and NDP, started arguing about a procedural issue and started squabbling about who was more of a defender of women's rights. While they were squabbling, the victims told us that we should be ashamed. And that's how I feel. I feel like I did at the Status of Women Committee, as I see this morning that we're politicizing this issue. Everyone knows that the Bloc Québécois supports women's rights. And it's no point engaging in what I would call this proceduritis, so to speak. And that's really what I'm seeing in the House today. And at the Status of Women Committee too, even though we're supposed to be respectful, nonpartisan. I am really heartbroken about this. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her eloquent speech. And I'm extremely surprised and disappointed at my NDP colleague's question. We all know that the Bloc Québécois deeply cares about women's access to health care. And the fact that women must be completely empowered to take their own decisions about their body. I'm very disappointed about this, especially considering that that party is also making things even worse procedurally in this House today. So coming back to the issue of secularism, as my colleague raised in her speech, I'm very concerned by the fact that yesterday this House rejected the motion to recognize the importance of repealing the religious exception in the criminal code, which enables people to engage in violent speech, incitement to murder, and the annihilation of entire population groups. And there's also an increase in the far right. I'm seeing an increase in misogynistic values and other alarming values. I see that a return to so-called traditional values. That also affects women's rights. And I'm worried about it. My colleague, as she said, is on the Status of Women Committee. She cares about these issues. I'd like to hear from her about women's worries regarding a possible decrease in their rights and their powers that have been hard won after years of a hard feminist struggle in Quebec and in Canada. The Honourable Member for Shefford. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. At the Status of Women Committee, we carry out so many studies that remind us that there are real risks and actually a reality, an increase in men's rights activism, which is leading to a gradual decrease in women's rights. Because of this online men's rights activism, this misogyny, we're seeing it actually gnaw away at women's rights. And that's why at committee, we've been asking for there to be more of a regulation of what can be said online and how far we should go with these types of hate speech. Regarding the religious exception, we know that this kind of speech can harm women's rights as well. It's absurd. At the Foreign Affairs Committee, the only witnesses who spoke against abortion were those who were doing so on the basis of religious principles, without any scientific data to back up what they said, whereas according to the facts, we know that women are dying. So it's no good using these religious principles to ask for anti-abortion legislation. We know that that causes women to die. We know that that doesn't decrease the number of abortions. It just makes more women die.
Je tiens à féliciter mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. It was a very strong speech.
I would say that the honourable member always rises to bring nuance, to bring a fighting spirit for women, for feminist issues. And they spoke of procedure. I would share with you, Mr. Speaker, I share his disappointment. But my disappointment is in the 2 months that have been lost in this House to procedural shenanigans from the Conservatives who have shut down really valuable opportunities for us to debate issues like this. And so, out of procedural fairness, when we had the opportunity to present this, I was surprised that the Bloc voted against this because, you know, had we not been allowed to continue this debate, one of their strongest and most powerful feminist voices would not have had the opportunity to rise and present on this speech. So given that we are in this debate, given that while they voted against it, we're still here speaking, my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member is, given what's before us, the threat that we saw down in the States, Project 2025, and all this kind of religious fanatic extremism around women's reproductive autonomy, can the honourable member rise again and just share why this debate is important, even if they didn't agree necessarily it was important to have right now?
Honourable Député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We always stand against violence against women. We will have other opportunities in debate and otherwise to express our position on that important matter. But my colleague just said that things have been stalled in this House for months, whereas actually there is an agreement here. We do have an agreement to move forward with opposition days, and there's one coming up. So now that finally we've managed to move things forward a bit, why is the NDP supporting the idea of blocking them again? They've been repeating for months that we need to do something productive here. And so finally we have this agreement that would enable the Conservatives and NDP to have opposition days. And I know that they will bring up this issue again during their opposition day. At least that's what we've heard. They can bring it up again. I'm not part of their party, so I don't know if they will. But they could during an opposition day. And yet instead, this morning, once again, we're back in procedural tactical warfare instead of just stopping the filibuster and moving forward. I am so upset about this. Because on the substantive aspect of this, we will always support feminism in the Bloc Québécois, and we will be talking about it on a very frequent basis, the rights of women.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I want to start off by saying that this is an important debate. Absolutely. This is a productive debate. When we are seeing the backsliding down south of the border, but also here in Canada, it is critical that we rise in this House to discuss the issue about a woman's fundamental right to choose, foundational to gender equity, to public health, to human dignity. Access to abortion care is health care. It's health care here in Canada, and it's health care around the world. This is a conversation about rights. It is not abstract principles. It is the lived experience of women and gender diverse people, the tangible rights of these people in our country. And Canada has been a leader in affirming abortion as a fundamental right. In 1988, the Supreme Court's decision struck down restrictive abortion laws as unconstitutional. Now, the Conservatives like to talk about freedom. They like to, wave freedom flags. But when it comes to the freedom of a woman to make choices about her own body, about our own bodies, for some reason, those freedoms are up for grabs. The majority of Conservative MPs are anti-choice. 1/3 of them are openly campaigning on anti-choice legislation, are endorsed by anti-choice organizations. But if you look at their voting records, the vast majority of them are anti-choice. And according to the Anti-Choice Coalition of Canada, 100% of Conservative MPs are anti-choice, given their recent vote on backdoor legislation. This bill was a very similar bill to the bills down south that Conservative MPs, Republican elected officials used to undermine Roe versus Wade. Now, we are seeing the same tactics here in Canada. Now, of course, the Conservative leader says, we promise we won't support legislation that bans abortion. Now, this is despite the fact that he voted 5 times in favor of legislation that would restrict access to choice. It would, or anti-choice bills like Bill C-311. But we know that his intention is to cut health care. It's to cut services. It's to cut the funding internationally for reproductive rights, like the Harper government did when he was a minister in that government. Anti-choice rhetoric is finding a firmer foothold here in Canada. It is amplified in this House by the Conservative members, and it is paraded around by members like the member for Peace River Westlock, who went outside in the House of, outside of the House of Commons to anti-choice rallies and made commitments to his supporters, to the supporters of the Conservative Party, to fight to end a woman's right to choose, to restrict access to choice, to health care for women across this country and for gender diverse people across this country. But he's not the only Conservative MP the MP for Cypress Hills Grasslands. This Conservative MP had a paid trip down to a church in the United States, a pro-life, anti-choice church, who brought him down to speak about his stance on trying to end a woman's right to choose. Now, to have Conservative MPs going to the States to learn new tactics, to collaborate, to organize with anti-choice activists there, to bring that back to Canada, that is terrifying. I think it's terrifying to me, but it's terrifying to women across this country. Now, I also want to bring up the MP for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Now, this member not only has been vocally against a woman's right to choose, but he spent 14 hours, 14 hours? 18 hours, sorry, Mr. Speaker, 18 hours filibustering this report because he did not want to talk about the fundamental rights of women here in Canada and around the world to access abortion care. Abortion care is health care, and it tracks that the Conservatives want to cut funding for reproductive rights, but they also have a track record of cutting funding for health care. Now, whether it is a broken leg, heart surgery, or abortion care, Canadians need access to the health care, to quality health care across this country. Conservatives have a track record of cutting that. Now, unfortunately, the Liberals have a track record of failing to uphold the Canada Health Act. Now, I spoke in this House before about, 2 decades ago, I was sitting with a friend in New Brunswick in grade 11 talking about the multi-hour drive to Montreal that she would have to take if she wanted to access abortion. And I'm getting choked up here because this is a horrific reality that so many women in Canada face when they don't have access to the care that they need. And I couldn't imagine that 2 decades later that we would be seeing Clinic 554 in Fredericton, New Brunswick close, and to have this Liberal government not use the provisions in the Canada Health Act that they know they could use to ensure access to all women in British Columbia and to all people across this country. Our healthcare system guarantees Canadians the right to access medically necessary services. Abortion is this kind of service. Yet these kinds of clinic closures demonstrate the fragility of access to care. And I think about women and gender diverse people in Alberta who have seen their provincial Conservatives outsource health care to private institutions, to religious institutions, who will not provide contraception, who will not provide abortion care to the women who need it. These are systemic barriers that hinder equitable access. And the lack of leadership from this federal government to enforce the Canada Health Act, it makes these barriers worse. Now, I also want to talk about our responsibility globally. We need to demonstrate leadership when it comes to prioritizing sexual and reproductive health on the global stage. And this includes through our international assistance policy. Now, we saw during the Harper era the cuts that happened. They cut all funding to reproductive health, reproductive services, sexual health services around the globe. Now, Canada has a responsibility to step up, to support nations around this world in accessing healthcare and to access reproductive care. Now, the difficulty I have with Conservative members who talk about, the rights of the unborn, or to try and sneak legislation in that talks about protecting pregnant women against, or having increased penalties for the murder of pregnant women or the harm of an unborn child. Evidence shows that limiting access to abortions, that restricting women's choice, it doesn't stop abortions. It just means unsafe abortions are happening. When we restrict comprehensive reproductive health services, everyone suffers. When we invest in, when we ensure that that access exists, societies prosper. Investing in these services, it reduces maternal mortality. It improves economic opportunities for women, and it promotes equality. Mr. Speaker, it is our duty as parliamentarians to protect and promote these rights. We cannot allow a vocal minority in Canada that has influence over the official opposition to undermine these rights. We can't allow them to undermine decades of work that feminist organizations, that people across Canada have fought to protect. We must act decisively. We need to ensure compliance, enforce the Canada Health Act, ensure that we are eliminating any kind of user fee, provide equitable abortion access in every province. We need to invest strategically, expand funding for clinics, services, in rural areas, in underserved areas, ensure that midwives, nurse practitioners, nurses, family doctors are available for people when they need assistance with their reproductive health. And we need to combat misinformation, challenge the anti-choice narratives, ensure that facts are brought into this House, that we have rights-driven education campaigns, and that we do not allow backdoor legislation to undermine these rights, that we don't allow that vocal minority who want to undermine our right to choose have influence over decisions in this House. Mr. Speaker, access to abortion is a domestic issue, and this report, though, focuses on the global issue, the global issue of human rights, of public health. And around the world, millions of women are facing unsafe abortions because of restrictive laws, because of lack of resources, because of systemic inequalities. Each year, 35 million unsafe abortions occur globally. That is a horrific statistic. This is leading to preventable deaths, life-altering injuries. Canada must be a global leader in supporting sexual and reproductive health. And it's terrifying to think of what Conservatives would do if they were in power for abortion rights here in Canada, and just horrific to think about the consequences of the cuts they would make to international assistance around the world and what that would mean for women trying to access reproductive care. The world is at a crossroads. Some countries are advancing these rights, but others, and I think we see this in the Conservative caucus, are emboldened by movements in the United States over the attempts to overturn Roe versus Wade. There is a backslide happening. Our leadership at this moment matters. By standing firm, Canada can continue to support the global efforts to ensure that every woman, to ensure every person, all gender diverse people everywhere have the right to make decisions about their own bodies. Mr. Speaker, we've talked before about conservative creep. The creep of this kind of legislation, the changes in tone, in rhetoric, but also the changes to the laws that will have a fundamental impact on people's right to choose. And I want to kind of speak directly to young women, to young gender diverse people who might be looking at the prospect of the Conservatives getting into power and undermining their rights. Your voice right now matters. Your organizing matters. Standing up for the right to choose matters. It matters to have these discussions in this House. I am disappointed that the Bloc decided to try and to kill this debate. I'm not surprised that the Conservatives would do that, but I am disappointed. And I know there are staunch supporters of a woman's right to choose in the Bloc, but I'm still disappointed at this moment when we are at a crossroads on reproductive health and sexual health that they would do that, especially given that every other time that a motion like this has come up, when a motion to return to orders of the day, 36 times the Bloc voted against that. I thought that was a matter of principle, but then the one time that they vote to kill debate is on a woman's right to choose. Shame. And so, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats will always stand in unwavering support of abortion rights. We will not let regressive policies and regressive members of Parliament take us backwards. We will fight back against the misinformation, against the rhetoric that tries to undermine our fundamental rights. We will stand up for investments in health care. And every Canadian deserves quality health care, deserves to access the health care they need when they need it, and abortion care is health care. Let me repeat that in case my Conservative colleagues didn't hear. Abortion care is health care.
That's right.
So together, let us affirm the right to choose, not as a procedural tactic, not as something to bring up to score political points, but as a cornerstone of gender equality. It is non-negotiable. Mr. Speaker, the time to act is now. And I do not want to see Conservatives or Bloc members avoid a vote on this. And so I move, seconded by the member of Edmonton Strathcona, that this question be now put.
Mrs. Collins, seconded by Mrs. McPherson, moves the following amendment, that the question be now put. The amendment, of course, is in order. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I commend my colleague, the member for Victoria, for her speech and her passion when it comes to this topic. But she did accuse the Bloc of siding with Conservatives on the vote to return to orders of the day. She said that we had done so 36 times, but we only did so twice, and both times it was a matter of respect for procedure. So it's a matter of principle as well. The report was published in June 2023. They wanted to debate it this morning. Well, why did they wait so long to debate the report? The NDP also has an opposition day this week, so we did vote to return to orders of the day because we don't support that kind of tactic. Topic-wise, we do support the topic of this debate a lot more than we support the Conservative Opposition Day motion. But we shouldn't play petty partisan politics, and that's not the member for Victoria's usual style. Now, when it comes to the topic at hand, there's an issue of concern to me. Canada financially contributes to supporting countries in developing countries. Does my colleague feel that Canada should ensure that the countries, the developing nations it supports financially, should have values that we agree with? And should those developing countries guarantee women rights to sexual health care access and abortions, the case being? And should this not, in fact, be a necessary condition for funding those countries?
I want to thank the member for his question, and I do want to thank the Bloc for focusing some of this debate on how religious extremism has sometimes undermined and continues to undermine a woman's right to choose. And I do think that we need, as Canadians, to be providing assistance for reproductive health, sexual health around the globe, and that we need to continue to put out education campaigns to ensure that we are fighting back against the anti-choice rhetoric. But I do have to say that I'm still disappointed that the Bloc would not vote on principle to continue this discussion on a woman's right to choose, instead of voting with the Conservatives today to kill this debate.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for her speech. People in my riding of Elmwood Transcona have talked to me about the challenges of accessing health care. Whether it's a broken leg, heart surgery, or abortion care, the government has a responsibility to ensure Canadians have access to health care. And abortion care is health care. The Manitobans know Conservative cuts undermine the ability for quality health care that everyone needs. Can the member speak to the long-term impacts this government's inaction will have on the rights of women in this country?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for such an amazing question and for her staunch advocacy for a woman's right to choose and for health care access in Canada. I think it's important to acknowledge that Canadians are struggling to access the health care they need, and that is, whether they are looking to get cancer treatments or if they have a broken bone. There are not always family physicians. There are not always specialists. They're sometimes waiting hours and hours in emergency rooms to get the care they need. And whether it is a broken leg, head injury, or abortion care, everyone deserves the right to quality health care in Canada. And this government needs to step up.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today we are having this very important debate on an issue that I would argue is unfortunately one that has come to the forefront, not in just Canadian politics, but in many countries and what I would have otherwise thought of as progressive countries throughout the world. We have conservatives that are continually starting to push this agenda of rolling back a woman's right to choose. And I actually don't think that if they ever formed government, they would be as so bold as just to bring in a piece of legislation that bans abortion. What I think that they would do is they would take other measures by defunding certain organizations or by slowly removing some of those rights or working around and chipping away at those rights as opposed to one bold action that others might assume that they would do. I'm wondering if she can give her comments, Mr. Speaker, on how she sees a potential Conservative government treating an issue like this.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we know that Conservatives will work to undermine a woman's right to choose.
That's right.
They did it during the decade under Harper, and they will do it again if given the chance. But I want to raise something that the member from Kingston and the Islands said earlier in this debate, which is that he didn't know which Clinic 554 was in New Brunswick. Now that is really concerning that the Deputy House Leader of the government does not know about the clinic that closed in Fredericton. That the government is not acting rapidly to ensure that women and gender diverse people in New Brunswick have access to the health care that they need. Abortion care is health care.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by just saying thank you to the member for Edmonton Strathcona and the member for Victoria as well for bringing forward this really important conversation in the House on reproductive rights. She's right. Abortion care is health care. I just wonder if there's more she'd like to say about any of the 14 recommendations that she might not have had time for in her speech that she wants to share with the rest of the House. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question and for standing up for a woman's right to choose. You know, our leadership in this moment matters, and it matters for women here in Canada, and it matters for women and gender diverse people all around the globe. So I hope that the government responds to this report, but I do want to just take a moment to talk about the Conservative creep that is happening, and the fact that this government, or the fact that the Leader of the Opposition has such control over his members of Parliament. We've heard in media reports that his members are not allowed to fraternize. They are told what to say. There is an extreme amount of control over members of Parliament. Yet somehow, even despite that control, his members are going and speaking at anti-choice rallies. His members are going to the United States to go down to churches for anti-choice activists to bring that kind of organizing back here to Canada. The Leader of the Opposition has extreme control over his members of Parliament, yet he allows them to bring forward legislation that would bring in backdoor legislation to restrict a woman's right to choose, anti-choice legislation. That is fight tooth and nail to stop it.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Kitchener Centre. Sorry, Hamilton Centre.
The timing, speaking about Conservative creep is very timely because we're in a scenario right now in the House where, we have a situation, Mr. Chair, where there are many people within the Conservative caucus who do spend a lot of time internationally, not just trying to undermine women's rights here in Canada, but in fact around the world, because they have a hidden agenda, sir. So when they were talking about procedural shenanigans in this House, what they failed to mention is for the last 2 months, we have not had the ability in this House to deliver for Canadians to debate actual legislation. Instead, we've been listening to their shenanigans. So through you, to the honourable member, can she please expand about how over the last 2 months we had an opportunity, we lost the opportunity. What things would she like to speak about now?
Honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question, for his staunch support for a woman's right to choose. It is extraordinarily disappointing to me that we have members in this House that would try to undermine a woman's right to choose. And we know that they are in the Conservative caucus. Over a third of the Conservative caucus is endorsed by anti-choice groups as pro-life, aka they want to undermine a woman's right to choose. Now, 73% of them are rated as anti-choice MPs by the Abortion Coalition of Canada. Now, they were actually 73%. Now 100% of them are rated as anti-choice because of their vote on C-11, which is the same kind of legislation that Republican elected officials brought in the United States to start undermining a woman's right to choose and overturn Roe versus Wade. This is what they are trying to do here in Canada, and we will fight to stop them.
Resuming debate. You're allowed to speak again because this is amendment, so. All right. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Collins, Victoria, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moved that the question be now put. If a member participating in person wishes the motion to be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Victoria.
I would request a recorded vote on a woman's right to choose.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And we go back to routine. Proceedings and presenting of petitions. Presentation petition. Oh, no. Oh, sorry, motions. I'll say motions one more time, right? There you go, presenting petitions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring forward a petition about the recent RCMP reports that the government of India has interfered in Canada's elections and have murdered, threatened, and extorted Canadians on Canadian soil. Mr. Speaker, later today we have Patrick Brown, the former leader candidate for the Conservative Party, testifying before the Public Safety Committee regarding serious allegations that are being reported about foreign interference in the electoral process of choosing a Conservative leader. This petition is very timely given that there are serious allegations that the leader of the opposition could not win leadership unless someone's finger was on the scale. So, Mr. Speaker, I also note that in this petition, the undersigned residents of Canada are calling on the leader of the Conservative Party to get his security clearance and take action to help stop foreign governments from interfering in Canada and targeting Canadians. Thank you so much.
Point of order, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I know I don't have the best.
Order. Let me just wait for things to quiet down. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I just wish that you could ask members in the House to be a little quieter, so that I'm sitting 4 seats away and I couldn't hear the member.
All right, it's a reasonable request to keep the noise down. I heard it just fine. Presenting petitions, presentation petition. The Honourable for Mission Mask Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, the exceptional roles and responsibilities Canada's military members undertake while in service can lead to physical and mental health difficulties. Adjusting to civilian life can be challenging for many of our military veterans, and this adjustment can impact their physical and mental health. The process for veterans and their family members to obtain Veterans Affairs Canada benefits and services because of illness or injury obtained from service can be complex, drawn out, confusing, and repetitive. Therefore, citizens in Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon call upon the Ministers of Veterans Affairs, National Defence to dramatically cut red tape, simplify and expedite the delivery of services and benefits for our military veterans, especially during their transition to civilian life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, presentation petition. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions. The one, once again, recognizes the critical importance of the arts to the vibrancy of communities across the country. In this case, it's signed by almost 2,000 people. They go on to note the economic impact of the arts as well as the impact for activism, for our mental health, for well-being. The economic impact is $54.8 billion to our GDP every year. Petitioners note, though, that public data shows that there are significant regional inequities to arts funding across the country. I would note that includes in my community as well. And petitioners note that there are better options available. For example, the Regional Development Agency model that sets up organizations like FedDev that can ensure that funds are more equitably distributed across the country. The petitioners have several calls to action. Those calls include, first of all, restoring the funding of the Canada Council for the Arts back to the $500 million it had been at in the pandemic, and secondly, applying this Regional Development Agency model to ensure that organizations and artists in communities across the country, including mine, are more equitably receiving these really critical funds for artists and creatives and art organizations across the country. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, a petition on behalf of Canadians who recognize that we remain in a climate crisis, one that requires urgent action in this closing window of opportunity. They note the impacts of the climate crisis are being felt across the country, from droughts to wildfires. They note, though, at the same time that the federal government today spends at least $4.8 billion a year. Other research shows it's actually quite higher on subsidies to the oil and gas industry in the midst of this crisis. And they note in the midst of a time when their profits are reaching record levels. Petitioners call for an end to all subsidies to the oil and gas industry. Rather, they call for the imposition of a windfall profit tax on the excess profits of this industry. Those are the dollars that could then be used, as they call for a just transition into good green jobs, including a youth climate corps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to present a petition to the House of Commons. Canadians are concerned that the Leader of the Opposition continues to refuse to get a security clearance. We, the undersigned residents of Canada, are calling on the Leader of the Conservative Party to get his security clearance and take action to help stop foreign governments from interfering in Canada and targeting Canadians. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, President House of Petition, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will bring forward a petition on behalf of many constituents in my region concerned about the use of glyphosate in Canadian forests. Glyphosate in Canada is the most widely sold pesticide used in agriculture as a herbicide to kill crops and for harvest, in forestry to kill unwanted target trees and vegetation, and as a herbicide on right-of-way. The results in residents in Canada include infants and children consume glyphosate residues with their food and water, are exposed to it while outdoors for recreational occupational activities, hunting and harvesting. The use of glyphosate harms aquatic and terrestrial species and causes loss of biodiversity, thereby making ecosystems more vulnerable to pollution. It endangers pollinators, including wild bees and monarch butterflies, and exacerbates wildfires since conifer-only forests burn faster and hotter than mixed forests. In 2015, the World Health Organization for International Research on Cancer classified glyphosate as a probable carcinogen to humans.
Appel au règlement, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. We didn't hear anything from what my colleague said because there's a lot of shouting in the House. I don't even know what he was talking about. Perhaps he could start from the top. I completely agree. Even with microphones and with my earpiece, I wasn't able to hear what he said.
Members, to show a little bit of patience, allow the honourable member to present his petition as we allow all members of this House to be able to do, and I'll allow the honourable member for Timmins James Bay to start from scratch.
Speaker, because I'm asking about health issues and cancer, and to be heckled by Conservatives over fundamental health issues, to me, is a disgrace. Glyphosate in Canada is most widely sold pesticide. It is used in forestry to kill unwanted target trees and vegetation, and as a herbicide on right-of-way, commercial and residential grounds, golf courses, schools, and other landscapes. The result is residents in Canada, including infants and children, consume glyphosate residues in their food and water and are exposed to it while outdoors for recreation, occupational activities, hunting, and harvesting. The use of glyphosate harms aquatic and terrestrial species and causes loss of biodiversity, thereby making ecosystems more vulnerable to pollution and climate change. It endangers pollinators, including wild beasts and monarch butterflies, and exacerbates wildfires since conifer-only forests burn faster and hotter than mixed forests. In 2015, the World Health Organization for the Research of Cancer classified glyphosate as probably carcinogenic to humans. So we, the undersigned residents of Canada, call on the Minister of Health to, 1, ban the sale and use of glyphosate to protect human health and the environment, and 2, develop a comprehensive plan to reduce overall pesticides use in Canada. Thank you, Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, have a petition to present today, and the Canadians who have signed this are drawing to the House's attention the fact that the RCMP has reported that the government of India has interfered in Canada's elections, They are deeply troubled by the testimony at the foreign interference inquiry that foreign agents have interfered in Canadian elections. And they are also deeply troubled that the leader of the Conservative Party is choosing to protect his party before protecting Canadian lives. Therefore, the undersigned petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada are calling on the leader of the Conservative Party to get his security clearance and take action to help stop foreign governments from interfering in Canada and targeting Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, I could help the table by presenting this and bringing it straight to the Leader of the Opposition if you would find that to be more efficient than sending it through everybody else.
We'll just stick to the procedure that is set before us. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Nope. Okay. Moving on to questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Development.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we go to requests for emergency debates. Je désire informer la Chambre que j'ai...
I wish to inform the House that I have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona to rise and make a brief intervention.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am proposing an emergency debate tonight based on the report that came out yesterday from Amnesty International concluding that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. This finding of genocide from the world's most respected human rights organization has immediate implications for the Government of Canada and for every single member of Parliament. In short, Canada must change course immediately given such a conclusion, or this government may be found complicit in genocide by the International Court of Justice. This has serious implications for Canada's reputation internationally and for Canada's adherence to international law. It also requires that Canada do much more to end the genocide in Gaza and to withdraw its political and military support for Israel while the genocide is ongoing. This report is meticulous in its research on Israeli authorities' policies and actions in Gaza as part of the military offensive they launched in the wake of the Hamas-led attacks on the 7th of October 2023. It situates these actions within the broader context of Israel's unlawful occupation and what Amnesty calls a system of apartheid against Palestinians in Gaza, the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Israel. It assesses allegations of violations and crimes under international law by Israel in Gaza within the framework of genocide under international law, concluding that there is sufficient evidence to believe that Israel's conduct in Gaza following October 7, 2023 amounts to genocide. I note that Amnesty is also working on a research report on the horrific crimes committed by Hamas on October 7th of last year, and that we anticipate that that report will detail the egregious violations of international law by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups and the need for accountability under the international justice system. I further note that this report is specific to Israel's actions. Amnesty requests an arms embargo apply to Israel, Hamas, and other Palestinian armed groups operating in Gaza, and it also advocates for sanctions on both Israeli and Hamas officials implicated in crimes under international law. New Democrats call for we support these calls, and we believe that all perpetrators, Israel, Hamas, and other Palestinian armed groups, all perpetrators in the region must be held accountable. Mr. Speaker, I quote from this report, Amnesty has found, and I quote, sufficient basis to conclude that Israel committed between October 7, 2023 and July 2024 prohibited acts under the Genocide Convention, namely killing, causing seriously bodily or mental harm, and deliberately inflicting on Palestinians in Gaza conditions of life calculated to bring about their physical destruction in whole or in part. Thank you. That's why I'm asking for an emergency debate.
Good. I thank the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona for her intervention. However, the Speaker is not satisfied that this meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre, confidence in the Prime Minister and the government.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Muse, moves that I, whereas the leader of the New Democratic Party said he ripped up his supply and confidence agreement with the Liberal government. 2, whereas the NDP leader said the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. And 3, whereas the NDP leader said the Liberal government will always cave to corporate greed and always step up to make sure the unions have no power. In response to the Liberal Labour Minister's referral to the Canadian Industrial Relations Board that ordered the workers of the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference and the ILWU 514 to resume their duties, violating their right to strike. Therefore, the House agrees with the NDP leader that the House proclaims it has lost the confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. The honourable member for the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Today in a spirit of non-partisanship, to put our differences aside and take a good idea and a good perspective, no matter where it comes from. You know, too often in this place, we refuse to accept ideas or input from other people. And so I thought I would remedy that by taking the words and the message of the leader of the NDP, putting them in a conservative motion so that all of us could vote for the very wise things that he said. So allow me, in the spirit of this nonpartisan spirit, to read off the motion that we have here. Common sense conservative motion, whereas the leader of the NDP said he has ripped up his supply and confidence agreement with the Liberal government, whereas the NDP leader said the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people, whereas the NDP leader said the Liberal government will always cave to corporate greed and always step in to make sure the unions have no power. And he said that in response to the Liberal Labour Minister's referral to the Canadian Industrial Relations Board that ordered the workers of Teamsters Canada Rail Conference and the ILWU 514 to resume their duties, violating their right to strike. Therefore, the House agrees with the NDP leader, and the House proclaims that it has lost confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. The NDP leader. I know that he is enjoying the praise we're giving him. So let's go through point by point, as I know the member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry will take up as I'm splitting my time with him. But let's go through point by point to prove the charge of the NDP leader. He says the Liberals are too weak. Well, he's right about that. The economy is weak, having lost $500 billion of net investment out to the United States, having shrunk the last 8 quarters in a row on a per capita basis, having seen the productivity per hour worked in Canada drop for 6 quarters in a row. Our economy is now smaller than it was 10 years ago, and we've gone from having median incomes equal to American median incomes to the present, where the American worker makes $22,000 more. Our economy is shrinking in per capita terms. The cost of living is out of reach. We have 2 million people lined up at food banks. We have double the housing costs, the worst housing price inflation in the G7. Vancouver and Toronto are the most expensive housing markets on planet Earth, in all of North America. And so we recognize that economically, the Liberals have made the country weak. And then there's politically weak. Right. And this Prime Minister has lost the support not only of Canadians, who overwhelmingly want to fire him, but of his own party. In fact, the Liberal leader in Ontario has said that his carbon tax is wrong. How could she not say that? It will quadruple over the next 5 years, bringing economic nuclear winter to our country, emptying our shelves of groceries, driving even more people into starvation. Then the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland has said that the Prime Minister's energy cap will kill jobs in that province. And then 20 Liberal MPs want to fire him. But it's also gone to his own cabinet, right in the middle of a potential trade dispute with incoming President Trump. You would assume that the foreign minister of all ministers, if she were to appear in the New York Times would be doing so to fight against the tariffs, but instead, she was in the New York Times with the following headline: New York Times, tapped by the Prime Minister to steer foreign affairs. She's now his possible successor. That is the foreign minister.
Point of order from the Deputy House Leader.
He's not even remotely good at what he's trying to do. You know he's trying to use a prop, Mr. Speaker. Can you please call?
No. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, I'll just remind him to keep that down.
Mr. Speaker, for him to dismiss the foreign minister in that way is outrageous. The reality is she's the one who chose to go to a photo shoot in a studio with the New York Times in an article about how she is the possible successor to her own boss. So you would expect a foreign minister, of all ministers, would be busy fighting tariffs with our biggest trading partner. Instead, she's fighting to replace her boss. On penserait qu'une...
You might think that a Minister of Foreign Affairs would be working hard to prevent tariffs. But instead, she went to the New York Times for a long article which spoke of her as a possible replacement to her leader. That shows weakness.
The leader, the Liberal Prime Minister, is weak. Is he selfish? Well, Mr. Speaker, what else could you call it? When he's treated himself to illegal vacations to private islands, when he's lavished himself with constant gifts and benefits, when he's shut down Parliament numerous times to cover up scandals, well, he's refusing to allow Canadians to see, to have accountability for the $400 million missing dollars in the Green Slush Fund scandal. And while he protects his own trust fund from the tax increases he imposes on everyone else, one can only think that this is selfish. And while most of all, he stays in power, even seeing the devastating consequences this is having on the lives of everyday Canadians, that is nothing if not selfish. And then we move to the charge that the NDP leader makes that the Prime Minister is attacking the rights of workers. Mr. Speaker, of this there is no doubt. We see the leader of the NDP. He's gone to rallies at places where courageous workers are striking in order to recuperate many of the lost wages that have resulted from government-induced inflation. Exactly. We know we had more strikes last year than in any year since 1983, a 40-year high. We have, of course, Canada Post workers on strike, doing that strike now lasting a long time and doing incredible damage to small business. Hopefully it will come to an end soon, but the NDP leader showed up at these strikes and said, and I quote, "If there is any vote in Parliament that in any way impacts your rights, we are going to vote no. I can tell you right now, we'll vote no, whether that vote is a confidence vote or not, whether that vote triggers an election or not. I'm telling the Prime Minister and the Liberals right now, you're never going to count on us if you're going to take away the rights of workers. Never," he said, Mr. Speaker. What a powerful statement. Never, and absolutely categorical. So surely he would vote on this motion, keeping his word to those workers, or was he looking them straight in the eye and telling them a plain falsehood? Will he go back to them after this vote and tell them that when it came down to putting his vote where his words was, he just didn't have the courage, that he was under too much pressure, that the fear of losing an election and facing the voters and facing the music for his own record was too much for him, and therefore he backed down and he turned his back on those workers and left them out in the cold? Is that what he's going to tell those union workers, Mr. Speaker? Right. And if so, how will they ever believe anything he says to them again? Right. The answer is that they, of course, could not. But if the NDP leader does decide to vote against his own words, it will mean two things. One, that he does not want to take responsibility for his own record. He doesn't want voters to have the ability to judge his record and his plans because he fears that they will render a verdict that is not in his favor. The second thing it will reveal is that in the next election, there are not 5 parties running, there are not 4 parties running, there are 2 parties running. That's right. There is the NDP Bloc Liberal coalition that tax your food, punish your work, double your housing cost, unleash crime and chaos in your community, or common sense conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. That is the choice. That's right. It is a binary choice. You vote for the NDP, you get the Liberals. You vote for the Liberals, you get the NDP. You vote for the Bloc, you get both the NDP and the Liberals. And if you are among the grand majority of Canadians who is unsatisfied with the downward spiral of our country, with the broken borders, broken immigration system, broken economy, if you want to bring home Canada's promise again and restore a country where hard work earns a powerful paycheck and pension that buys affordable food and homes in safe neighborhoods, where anyone from anywhere can do anything in the freest nation on earth, in Canada, then let's bring it home. Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Look, in this House and in other public settings, there's been a member of Parliament, I'll let the leader guess which one, but that member's been here for about 20 years, has a big pension, and I want to give him a couple of quotes and perhaps he could comment on them. One, unions have the power to shut down a workplace. Legal powers give the union a state-enforced monopoly on labor. This member spoke of, quote, fattened union contracts. Wow. This member allowed right-to-work legislation, that's optional union membership, in his party's platform, and that member cannot, quote, comprehend that union firms can be competitive with non-union ones. I wonder if that member of Parliament could explain those comments that he's made about working people in this country.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the member can distort my record instead of defending his own. He is a part of the government, this former corporate lobbyist and party staffer who spent his time making money off the political system can explain why he and his government have presided over the largest number of strikes in the last 40 years of Canadian history. Never have there been more strikes than since 1983, and they have consistently, Liberals, with the help of the NDP, have overpowered the rights of workers to carry out those strikes and used their legal authority to rob workers of their autonomy and their independent decision-making, Mr. Speaker. That is their record. And by the way, it is the first time in our history that people with good union jobs cannot afford homes. It is the first time in history that en masse union workers are lined up at food banks. Mr. Speaker, that is the tragic record of this broken government. That's why we need a common-sense conservative government will bring home the country we knew and loved.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, I won't try to hide the fact that sometimes I struggle to follow the leader of the official opposition. He often has said that teachers were stepping down because there was no more heating in schools, or that nurses were leaving their jobs because of a lack of heating in their hospitals. But he's never proposed any solutions. And thinking back to what he said not long ago, he said that electricians can seize lightning in their hands and use that to wire a house. Wouldn't they be able to use these extraordinary skills to heat hospitals and schools then? The honourable leader of the opposition. Yes, electricians would be capable of providing heating in schools and in hospitals. And electricians do have exceptional skills thanks to their experience and other good qualities, and I admire that, which is why I use this poetic metaphor to describe people working in the skilled trades. And I think the fact that I use this poetic language shows once again that the Conservative Party loves the arts, and I would be happy to use further poetic language to help the Bloc Québécois understand common sense and to understand our solutions, which includes axing the taxes that force provinces to fire nurses and teachers in order to be able to pay the heating bills. We will axe those taxes and we will support nurses and teachers.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Hamilton Centre, Mr.
Sorry, Hamilton Centre.
That's okay. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member from the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party would be laughable if his hypocrisy wasn't so ridiculous. He stood up right now in his opening remarks and exposed himself. This man has never been to a picket line. He called it a rally for striking workers. This leader fought aggressively against card check legislation. He was one of the loudest supporters of the anti-union Bill C-377. He also is proudly one of the loudest proponents of the U.S. right-to-work legislation. So my question is simple. Despite all of his cosplay, we've seen he can't even put on a high-vis vest. Has this member ever once in his life actually visited a picket line?
We are almost out of time. Allow the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to answer.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour and a tough act to follow when the Leader of the Opposition and Canada's next Prime Minister.
Order. So it was just getting a little noisy there. I wasn't hearing what was going on. We have a point of order from the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to listen to my Conservative colleague. He's trying to give a speech, but his own colleagues are heckling him. Could you ask them to stop so that I could please hear the Honourable Member?
Thank you. And it's just I had beat you to it. I apologize for beating you to that was getting a little too noisy in the chamber. So I want to make sure that the Honourable Member for Starmount, Dundas, South Glengarry has the full attention of the House. Until I see I have the full attention of the House, I'm just going to stand here and wait. The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
It is always an honour and a tough act to follow the Leader of the Opposition and Canada's next Prime Minister. And sorry for the noise on this side of the House, but we are fired up for a carbon tax election that the NDP have the opportunity to do today. We are going to have on the floor here now debating and calling the NDP out. The Leader of the NDP is so mad he's had enough here. Let's listen and let's just recall again what he said just the past few months alone. He said that he had ripped up his coalition agreement with the Liberals. He said he was fed up. He said, quote, the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interest to fight for people. And he also said, to continue again, quote, the Liberal government will always cave to corporate greed and always step in to make sure the unions have no power. And that was in response to the Liberal Labour Minister's referral to the Canadian Industrial Relations Board that ordered the workers of Teamsters Canada Rail Conference in ILW 514 to resume their duties, violating their right to strike. The NDP leader talks a tough game. Out at press conferences, on Twitter, on X, on Facebook, social media. He goes in question period and pretends to be outraged. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to test that outrage. If he's truly had enough, it is time to vote non-confidence. And we are saying, therefore, the House simply agrees. Conservatives simply agree with the NDP leader. We are fed up with this Prime Minister. We are fed up with this NDP Liberal government. Enough is enough. Back your words up with action and vote to have non-confidence in this government. It's time for a carbon tax election. The question is, will the NDP finally do that? I have a feeling, though, from what we've heard the last couple of days, Mr. Speaker, is the NDP won't do that. Because they claim all the wonderful things that they're getting done for Canadians. They just need more time. They need more runway to prop the Liberals up. The coalition agreement was not ripped up. After that little stunt and photo op, he taped it back together piece by piece and handed it right back to the Prime Minister. The sellout leader of the NDP has done it again. Time and time again, even this week when we put the NDP's own words into a motion, all that tough talk, they're sitting and gonna prop the Prime Minister up again. And that, let's make it very clear, Mr. Speaker, it is not because the NDP are getting things done for Canadians. It is because the record of what they have done, the true record, the record that Canadians know, that they are just as complicit with the miserable last few years that millions of Canadians have faced. Let's think about it. 2 million visits to food banks in Canada now per month in this country. The Feed Ontario report came out, 1 million Ontarians are using a food bank now in this country. We know that the Daily Bread Food Bank in Toronto says 10%, 1 in every 10 Torontonians are using a food bank. And for the NDP to sit here and say they support workers and they have their back, they have sent, under their record, under their doubling of housing, rising food inflation faster than we've seen in decades, a carbon tax that goes up and up and up and is going to be quadrupled still yet. All these stats, and we're seeing workers hurting more than ever before in my lifetime and in beyond. 18% of food bank users now are workers, saying employment, they are working, but they can't afford to make ends meet. Workers can't afford their mortgages or their rent that have doubled under the watch of the NDP Liberals. Look at crime. The increasing gun violence, a over 100% increase in gun and gang violence in this country. Auto theft through the roof under their watch after 9 years. Time and time again, Mr. Speaker, when you look at every part of their record, it's not delivering for people, it's hurting for people. And that's why the hypocrisy of what the NDP are doing here, but putting their own words into action. If they're so outraged at how bad this Prime Minister is, all the things that are happening in this country, if they are upset on their rights of labor and unionized workers to be able to strike, if they truly met what they said outside this chamber, if they truly met what they said during question period and debates, when the question gets called and we have to stand, they should easily say what millions of Canadians want them to finally say. They do not have confidence in this Prime Minister. Vote non-confidence and have a carbon tax election. But they won't. And here's the thing, in a carbon tax election, let's just think about the NDP and where they're at. I think I've lost track of the numbers. I think it's 28 was the last time I heard the number of times the NDP voted with the Liberals to prop them up in confidence votes and budgets and estimates and everything else in between. And every single time that plan supported the carbon tax and supported their plan together, along with the Bloc Québécois, to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. Well, funny, around the end of summer, a by-election comes in an NDP riding in Winnipeg. All of a sudden, I think the NDP leader was hearing it at the doors with his candidate about just how unpopular the NDP has become by propping this Prime Minister up and by quadrupling the carbon tax. He came out and said the NDP no longer support the carbon tax and they support something else. Didn't say what that was. The by-election's over. They eked through. Their margin shrunk drastically. And no sooner did the NDP leader flip-flop on the carbon tax, he flip-flopped on his flip-flop now, and he's voting again with the Prime Minister and the Liberals to prop them up, prop the carbon tax up, and prop up the quadrupling of the carbon tax. It's like political wilderness the NDP's in right now. They say they don't support the carbon tax after they did support the carbon tax, and now they're back to supporting it by propping the Liberals up, but they won't say what their plan is instead. It's like being in the political wilderness, and the only time they come out of the forest is to vote to prop the Liberals up, and they run back in again. That is exactly what they have been doing for years. And guess what? The reason they don't want to have an election is they know that they're on the wrong side of Canadians. Because there are two choices. There's not 5 or 6 different options in the next election. There's going to be 2. Because it's the Liberals, it's the NDP, it's the Bloc, and it's the Green Party that think the carbon tax is doing wonders. It's when you tax the farmer that grows the food, you tax the trucker that ships the food, you tax the stores that sell the food with the carbon tax. Nothing contributes to inflation. It all is just made up in Canadians' heads. Canadians know better, and that's why they are desperately, desperately avoiding a carbon tax election. It is the leader's record of the NDP on Labour that is absolutely hypocritical. We go time and time again. He said, I want to read a quote just from about 1 month ago. He said, quote, if there is ever any vote in Parliament that in any way impacts your rights, speaking to union members on November the 12th last month, we're going to vote no. I can tell you right now we'll vote no. Whether that vote is a confidence vote or not, whether that triggers an election or not, I'm telling the Prime Minister and the Liberals right now, you're never going to count on us if you're going to take away the rights of workers. Never. He said that last month. Our motion calls that out today. It is not a game to vote for non-confidence and to have an election and to say enough of this, Prime Minister. What is political games is voting against this, the NDP voting against their own words and they're not matching their actions with the rhetoric they've said for the last while. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to wrap up today, and I want to say to Canadians, my part of Eastern Ontario across this country, things are not good right now. The numbers and the stats we are showing are difficult to hear. We have to spend a lot of time talking about doubling of housing, food inflation, food bank use, drug overdose deaths. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to provide a message of hope. It was not this bad before the NDP and Liberals came in, and it will not be that bad after we give them the boot. I'm thinking today in this motion, it's not just about the NDP. It's about the 30-something-year-old that's stuck in their parents' basement. We're going to build new homes by axing the GST on new home sales under $1 million. For the 47,000 Canadians that have lost their life to drug overdoses, Mr. Speaker, treatment and recovery, not the legalization of hard drugs. We're going to give a country that we knew, restore the Canada we know and love, Mr. Speaker. It's time for the NDP to get with the program, call an election, back up their words. Let's have Canadians finally have their say.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Leader of the Opposition was speaking moments ago, he said Liberals, with the help of the NDP, have overpowered the rights of workers. Can the member explain what he meant by that?
Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
It is right exactly, Mr. Speaker, in the motion. The NDP is calling out the Liberal failure, the Liberal Minister of Labour, for what he has done when it comes to not respecting the right of union workers to strike. It is that minister and that Liberal government that's answered the question that took away their right to collective bargaining. They talk a big game and their actions speak completely different. It's time now for the NDP. If they're going to call the Liberals out and say how bad it is time to respect union workers. It's time to respect the collective bargaining process. It's time for the NDP to back their words up with action. The tough rhetoric out at the microphone and in question period, it's time to do that when it comes to a vote and it comes to a carbon tax election.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Speaker, as a new member of Parliament, I wasn't part of the Confidence and Supply Agreement, but I don't want to be a part of a government that doesn't support workers in this country. I walked the picket lines many times in my life, specifically with the workers of Teamsters. I watched my dad fight for the rights of brothers and sisters. I have listened to my brother talk about the safety issues his co-workers are facing every day on the job. I don't support the back to work legislation that this level government forced. But what will the Conservatives do to support workers in this country? And I don't mean in words, I mean in action.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Well, I want to welcome that new member to the chamber. And remember, it was her during that by-election campaign alongside her leader that said they no longer supported the carbon tax. What are we doing to support workers in this country? Going to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Union workers in this country are using food banks at a record level. They are living in their parents' basement because they can't afford a new home at a time we need to build more homes. We're building less. And here's the thing about the NDP again. Oh, we don't support the government. She wasn't here when the Supply and Confidence Agreement was written. But guess what? She's going to be voting on this motion. If she is so upset about all the things that she just mentioned, take it to Canadians. Make the pitch. Make the case. The NDP won't do that because they know that Canadians are going to give them the boot, not a reward.
Questions and comments. Question Kamal-Tar, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech that my colleague from Ontario just gave. And when it comes to calling out the leader of the fourth party in this place, the leader of the NDP, it truly is one of these examples where the talk comes to action. So I'm wondering if my colleague from Ontario could expand a little bit on how the vote that will take place in just a few days is an opportunity for the fourth party to decide whether or not they're all talk or whether or not they're willing to take action and actually put these ideas to the test before Canadians.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
I appreciate my colleague's reminder to Canadians of the question that the NDP is going to be voting on. We are putting their own words. I didn't make anything up. I'm not putting even my words. It's not even a Conservative words in the Opposition Day motion. We are being nonpartisan and letting the NDP finally let that stress relief out. If they have ripped up their supply and confidence coalition agreement, if the Liberals are too weak and too selfish and too beholden, and if the Liberal governments always cave to corporate greed and always step in to make sure unions have no power, they should support their own words. Let Canadians say in an election, it's that simple. What are they scared of?
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, but I'm a bit perplexed and confused today. We all remember the time when, for electoralist reasons, the NDP ripped up its agreement. They said they no longer had confidence in the government, but continued to support the government. On the other hand, the Conservatives for a long time have been saying that they no longer have confidence in the government. We've been clear about it. We had our 2 opposition days for seniors and also for supply management, and the Conservatives said they would support us on that one at some point. But the Conservatives have been making everything stall in this House, so we've not been able to table a non-confidence motion. So can we finally have an election?
Dundas South Glengarry.
The Bloc Liberal coalition with the NDP is alive and well. She's saying the House has been paralyzed by anything but the Liberals holding back on $400 million Green Slush Fund documents to go to the RCMP. If the Bloc, they tried to negotiate with the Liberals, got nowhere, it's their credibility that's shot, no one else's.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time. Perhaps the member for King's Hants will even be nice enough to finish my speech. Mais je suis honoré de prendre la parole aujourd'hui.
I'm honoured to rise today to discuss our government's strong commitment to equity and equality for Canadian workers. But the Conservative leader is very hypocritical, and he wants to put an end to the union movement in Canada. The member for Carleton tried to wax poetic, talking about workers today, but it's not true. The only workers' right he supports is the right that Canadians have to work for less. I'm honoured to be able to talk about the progress that we've made to help Canadian workers and their families have a more fair future.
He now uses them as unwilling props in his latest parliamentary temper tantrum. Unreal. Let me tell you what the member for Carleton proudly supported. 2 anti-union bills, C-377 and C-525, which sought to make it harder for workers to organize and undermine the ability of unions to fight for their members. We repealed those bills, Mr. Speaker. Yes. The Conservative Party policy declaration, today, as it exists, page 6, states that the Conservative Party of Canada supports right-to-work legislation to allow optional union membership, unquote. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, Liberals have been there for workers from day one. On this side of the House, we stand on our record, not empty slogans. Hear, hear. So we've made sure that federally regulated employees have had access to up to 10 paid sick days per year. That helps nearly 1 million Canadians. A growing share of Canada's workforce is now comprised of gig workers. Gig work can offer many benefits, such as flexibility and more freedom at work. However, these kinds of work arrangements can also deprive workers of the rights, protections, and entitlements they deserve. So on June 20th, 2024, we brought legislation into force to better protect gig workers in federally regulated industries against misclassification. Last year, we announced 5 new clean tech tax credits, We're investing $93 billion over the next decade in tax credits for carbon capture, utilization, and storage, clean technology adoption, clean technology manufacturing, clean hydrogen, clean electricity, and EV supply chains. But, Mr. Speaker, to get the full extent and benefit of 4 of those 5 tax credits, companies have to hire union workers or pay workers a prevailing union wage and create apprenticeships. Mr. Speaker, after question period and after the votes today, we'll have the opportunity, me or my colleague from King's Hands, to go into deep detail about the positive, progressive record of this government for unions and for workers. We won't be talking about things like the Conservative leader talks about, that union contracts that pay workers a decent wage result in, quote, pointless, quote, unnecessary inflation of costs, that non-union firms with lower wages are good for competition. We won't be talking about those things. The Conservative leader is pretending. It's fake, Mr. Speaker, and we'll have more to say later. Thank you very much.
There you go. The Honourable Minister will have 6 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Now we move to statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable
The Honourable Member
from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow will mark 35 years since the murder of 14 women in an engineering class at Polytechnique Montréal simply because they were women. I wish I could say that this misogynistic violence was an outlier, yet this year alone, 168 women and girls across the country have already been killed in femicides. In the face of this gender-based violent epidemic, the frontline work being done by organizations including those in my community like Women's Crisis Services, the Sexual Assault Support Center of Waterloo Region, the Coalition of Muslim Women, and YWKW are all the more important. My sincere thanks to them. For those in Waterloo Region looking to come together for the National Day of Remembrance and Action Against Gender-Based Violence, to remember the victims of the Polytechnique Massacre and all those we've lost since, CFUW will be hosting a vigil at 5:30 tomorrow night at St. Columba Anglican Church. I hope to see you there.
The Honourable Member from Richmond Centre, for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, since elected, I've been working with my colleague from Steveston, Richmond East, to address our housing priority in the City of Richmond. As a result, early this January, our Liberal government invested $35.9 million through the Housing Accelerator Fund for Richmond to build more homes faster. This important funding has enabled City of Richmond to approve over 1,166 new housing permits by August, exceeding Richmond's target of 1,125 homes 4 months ahead of schedule. The Conservative leader claimed that, and I quote, municipal politicians are incompetent, greedy, and money hungry. Mr. Speaker, let the facts speak for themselves. And let us not forget that when the Conservative leader was the housing minister, he helped build 0 apartment, 0 cooperative housing, and 6 affordable units across Canada. Our Liberal government will continue to work with municipalities to turn ambition into action. Together, we will deliver real and lasting progress for my community of Richmond Centre and communities across Canada.
Bravo.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, athletes from Team Canada are in Ottawa to be recognized for their achievements at the 2024 Olympics and Paralympic Games. I would like to recognize 3 exceptional athletes from the Bow River riding. Jessica Sevick from Strathmore, a 2-time Olympian in rowing, switching from doubles to women's 8, culminating in a successful Olympics winning silver this year. Kira Wardley of Vulcan, also a 2-time Olympian, with the women's rugby sevens team in 2019 and follow-up at the Paris Olympics, winning silver 4 years later. Jennifer Oakes of Brooks, 3-time Paralympian with Canada's women's sitting volleyball team since 2015, Canada's best server in 2020, and winning the bronze medal in this year's Paralympics. These 3 extraordinary women exemplify Olympic spirit, doing Canada proud every time they wear the maple leaf. Congratulations on bringing it home.
Yeah. Great job. Great job.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, it is of gratitude and admiration that I would like to thank Mr. Robert Rainboth of the Ottawa Firefighters Association for organising the Orleans Parade of Lights for the past 27 years. His vision and his leadership have both transformed this event into a true symbol of joy and magic in Orleans. Every year, he has brought a twinkle to the eyes of the young and the old alike and offered the community a unique moment of togetherness and celebration, with record crowds of 150,000 people lining St. Joseph's Boulevard. Organising a parade with 75 floats for nearly 3 decades is no easy task, but he accomplished it with brio and determination. Although the 30th of November was his last parade, Robert created much more than just an event, a tradition that year after year helps to make Orleans shine. Thank you so much for these 27 years, Robert. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the Boucherville Rowing Club celebrates its 50th year. Since it was founded in 1974, the club has been able to take advantage of Boucherville's exceptional geographical location facing the majestic St. Lawrence River. Over the years, many of its athletes have been selected for our national teams, and some have even made it to the Olympics. The rowing club enables its members to develop great values such as mutual aid, team spirit, the culture of effort, surpassing oneself, and good lifestyle habits. There's literally a family atmosphere there, and I have to say that it's a beautiful sight to behold. I'd like to offer my congratulations to its head, Julie Dermine, and its head coach, Christian Hardy Cardinal. Thank you to everyone who has been involved in this organisation over the past half-century of adventures. It's clear that you're all rowing together towards excellence.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I received a message from a small business owner in our community. He said, quote, "Thank you, MP Shafkat Ali and Liberal leadership. Our small business received Canada Carbon Rebate today. It came in unexpectedly and at the right time." End quote. Great to see that Canada Carbon Rebate for small and medium-sized businesses is making a real difference. $2.5 billion of the proceeds from the price on pollution is going back to about 600,000 small businesses. Our government is committed to making life more affordable for Canadians while protecting our environment and helping small and medium-sized businesses to grow, innovate, and stay competitive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Alberta is the beating heart of Canada. It's where farmers, truckers, and energy workers rise before the sun, roll up their sleeves, and build this country's prosperity. It's where hard work, freedom, and community aren't just values, they're a way of life. But the NDP Liberal government is hell-bent on crushing Alberta. They continue to hike the carbon tax, forcing families to choose between heating and eating. They're capping oil and gas, killing the jobs that built this country, and leaving towns struggling to survive. They don't respect Alberta, its people, or what we stand for. But, Mr. Speaker, Albertans don't quit. We don't break, we work harder, stand taller, and keep moving forward. The solution is clear: a common-sense Conservative government that will axe the carbon tax, scrap the cap, and restore hope and prosperity to Alberta. Together, we'll bring home the Canada we know and love. Strong, proud, and free.
Hear, 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 hear. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate an incredible milestone for a small but mighty voice in Dartmouth, the North Dartmouth Echo. 20 years ago, this non-profit newspaper was born out of a single but powerful vision: to amplify the good news in the community, news that too often went unheard. Since then, the Echo has become a beacon of positivity, staffed entirely by dedicated volunteers, now an all-woman team, who publish 5 inspiring issues a year. This is more than a newspaper, Mr. Speaker. It's the heartbeat of a community. The Echo shares the triumphs of local schools, small businesses, nonprofits, and everyday residents. It connects, celebrates, and uplifts North Dartmouth. I want to give a quick recognition to Sylvia Anthony, a co-founder whose tireless efforts, selling ads, gathering stories, and even delivering the newspaper herself keep this incredible initiative alive. As the Echo publishes its December issue, let's all celebrate this 20-year legacy of community spirit and good news. Here's to another 20 years of making North Dartmouth proud.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. 35 years since the massacre at the École Polytechnique, like every year, I will be joining my community on Mount Royal to commemorate and pay tribute to the 14 women whose lives were stolen simply because they were women. The advocacy of survivors like Nathalie Provost and the members of Police Soutien continues to inspire and encourage us to strengthen gun control in Canada. And especially on a day like today, I would like to thank them, Police Soutien, in this House for their courage.
To fighting gun violence. We've taken historic steps to ban assault weapons like the one used in the femicide at Polytechnique, and we are working tirelessly to curb the scourge of gender-based violence. 14 young women were taken from us 35 years ago. We will never forget them. We owe it to them and to all victims of gun violence to continue this fight.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, Canada now has the dubious distinction of having a violent crime rate even higher than the United States. Just yesterday, 2 people were wounded in a stabbing attack in Vancouver. It's like Canadians have become numb to these stories. It's like they almost expect them day to day. Liberals have presided over a 92% increase in gang-related murders since they took office. Child sexual abuse and exploitation material offenses are up 52% since just last year. And police chiefs are calling out the Prime Minister for allowing extremely violent repeat offenders out on bail. But it's not just about the numbers, Mr. Speaker. On the side of each crime statistic is a victim whose life has been changed forever. These people usually remain nameless, voiceless, and faceless. This is the Prime Minister's track record. This is why we need an election now. And I can promise this. Unlike the Prime Minister, a Conservative government will fight for the nameless, voiceless, and faceless.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, inflation is cooling and interest rates are dropping, but not all Canadians are feeling the relief quite yet. So that's why our government is putting a little bit more money back into the pockets of Canadians to help them afford the things they need and save up for the things that they want. The vote passed last week, and that means this season Canadians will not pay GST on things that are holiday essentials for many of us, like prepared meals, kids' clothes, and Christmas trees. Oddly, though, one member in this House did not want to give Canadians a tax break this holiday. The leader of the opposition. The same guy who loves to talk about axing taxes and who even ran on giving Canadians a GST holiday in the last election. This is the time of giving and caring, Speaker. Maybe the opposition leader's heart is just 2 sizes too small.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
The opposition leader has offered the finance minister 2 hours to present the fall economic statement on Monday. The minister's response was to reject the offer to provide an update that would take no more than a minute. It's absurd that Canadians are in the dark about how dire the fiscal situation is in this country. The NDP Liberal Costly Coalition has created inflationary deficits that are hurting Canadians at the grocery store, the gas pumps, and in their monthly heating bills. Canadians are trying to manage household budgets while this government's inflationary deficits are costing every Canadian as the deficits blow up uncontrollably. Canadians were promised a $40 billion deficit cap in the spring budget. So what is the real deficit number, and why won't the finance minister take up the offer by the opposition leader to tell Canadians the truth in the People's House. By hiding the truth, the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister are proving once again that they cannot be redeemed at this point, and they must be replaced by a common-sense Conservative government who will fix the budget. Mr. Speaker, a carbon tax election can't come soon enough.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government can be summed up by two principles: pensions and power. The leader of the NDP will continue to vote pro-confidence in this government so he can receive his pension. It's the perfect partnership. The Prime Minister gets the power and the NDP get their pensions. More hypocrisy from the Maserati Marxist, champagne socialist, jet-setting, high-carbon coalition that has broken our economy, doubled our housing cost, and crippled our natural resource, agriculture, and transport sectors. They brought in back-breaking regulations and taxations that have led to record numbers at our food banks and sky-high violent crime. The NDP do their grandiose announcements about breaking up with their Liberal partners, but when push comes to shove, they continue to prop up the very government that has gotten us into the mess. When will the leader of the NDP finally stop the talk, take some action, and call a carbon tax election so Canadians can decide between the carbon tax coalition and a common-sense Conservative government that will axe the tax, stop the crime, fix the budget?
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. Order. Order, please. I know that colleagues would like to listen to all members' declarations. I'll ask them, please, to not take the floor. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you. Silent night, holiday bright. Mr. Speaker, we did what's right. With inflation still hard to bear, we voted for real relief to show we care. GST, HST off essential needs, we're helping families to succeed. Silent night, not all is right. The leader of the opposition refused this light. The leader who vowed to axe the tax turned his back when time to act. Broken promises Canadians see, a leader that's out of harmony. Silent night, the question is clear. Why deny hope this time of year? Canadians deserve to know why tax relief was met with no. This Christmas season, from my family to yours, may joy and cheer bring warmth and peace for the year. Thank you.
The honourable member for order. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, after months of investigation, data gathering, testimony analysis of the facts, Amnesty International has come to the conclusion that genocide is taking place against Palestinians in Gaza. After bombardments against civilian populations that have left more than 52,000 dead, more than 100,000 wounded, 2 million displaced in an area from which they cannot flee, and a humanitarian crisis in which hunger is being used as a weapon of war, this conclusion will come as no surprise to anyone. At least no one with an iota of compassion. Knowing this, Canada is violating its own legal obligations under the Genocide Prevention Treaty. Despite its promises, the Liberal government continues to authorise arms sales to the Netanyahu regime. In so doing, the Liberals risk being complicit in a genocide that is taking place before our very eyes. That is the reason for which the Liberal government must sanction the Netanyahu regime, stop arms sales, and officially recognise the Palestinian state.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Christmas is just around the corner, as we've seen today, not because we're buried by a beautiful sheet of snow, but because it's a traditional Grande Guignolée des Médias. To launch this 24th edition, volunteers will be collecting funds today at more than 400 collection points across Quebec, including Trois-Rivières. Under the theme, Hunger Comes So Quickly, this year's Grande Guignolée, so food drive, aims to highlight just how close we sometimes are to food insecurity. Job loss, separations, accidents, or illnesses, no one is immune. And since no one is immune, let us all show solidarity and compassion as the festive season approaches. All month long until December 31st, Quebecers can continue to offer donations and foodstuffs. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I encourage everyone to contribute generously to the Grande Guignolée des Médias. Generosity warms the heart, even when it's buried under 6 foot of snow.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 4 skipping meals, 2 million at food banks. A new report confirms families will have to spend an extra $800 for food thanks to the NDP Liberal carbon tax. And what does the NDP leader do? He sells out Canadians to secure his $2.2 million pension. He's refusing to vote non-confidence in a motion based on his own words. He stated the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. Yet here he is once again putting on a show. This sellout leader has voted for the carbon tax 24 times. With friends like the Maserati Marxist, it's no wonder this Prime Minister keeps him around. He doesn't care about workers. He doesn't care about paychecks. He doesn't care about you. End this costly coalition. Put Canadians first and call a carbon tax election.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, this week we have learned more about the alleged reports of foreign interference in the Conservative leadership race. All party leaders, the Bloc, the NDP and the Green Party have taken the government up on its offer to get a security clearance. Yet the leader of Conservative Party still refuses to get this security clearance and to access classified documents that would help him protect the party and Canadian from foreign interference. This is not real leadership. Canadians are wondering what the Conservative Party leader has to hide. If he had nothing to hide, he would get the clearance, take the briefing, and protect the country.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
They say weak men create hard times, and this weak Prime Minister's inflationary deficits gave Canadians the worst standard of living in over 40 years. The Finance Minister promised one of her fiscal guardrails would not be going over her deficit, which is $40 billion. In fact, the PBO said she blew right past it. Simple question, what's the deficit?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what my honourable colleague fails to point out is that Canada is projected to have the fastest growing economy in the G7 next year. He fails to point out that we are creating jobs at a near record pace. He doesn't understand that wages are increasing faster than inflation. His strategy for the economy is to make cuts to the programs that are supporting people, cuts to the programs that are building houses. He's opposing, ironically, the tax cut that would deliver relief to families over the holidays. We're going to focus on growing the economy in a way that works for everyone, not the Conservative approach to cut the supports that families need.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
He could have just said he doesn't know, like he doesn't know where the million people he lost went. And even this number-challenged Prime Minister admits every new dollar of his handouts make his inflationary deficits worse. He says he's going to leave the economy to the bankers, that he doesn't think about monetary policy, and he said budgets balance themselves. It's the same incompetence that made Canadians bank broke, building broke, and belly broke. Canadians want to know how broken the Liberal deficit is. What's the number?
Way to go, Jack!
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
My honourable colleague seems to have a penchant for alliteration and personal insults, but what he lacks is an ability to advance policies that will grow the economy or actually help people in need. Mr. Speaker, at every opportunity, they oppose the investments that are creating jobs in this country. They oppose the investments that are building homes in this country, and they oppose the measures that are going to provide tax cuts to middle-class families, to low-income families, to workers in this country. For once, I wish we could have a debate about the issues instead of stooping to these lows where they throw insults instead of advancing policies that help real people.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Here's a common sense policy that common sense Conservatives will bring in when his constituents fire him after the next election. We're going to axe the tax for good for everyone. And these deficits that this Prime Minister keeps making sent over 2 million Canadians into a food bank in a single month, made 1 in 4 Canadians skip meals, and sent 1 in 5 kids into poverty. But the Finance Minister said all of them are just feeling a vibe session. Look, if she's not going to release her economic statement, will she at least tell Canadians how bad she's going to blow through her deficit?
Yeah, way to go, Jeff!
The honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
I'd like to remind that member that the last time that Conservatives were in government, more than 16% of kids were living in poverty, over 1 million children. Since we've come into government, Mr. Speaker, we've lifted hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty through measures like the Canada Child Benefit, supporting families each and every month with up to over $700, through the National School Food Program, now in place in 4 provinces across this country, helping to ensure kids have food at school. Not to mention an HST GST tax break, Mr. Speaker. We're there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister supported by the Bloc Québécois, this Liberal government is so bad that it's ashamed of its own results. In the last budget, the Minister of Finance predicted a $40 billion deficit, but now we know that the government has added at least $6 billion in inflationary spending to that forecast. But the Prime Minister is ashamed to reveal what the state of the public coffers is. When will the Prime Minister accept our offer to be transparent with Canadians and present the fall economic statement on Monday? Why are they so afraid of letting Canadians know the truth? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Well, speaking of telling Canadians the truth, Mr. Speaker, when we offered a tax break to Canadians over the holidays, a proposal that a leader of the Conservative Party supported a mere 2 years ago, then what did the leader of the official opposition do? He told his MPs to vote against it, regardless of what they actually wanted. Here in Ottawa today, Conservative members are no longer the representatives of their constituents here in Ottawa. On the contrary, they carry the will of their leader back into their ridings. It's inexcusable. If they really are serious about helping Canadians, they will vote for the tax break. I would invite the Honourable Member for Port-Neuf, Jacques Cartier, to not take the floor, if not allowed by this chair. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, this member ought to be ashamed. The Prime Minister, with the support of the Bloc, keeps spending unaccountably, or without accountability, rather. Meanwhile, families are paying a price for this. According to a Sylvain Charlebois report on food prices, families will have to pay up to $800 more for the groceries in 2025. The Prime Minister thinks that budgets will balance themselves, but he has also said that deficits lead to inflation. He promised to limit the deficit to $40 billion. So will next week's economic statement confirm that he will keep that commitment, or will he cause even more inflation for families? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, my colleague just quoted Sylvain Charlebois on food prices. That same person has said that climate change is the biggest challenge for the agri-food sector. In fact, he just published a report on the impact, the macroeconomic impacts of all this on the agricultural sector. And on page 14, the first part of the report is on climate change. Does it mention the carbon price? No, not at all. That's not even a factor, according to Professor Charlebois. None of this makes any sense. I would just remind the minister to not use documents like this as props. You can quote things, but you can't visibly reference a document. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, Mr. Speaker, this will come as a shock to no one, but the Senate is still dragging its feet on Bill C-282 for protecting supply management. For 18 months, our so-called wise men and women in the upper chamber have been looking at this bill, which has a single clause. They've spent 18 months studying a single clause. And yet today they are still postponing a vote on a crucial amendment. They're trying to push it until after the holidays. Will all of the party leaders ask the senators to stop dragging their feet, to have a vote, and to ensure that C-282 is carried before Christmas? The Honourable Government House Leader. As my colleague knows very well, we on this side of the House, we support this bill. The Prime Minister, all of our ministers and caucus have spoken with the senators and are suggesting that they do that work. In fact, the only party leader in this House that we don't know where he stands is the Conservative leader, because we know his caucus is divided on the issue of supply management. But I can assure my honourable colleague that this government fully supports supply management. The honourable member for La Prairie. Things are not moving quickly enough, Mr. Speaker. It's been 18 months. The senators have still not managed to study a bill with a single clause. It can only mean one of two things. Either they're ready to retire or they're thumbing their nose at us once again. And when I say that, I'm not just speaking of the MPs here in this House, I'm also speaking of all the farmers in Quebec and Canada who are under the supply managed system. That's 90,000 jobs just in Quebec. These people deserve to get an answer before Christmas. On behalf of our farmers, will all the parties ask the senators to get moving before the holidays? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my honourable colleague in the Bloc Québécois, we agree. This is important for farmers. This is important for the supply managed sectors in Quebec and elsewhere in the country. We agree with that bill. We support what the Bloc has done. We support the bill getting through the Senate. Only the Conservatives seem to have issues with this. So I would invite my honourable member for the Bloc Québécois to speak with the Conservative Party to ensure that Conservative senators stop blocking this bill.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. L'honorable député de New Westminster, Burnaby.
Les gens en arrachent avec.
Mr. Speaker, people are struggling with the cost of living throughout the country, and a new report shows that a 4-person family will pay $800 additional for groceries in 2025. Meanwhile, big grocery chain CEOs are raking in the profits, but the Conservatives don't care at all about the working class. They always want to help their billionaire buddies. Meanwhile, the Liberals could change things if they wanted to. Will they finally stand up against the greed of the big grocery chains? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. The NDP has an opportunity to help people during the holidays by helping them have this tax break. We're asking the NDP to work with us to help Canadians so that millions of people will get a tax break over the holidays. They have an opportunity to do that, and I'm asking them to help.
Honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Translation, they won't. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are feeling squeezed. A new report says a family of 4 can expect to pay $800 more in food in 2025. While grocery CEOs are getting richer, workers are scrambling to put food on the table. Liberals let people down. And the Conservatives, they want tax breaks for CEOs, leaving Canadians paying more for everything. Billionaires don't need relief. The working class does. Will the Liberals permanently remove the GST off of life essentials so that families can get a break?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
We know that life is expensive, Mr. Speaker, and we want to deliver a break to Canadians. We know that the cost of food has gone too high, which is why we want to remove tax over the holidays. The irony is the Conservatives make the same attack, but they are opposing a tax cut on food for families. Right. Mr. Speaker, I should plan as well the idea that we've got an important stakeholder in Ottawa advocating for a national school food program this week. Her name is Molly. She is an 8-year-old in grade 3 at A.G. Bailey in Nova Scotia, and we're going to provide not only a tax cut on food, but a national school food program so she and her classmates will be able to enjoy a healthy meal every day of
the year. Order. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
The NDP Liberal Carbon Tax Coalition is delivering Canadians a Christmas nightmare. Canada's Food Price Index report showed that, on average, Canadians will spend $800 more on groceries this year. The Prime Minister's carbon tax is making a dire situation even worse. The number of food bank visits in Toronto are up 1 million people to 3.5 million visits, a 43% increase in new food bank users. Scurvy is on the rise. Food insecurity has surged more than 20%. All Canadians want for Christmas is a carbon tax election. When will this Prime Minister make that Christmas wish come true?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let's get serious, Mr. Speaker. The very report that the member opposite...
Order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary from the top, please.
Let's get serious, Mr. Speaker. The very report that the members opposite cite says that climate change is the greatest driver of food price inflation. It's the same thing Sylvain Charlebois said when he came to committee recently, and the Conservatives have no plan to fight climate change. In addition, we stepped up over the holidays to offer Canadians a GST tax cut. What did the Conservatives do? They opposed. When we step up to help children across Canada get food at school, what do the Conservatives do? They oppose. You want to make Canadians give Canadians a Merry Christmas? Step up.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Well, I guess it would take a Festivus miracle to have a serious Prime Minister who understands that when you increase taxes on farmers who grows the food, truckers who move the food, you increase costs of the food. But after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, this is the Christmas list Canadians face. Grocery prices up $800. Price of food inflation is up 36% higher in Canada than the United States. A quarter of Canadians are skipping meals. When will this Prime Minister grant a common sense Christmas gift to Canadians and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
I would like to quote Marc Lévesque, Chief of Security at TD Bank, and he says, I quote, "Okay, enough. This is an outright lie, and I'm not in the habit of calling people liars. The report he's referring to does not mention that the carbon tax is a factor behind the $800 increase, and certainly does not say that carbon tax will cost families $800 more on food." That's coming from the Chief Security Officer at TD Bank, Mr. Speaker.
Money launderer, thanks. Order. The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Under this Prime Minister, New Brunswickers continue to struggle and will now have to pay $800 more for food next year. After 9 years, the NDP Liberal carbon tax has caused the price of groceries to skyrocket. According to Food Bank Canada, the number of people accessing food banks increased by 73% the last 2 years. Over 1 million Ontarians are relying on food banks. That's more people that live in my home province. Canadians deserve better. Will the Prime Minister agree that now is the time to call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A reminder that that member and all of the Conservatives have had an opportunity to support the work that we're doing to provide relief to families in New Brunswick and across the country. I look to the National School Food Program, Mr. Speaker. So far, 4 provinces have signed on, meaning over 184,000 kids will receive food at school this school year. More than 1.5 million meals, Mr. Speaker. They could support us with affordability measures should they choose to do what's right, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, not a single plate of food has been served, and 1.4 million Canadian children are living in poverty. The rise in the cost of food is a direct result of the carbon tax. The Prime Minister doesn't understand. If you tax the farmer that grows the food and the trucker that ships it, you end up taxing the family that buys it. Already, the NDP Liberal carbon tax has resulted in food prices increasing 36% faster in Canada than across the board order. Will the Prime Minister finally give Canadians the carbon tax election now?
Although the chair couldn't quite make out the words, he did hear some people intervening from the far end of the chamber. It is really important, and this was brought up this morning in different meetings, but it's really important for members not to speak while other members are talking for no other reason than the respect that we could have for our members who use the translation devices so that they can hear what's going on in the House. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just because a Conservative member of Parliament makes something up doesn't mean that it's true. The Minister of the Environment has quoted the actual report that says specifically that the price on pollution is not responsible for the increase in food prices. But if the Conservatives were honest with Canadians and wanted to actually do something to help them with the high cost of food over the holidays, they could support our GST tax break for Canadians that is taking the GST off of essential items, including groceries, Mr. Speaker. If they were honest with Canadians, they would support the school food program that is feeding 184,000 kids. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Once again, the honourable member from Abbotsford, I'm just going to ask him please not to take the floor unless recognised by the House so that everybody can participate.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, you know, we have this beautiful tradition in Canada. Children who write letters to Father Christmas. But this year, we've learned that Santa has never received so many letters from kids who are not asking for toys, but instead are asking Santa for food, scarves, winter coats and gloves. That's what children are asking for after 9 years of this Liberal government. A $500 billion deficit from this government. Are they really proud of their record? The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Labour. Well, Mr. Speaker, I am left speechless by what my colleague says when he just voted against the GST break. Coats, mittens, children's clothes, and many other things like prepared foods and restaurants would all benefit from that. And so this member voted against that, and believe it or not, he also is against school food programs. He doesn't want to fund breakfasts and lunches in schools. It's unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, I am against a 10-cent break on a bag of chips. What a huge difference. Well, real talk, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years of this government, 2 million Canadians are having to go to food banks. And food prices are going to go up by $800 next year due to this government's inflationary policies. After 9 years of this inflationary government with the support of the Bloc Québécois, is this government really proud of its economic record?
L'honorable ministre du Travail et des Aînés.
The Honourable Minister. Well, we are proud of the low rate of unemployment in Quebec, our record levels of foreign investment. This is a leading country on the world stage, and yet what does the member across the way say when we're offering a tax break on things like toys, Christmas trees, children's clothes, restaurant meals? Well, this member got up and voted against it. He keeps talking about affordability, but he voted against it. It's unbelievable. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, things are getting serious for Lion Electrique, and the Prime Minister should keep his promises. In 2021, the Prime Minister personally went to the Lion Electrique factory to announce billions of dollars in the Zero Emission Transit Fund. And the Prime Minister told the company to get ready to be snowed under by orders for buses from the rest of Canada, but that never happened. Why? Because the federal government refused to grant the full sums that it had said it would give in subsidies to potential buyers. So will the Prime Minister finally keep his promise and unblock the funds? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the Bloc Québécois for his question. Lion Electrique is indeed an extremely important business when it comes to transit electrification, not just in Quebec, but elsewhere in Canada as well. And the federal program will enable municipalities to buy hundreds of electric buses. Thanks to that program, Mr. Speaker, unlike what my colleague for the Bloc Québécois and for the Conservative Party, what my colleagues have said. Order, please.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member. Well, this is talking about the future, and the future is too late. The Prime Minister didn't just make this promise to Lion Electrique. He also made promises to their workers, including the 400 who just got laid off right before the holidays. But at the time, the company took the Prime Minister at his word, and they opened a second battery factory in Mirabel. They hired people. They bought supplies. But then in the end, they are not getting orders because the federal government has not provided the funds it promised to potential buyers. The Prime Minister has had a role to play in the difficulties facing the company. So he needs to personally take action. Will he?
To the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we know where the puck is going in the world economy, which is towards the clean economy of the future. Our government has been working hard to attract billions of dollars of investment to secure good-paying jobs for generations to come. That's precisely the work we've been doing. We know Lion Electric is a leader in electric buses and electric trucks in this country, and we'll make every effort to work with them to get projects across the finish line. This situation is being monitored closely, and we know how important it is to Quebec and the Government of Canada.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher des Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, we know that the transit sector is going to have a green pivot. That includes school transit. It's completely inevitable that this is going to happen. But the real question is, when we do buy these electric buses, are we going to be buying Quebec buses built by Quebecers, or will we buy American buses built by Americans? Because Ottawa once again showed a lack of vision and abandoned this flagship company. Will this government finally wake up and unblock all of the money in the Zero Transit Emission Fund?
L'honorable ministre du Logement.
The Honourable Minister of Housing. Mr. Speaker, through the Zero Emission Transit Fund, the federal government will be helping school bus and transit operators to electrify their transit fleet. This is essential. We need to invest to support this pivot in our economy in order to seize opportunities to build the green economy. I have spoken with my counterparts in Quebec in order to identify solutions, and we will continue to make all necessary investments to strengthen the green economy throughout the country, including in Quebec.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Speaker, as we approach Christmas, there is no joy. A recent study shows that more than 21% of Nova Scotia households were food insecure in 2022, which is a 17% year-over-year increase. And about 1/5 of those people who are food insecure seek help through services like food banks. As a result, food bank use in Nova Scotia has skyrocketed. Food bank leaders say it's a perfect storm between the rising cost of living, unaffordable housing, and inadequate income. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election today so that Nova Scotians can feed themselves with dignity?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Food insecurity is a very serious issue, including in my home province of Nova Scotia. But, Mr. Speaker, it's hard to take seriously the question from the Conservative Party members when they are literally opposing a tax cut on food. This holiday season, we are putting a GST holiday in place to reduce the cost of food that people buy, including when they go out to eat at restaurants, including products that are not exempt at grocery stores. Mr. Speaker, I hope the honourable member will put his money where his mouth is and for once support a measure that is going to deliver meaningful financial relief to families in need.
The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Speaker, I suggest that member opposite go to the grocery store now again, because essentials, grocery essentials, are already GST exempt, and the temporary tax trickery on foods such as sugary and salty foods and coated candy, popcorn, beer, and ready-to-drink alcoholic drinks are certainly not going to help food insecurity on behalf of any Canadians. And we continue to see that accessing food banks has increased 73%, and now more than 1 million Ontarians are visiting food banks, which is 6 times the population of Prince Edward Island. Canadians need relief. Will they have a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
It is absolutely clear my honourable colleague was not listening to the answer to his first question before he delivered his second. I said specifically that we are exempting tax on food that is not already exempted from the GST, including food that people may purchase at a restaurant. Mr. Speaker, what's interesting is the Conservatives are opposed not just to the tax cut on holiday gifts, toys for kids, clothing for kids, diapers, car seats, and food. They oppose the measures we put in place to reduce the cost of living when we cut taxes for the middle class, when we stop sending child care checks to millionaires so we can put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families. They just don't care about people. It's all politics.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member from Regina Leuven.
Obviously, that minister hasn't been to a grocery store in a while. The NDP Liberals quadrupling of the carbon tax will cost Saskatchewan people $2,000 a year. Now, the latest food price report shows Canadians are being forced to buy less nutritious food because of the higher prices. This is Canada under that Prime Minister. To make matters worse, the average family will spend $800 additionally on groceries next year. Will these NDP Liberals finally do the right thing and call a carbon tax election so Canadians can decide between their plan to tax everything and our plan to axe the carbon tax on everything for everyone?
Order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this feigned sympathy, these crocodile tears on behalf of the Conservatives is fooling no Canadian. When the Conservatives had the opportunity to support measures that would help Canadians, measures like cutting their taxes, Mr. Speaker, they opposed. When we proposed a school food program that's going to help feed thousands of children across the country in their schools, Mr. Speaker, they opposed. Every time we try and help Canadians, Conservatives stand up and oppose that help, Mr. Speaker. Let us be clear. This Conservative leader does not have the interests of Canadians at heart.
The Honourable Member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Parents are struggling to get their children the health care they need. 5 million Canadians don't have a family doctor and are relying on emergency rooms to get care. And ER visits are even higher for kids. A new report shows that 1 in 7 ER visits could have been treated in primary care. Liberals and Conservatives before them cut healthcare transfers, and it's led to this crisis. Shame. Why are the Liberals doing so little for Canadians for them to get the care they need?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Speaker. Canadians deserve good public health care across the country. That is why we as a government support publicly funded healthcare system. That is why we're making unprecedented investment in our healthcare system. $290 billion over 10 years across the country to every province and territory, with the sole purpose of ensuring that primary healthcare is available to all Canadians across this country. And we urge our provinces to take action to make sure that there are more doctors and nurses available in all those communities by using the federal dollars that have been transferred to them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, everyone across Canada is feeling the high cost of living, and that's especially true for people living in the remote communities on Haida Gwaii, who are isolated from the mainland by a 7-hour ferry ride. Now there is a tax deduction that is meant to help people in remote communities afford the high cost of living. But 30 years ago, it was a Liberal government that cut Haida Gwaii's access in half. Now, they've been fighting to get it back ever since. And so my question is, will this Liberal government do the right thing and restore the full Northern residents tax deduction for the good people of Haida Gwaii?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question, a very important question. We've been working since day one on affordability issues for all people of the North and isolated communities. We've brought in a tax cut for groceries, for diapers, for essential items last week. The Conservatives voted against it. We brought in a national school food program, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives voted against it. There's more to do, but we'll get it done with partners.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government announced their intention to split the Online Harms Act into two parts, to move quickly, to act now, and to advance child protection measures. We've lost too much time because of the Conservative stalling tactics. I find it unconscionable that the Conservatives are opposed to forcing the removal of child sexual abuse material from the internet. Can the Minister of Justice explain why the updated Bill C-63 is essential for the safety of Canadians, especially our kids?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Auditor Attorney General.
Everything in my power to protect children. That is what splitting this bill is about. At committee this morning, Carol Todd, the mother of Amanda, said, quote, "I've waited 12 years for this because on day one of Amanda's death, I knew that things needed to change in terms of law, legislation, and online safety. I can't bring my child back, but we can certainly keep other children safe. Mr. Speaker, parents need our help. Children need our help. Bill C-63 is about protecting kids and saving lives. Every party in this chamber has a vested interest in doing just that. Will everyone find the courage to back this bill?
The Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, last week the people of Toronto were shocked to see a man attempt a violent carjacking, shooting up cars all over the 401. And it's not just Toronto. Gun violence is up 116% under this Liberal government. In fact, it's the 9th consecutive year that gun violence has increased in this country. And what are the Liberals doing today, Mr. Speaker? Another announcement, but not targeting the criminals on the 401. No, targeting turkey hunters and sport shooters and trained, tested, and vetted law-abiding Canadians. When are they going to realize that gun violence is only going to stop when they go after the criminals responsible for gun violence?
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's quite shameful on the anniversary of one of the largest mass shootings targeting women in this country. The Conservatives seem to be more concerned about keeping guns on the street that are designed for the battlefield. Mr. Speaker, we are not going after hunters or sport shooters. What we're doing is we're protecting our communities. In particular, we're protecting women who are disproportionately victims of gun violence. While Conservatives work for the gun lobby, we serve Canadians in keeping them safe.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
This Liberal government has no credibility when it comes to protecting women. In the 9 years they've been in power, sexual assaults have increased 75%. 94 municipalities and the province of Nova Scotia have declared intimate partner violence as an epidemic. In Canada, Mr. Speaker, one woman in Peel Region is strangled to death every single day, and violent abusers of women are getting let out on bail easier than ever because of the Liberal Bill C-75. There's only one party in this place that's going to protect women from the monsters who abuse them, that's going to put criminals of gun violence behind bars, and that's the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. When we don't get an election.
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, our track record on protecting people from violence, on guns.
Colleagues, I cannot even hear the answer. Please, I'm going to ask you to restrain yourselves while we hear the answer. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General, from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, our track record on protecting women from violence, from violent firearms, speaks for itself with respect to assault rifles, with respect to handguns. What I find actually quite appalling is that party's ability to stand up and talk about what women want in this chamber. Because when today, Barbara Lavers at the Justice Committee said on Bill C-63, we must work together as communities, families, and governments to reduce the online abuse of our children. Social media platforms must be held accountable. They must help keep our children safe. Children like Harry are dying. Her son is dead because of online safety issues that party opposes. That's unconscionable.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member from Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, at the Status of Women Committee, we hear from abused woman after abused woman who have been hurt and their lives endangered because of Bill C-75. Their abusers are getting out on bail easier than ever before.
I'm sorry. I'm having some difficulty hearing the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member from Kildonan St. Paul, from the top, please.
The statistics on women speak for themselves. 75% increase of sexual assaults. 75% increase since they've been in power. Sexual violations against children up 120%. And why is this? We've heard from Status of Women Committee over and over from abused women. It's Bill C-75. These monsters are getting out on bail and killing women. That's on this Liberal government, no matter what they say. Their announcement today will not protect a single woman in this country, Mr. Speaker. When are they going to call an election so that Conservatives can get in power and do something about it?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, we're listening to women, we're listening to mothers. The Canadian Centre for Child Protection put out a promotional video about our work to combat online harms. They had the mother of Rehtaeh Parsons, the mother of Amanda Todd, the mother of Harry Burke, whom I just quoted. All three of these women share one thing in common. They desperately want this Parliament to keep Canadian children safe. We have a proposal to do exactly that by taking child pornography and child sex abuse material off of the internet. Surely, for the love of God, 338 people can agree on that priority.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we are ending the days of action against violence against women on a very bad note. In May 2020, this government unilaterally banned the use of legally obtained firearms by law-abiding citizens. In November 2022, with the support of the Bloc Québécois, they banned hunting weapons. While they go after honest citizens, gun violence has increased by 116% over the last 9 years. Illegal weapons are flowing freely across the border, and criminals are using them with impunity. Will this government please leave sports shooters and hunters alone and go after criminals?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we have taken concrete action to remove from circulation war weapons, which were designed for the battlefield, Mr. Speaker. We are taking action against assault weapons that do not belong in our community, Mr. Speaker. I find that shameful. It's the 35th anniversary of the Polytechnique shooting. Meanwhile, the Conservatives are standing up and repeating the falsehoods by the firearms lobby. The Honourable Member for Drummond. On Tuesday, Quebec's National Assembly made me very proud to be a Quebecer when it unanimously supported a motion denouncing hate speech and calling for an end to the religious exemption. Calling for someone's death in the name of God should not be more lawful or legitimate than calling for someone's death because you don't like them. Freedom of religion is not a license to propagate hatred, Mr. Speaker. If a religion is misogynistic or homophobic, then that's the problem, not women's and homosexuals. Why did the Liberals reject the motion to denounce the religious exemption, even though the motion was similar to the one passed unanimously on that same day by the National Assembly of Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are aware of the fact that hatred is rising in our communities and that there is an increase in anti-Semitism everywhere in Canada at the moment. The Bloc Québécois suggestion is a good one. We want to study it in depth. What I would like to underscore is what I've said many times before, which is that we already have in this place on the table legislation to combat hatred in Canada. That is Bill C-63. If they want to support that legislation, that would help all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Drummond. I barely got through a sentence of the motion yesterday when some members started shouting no. I only had time to say that the House of Commons declare that hate speech is not tolerable, and already the Liberals were saying no. There are people in this House who have no problem tolerating hate. People can say, go God, kill all those miscreants. If we put it in God's hands, it becomes perfectly acceptable to make threats and spread hatred, according to the Liberals. The Liberal Justice Minister says he wants to ban hate speech. Well, how does he feel about Liberal MPs insisting that death threats should be legal as long as they are made in the name of God? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, hatred is on the rise, and it's up 130% as compared to a few years ago. All Canadians and Quebecers are experiencing this. We do wish to discuss the Bloc Québécois bill. We're very willing to debate it, but we already have C-63, which actually relates to the same criminal code section as the Bloc Québécois motion and bill. For instance, it would increase punishment for hatred and those who incite hatred. So we need to do this work all together.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
It was just reported in Vancouver that 2 people were wounded in another random stabbing. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, these tragic stories are sadly more common as violent crime is up 50%. NDP Liberal soft-on-crime policies and laws have unleashed a crime wave across Canada, including random attacks. Bill C-75 created a catch-and-release bail system. Bill C-5 removed mandatory minimum sentences on many serious crimes. Will the Liberal government reverse these reckless policies?
The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-75 codified existing Supreme Court jurisprudence and added a tougher decision on bail for those who target women. That's the fact. Let's talk about the actual combat against crime. Let's talk about crimes against children. Mr. Speaker, you cannot make this up. What the Leader of the Opposition has said, what his Justice critic has reiterated, is that no matter what progress we make with the help of the Bloc Québécois and the NDP on taking down child pornography off the internet, they will reverse it. That is morally bankrupt as a policy and incredulous to assert in this chamber. The combat against crime includes combat against child sex predators.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that was just a desperate and untrue response. And after 9 years of these NDP Liberals, Canadians don't even feel safe walking down the street, taking public transit, or even being in their own homes. Canadians want repeat violent offenders to remain behind bars and mandatory jail time for serious violent crimes. Small businesses have had it with the crime and the extra costs. Even every Canadian premier called on the Liberals to scrap the catch-and-release bail policies. So will the Liberals listen and reverse the reckless crime policies, or can they just get out of the way so a Conservative government can fix what they broke?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the facts. The facts, as reported by CTV, are that the Conservative leader has vowed to repeal the legislation entirely should it become law. Yesterday, the Conservative Justice critic indicated that it is exactly that. They would repeal online regulation bills passed by the Liberal government. You know, Mr. Speaker, that might deter some people. It sure as heck is not going to deter me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep Canadians safe. That means Canadian moms, Canadian children, and if I do that with my party's help, with the Bloc Québécois' help, and the NDP's help, so be it. I will do it over the opposition to the Conservatives because their position is bankrupt morally and endangers our kids.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Durham.
After a home invasion in Oakville, the Halton police chief said, Yet another violent offender already out on similar and violent charges with court conditions on him. Anyone surprised that some of these violent criminals reoffend? Mr. Speaker, I know someone who might be surprised. The Liberal Minister of Justice. Wow. Tragic and appalling. He thinks he knows more than police officers do in our country. Shameful. So the question is, when will this Liberal government listen to police across Canada and stop violent criminals?
Great question. Great.
I invite the honourable member for Ottawa Centre, please, not to take the floor when not recognized by the chair. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Here's an example of a few police officers that I'm listening to, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Chief in Vaughan, Alvaro Almeida, has said specifically that without investments in resources like courts and Crown attorneys, we can't actually keep the bad guys in jail. The National Police Federation, or police officers that I'm also listening to, what they've said is that it's interesting that in order to be appointed as a JP that decides bail in Nova Scotia, you have to have legal training before getting that appointment. That is not the case throughout the country, certainly not in the case in the province of Ontario that I call home. That's an issue that needs to be addressed because we all have a vested interest in keeping people safe.
Again, I'm going to ask the honourable member, who's a new member from Durham, not to take the floor, especially after I asked a question. It's important for us to hear the response. L'honorable député de Sudbury.
The honourable member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, our government is implementing a tax holiday for all Canadians effective December 14th. This is a move by our government to help Canadians celebrate during the holidays without additional costs. And this will be real savings on children's clothing, food, and many other essential items. But the Conservatives voted against our tax holiday. Could the minister explain how this government will help Canadians financially and give them a bit of relief during the holiday time?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and for the Quebec Economic Development Agency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, what is the Conservative leader doing for people? To give them a tax holiday? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's a movie everyone watches during the holiday season, How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Well, that's happening right here, Mr. Speaker. The movie, though, has a happy ending. The Grinch's heart gets bigger, but the Conservative leader's heart is not getting bigger. He just doesn't want to help Quebec and Quebec families buy toys, diapers, or groceries. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can definitely not trust or have confidence in the Conservative Party's leader.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 8 months since fiscal year end. How are we supposed to vote on billions in spending and taxation without the deficit number? Speculation is that the government has blown through its deficit anchor, its fiscal anchor, despite the finance minister promising that, quote, "This is our fiscal anchor, a line we shall not cross, and that will ensure our finances remain sustainable so long as it remains unbreached." So what's the deficit? How big is the breach? And how unsustainable are federal fiscal finances?
Wow. Great. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have the lowest deficit of all of our G7 peers. We also have the lowest debt to GDP ratio. And it will be our pleasure to present a fall economic statement so that all Canadians can see what the books look like, include the Conservative Party. But, Mr. Speaker, we also need to support Canadians. We also need to have affordability measures. And that's why we're cutting taxes for Canadians. We're giving Canadians a tax break. And the Conservatives have no explanation for why they want to deny Canadians a tax holiday.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, here's what Stephen Paulus, the past governor of the Bank of Canada, said just 2 days ago. I would say we're in a recession. I wouldn't even call it a technical one.
Wow.
The past governor says we're in a recession. The current deputy governor of the bank says it's an emergency. So when will the government start listening to the experts and understand that its policies on its budgets, its spending, and its deficits, whatever the number is, have caused a recession and an economic emergency?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance.
I have to say I am quite disappointed in the Conservative member opposite. He should know what the definition of a recession is. We haven't even had a single quarter of negative growth. In fact, Statistics Canada has just revised our growth numbers upwards for the last 3 years. They would like to quote former governors of the Bank of Canada. I've got one. David Dodge just said that because the Conservative Party was obsessively focused on reducing the federal deficit between 2011 and 2015, the Harper government unnecessarily contributed to a slower, rather more muted recovery.
Hear, hear.
This Liberal government has ensured a very strong recovery, the strongest in the G7.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
After 9 years of broken fiscal promises, this Liberal NDP Prime Minister has zero credibility. He promised that the budget would balance itself. His Finance Minister promised that the 2023 deficit would not exceed $40 billion. Now, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has told us that this Liberal government has shattered through their $40 billion deficit promise by $7 billion. So I have one question for the Prime Minister. What is the deficit?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, what we hear on the other side of the House is not resonating with Canadians. The reason being because Canadians, in their time of need, require a government that recognizes that their supports for dental care, supports for pharmacare, supports for a national school food program, supports for the most vulnerable in our economy are ones that the Conservatives ignore. They vote against every single time, Mr. Speaker, and on this side of the House, we will always be there to support Canadians in their time of need.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the government is introducing a 2-month tax break for all Canadians. Starting December 14th, we're taking the GST off children's clothing and diapers, as well as prepared foods and restaurant meals. You would think that after all their preaching about cutting taxes, the Conservatives would walk the walk and support this measure. But they voted against it. Why won't they axe this tax? Can the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure tell us why axing this tax on the middle class is important for all Canadians? Merry Christmas, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
That's right, Mr. Speaker. Despite positioning themselves in a contrary way, these guys are all tax and no axe. They're literally opposing a tax cut on the essentials over the holidays. We're talking about food, about clothes, about diapers, about car seats, about snowsuits for kids. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that they want to cut is the programs that are delivering real support to Canadians. They want to cut the programs that are helping get homes built across this country. They want to cut the programs that are actually delivering meaningful change to the environment in this country. They will not stand up for working families. They've had the chance, and they said no.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Alberta has one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. And yet we have documents showing that Premier Daniel Smith is organizing a secret mission to bring over cheap labor from the United Arab Emirates, of all places. This is at the same time that the UCP state they find it, quote, disgusting that workers from other parts of Canada are working in the oil patch. Now, Liberals and Conservatives have allowed big CEOs to drive down wages and exploit foreign workers while leaving Albertans who need jobs left behind. So to the Minister for Workplace Development, will she stand up to Daniel Smith and defend the jobs of Alberta workers? Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Veterans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government's priority is to offer Canadians good jobs, good, well-paying jobs. We prioritize Canadian workers. We are aware of workers' business needs, and that's why we have made changes to the temporary foreign worker program so that we can meet the needs of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we are always there to support Canadian workers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, affordable housing dollars should go towards building truly affordable homes. Yet that's not the case most of the time. All because CMHC doesn't use any affordability criteria for the majority of units they fund, and even when they do, they rarely use their own definition of affordable housing. It's why I've introduced a motion that follows the calls of housing experts like Dr. Caroline Weitzman to require income-based definitions across all affordable housing programs. Will the minister listen to these experts and take up this important call?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have great respect for my honourable colleague, as I do Dr. Weitzman, who I've had the opportunity to benefit from on a number of occasions when it comes to receiving her advice. The majority of our grant programs that deliver cash subsidies to affordable housing projects are designed to support social housing, nonprofit housing, housing for low-income families. We do have a range of other programs, including financing, that delivers market-based housing with certain affordability criteria to make sure we can build more middle-class homes as well. I look forward to continuing to work with that member and other members of this House who want to advance these important conversations and get more homes built, including in places like Kitchener. Thank you.
And so we come to an end of question period today. I see that there are some members who are rising on a point of order. The Honourable Member from Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing...
So I'm afraid I'm not hearing. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member. I'm afraid that there are many indications of no for that consent for unanimous consent. Order, please. Order. The Honourable Member, please take your seat. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel is rising. Order. The Honourable Member from Regina Capel is rising on a point of order.
Defy consent for this motion that the House recognize everyone living in First Nation communities should have access to safe, clean drinking water and condemn the Liberal government which has failed after...
So I'm afraid the Honourable Member from Regina Capel, I'm hearing a lot of no's in this room. I see that the Honourable Member from Sydney, Victoria is rising on his, looking for a point of order. I hope it is a different point of order than that was raised before, which had been refused by the House. I am asking the Honourable Member if he is rising on a different point of order than the one that was just refused by the House. I see no other points of order. It being 3:21, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the previous question, to the motion to concur in the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Call on the members. Oh, please.
Just making sure that everyone is ready. The question is on the previous question in relation to the motion to concur in the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development.
Victoria, seconded by Ms. McPherson, move that this question be now put. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started in the House. We'll now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmerchak.
Mr. Kuzmerchak.
Mr. Yakuno.
Monsieur Yakuno.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
None able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Speaker, I voted electronically, but I got a message to reconfirm my vote with you if it's counted as yea.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. Quelqu'un d'autre? Anybody else? No. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 209, 209. Nays contre 115, 115.
I declare the motion carried. The next question is as follows. Ms. McPherson, seconded by Ms. Zerillo, moves to the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, presented on Friday, June 16, 2023, be concurred in. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Charles Lemoine.
Yes, I request a recorded division.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Gallen.
Mrs. Gallen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. House, the electronic voting period has ended. If members are unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Nobody on Zoom, nobody in the chamber. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 208, 208. Nays contre 114, 114.
I declare the motion carried. Take this one. Wish to inform the House that because of deferred recorded divisions, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 23 minutes. I see a point of order. The honourable member for Fredericton. Okay, hold on. We're having trouble getting the mic up. There we go. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order because I believe when the member from Sydney Victoria was raising his point of order that there may have been filming taking place in the chamber. I wonder if you could take the opportunity to remind all members that when the mace is on the table that that's unacceptable. Thank you.
I will simply say ditto. That is the rule. When the mace is on the table, there is no other recording to be happening in the chamber. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Désirez informer la Chambre que le volume des oreillettes.
The volume of earpieces will be reset. A point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this situation, I'd like to I'd like you to check the cameras and make sure that if anyone has taken pictures or film, that this be taken away, because people aren't supposed to film, but can we make sure that photos or video film will be removed? Well, we'll check on that and get back to the House if there's anything that's happened.
Right. Orders of... No? Oh, yeah. Thursday question. Well, I guess one of our favorite times, and I almost forgot about it. The Thursday question, the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
I heard the Minister of Labour saying, please give a speech, so I'll maybe go beyond my normal short interventions. But honestly, I think most members of Parliament would like to know if the Government House Leader can update the House as to the business of next week, should her government survive the confidence vote that is on Monday. We know there's mixed messages coming from the NDP. We have put forward a common sense motion agreeing with the NDP's words when he said that the government was too selfish and too beholden to corporate greed to protect the rights of workers. We expect the NDP will support that they would not swallow themselves whole and demonstrate to Canadians the heights of their hypocrisy. So we expect that the government will fall on Monday, counting on the NDP to declare confidence in their leader by agreeing with his words. So should that not be the case and the NDP turn out to be flip-floppers and hypocrites, we would like to know what the government would be calling for the rest of the week.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite what the Conservatives might think, I don't actually think Canadians want them door knocking at Christmas. But what I can say is that we are looking forward very much to being here next week. Monsieur le Président, nous sommes...
Mr. Speaker, here we are already in December, and there are less than 2 weeks left before we adjourn for the holidays. I'm very proud that last week our government was able to pass C-78, a very important government initiative which will allow Canadians to save money substantially thanks to a GST, HST holiday.
That indeed all honourable colleagues in this place are well aware that tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday will be opposition days. On Tuesday night, members of Parliament will have the opportunity to vote on the Supplementary Estimates B, which includes funding on important issues for Canadians such as dental care, housing, Indigenous reconciliation, the National School Food Program, and much, much more. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the House that the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth will deliver a ministerial statement tomorrow to commemorate the tragic 35th anniversary of the massacre at the Polytechnique. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
I thank the honourable member for laying out our work for the next few days. Order du jour.
Orders of the day. Government order resuming study of an opposition motion of Mr. Poilievre.
Cette affaire, l'honorable.
When we last were on this matter, the Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that my friends across the way will like the rest of my speech.
About the abject hypocrisy of the Leader of the Opposition when it comes to working people and unions and the labor movement in this country. I'm going to quote a few things here, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative leader said that union contracts that pay workers a decent wage result in a, quote, pointless, unnecessary inflation of costs, that non-union firms with lower wages are good for competition. He also said he cannot simply comprehend that union firms can in fact be competitive with non-union ones, Mr. Speaker. That's the Leader of the Opposition that's prancing around talking about workers in this House, where he's determined to deny them their historic and decades-long and hard-fought rights, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada is committed to promoting safe, healthy, fair, and inclusive working conditions. As of the 15th of December 2023, federally regulated employers are required to provide sanitary products to all female employees in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, for years, also, replacement workers have been a distraction to the collective bargaining process, and those days are coming to an end. That's because on June 20th, 2024, Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Industrial Relations Board Regulations 2012, received royal assent. When it comes into force on June 20th, 2025, it will ban replacement workers in federally regulated sectors. Monsieur le Président, il peut être
Mr. Speaker, it can be extremely difficult to lose a child. And this is why the government has introduced a leave for a woman who has lost a child so that they can deal with this very difficult period. Adoptive parents and those having use of a surrogate will also benefit. There will be a leave of 16 weeks for parents in these cases.
Rapidly, and with it, so will the workforce. Increased availability of mobile technologies has led to 20% of Canadians primarily working from home in 2023. In 2016, it was only 7%. But remote workers are often required to be constantly available, which can lead to stress and burnout, ultimately impacting their mental health. So we passed legislation, Mr. Speaker, to bring a right to disconnect into this new world of work. This measure will help restore the balance for nearly 500,000 federally regulated employees. Et Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement du Canada.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to wage parity and an inclusive, fair workplace. It's not only the right thing to do, but it's the intelligent thing to do. Canadians should be able to count on equal pay for work of equal value. This is why we want a law on wage parity. The government wants to implement this so that people can get equal pay for work of equal value.
Mr. Speaker, and Canadians who are watching this debate and the cynical ploys of the Conservative Party of Canada must ask themselves, what of these some dozen or more tangible, real, legislative accomplishments for working Canadians, which one of those would the Leader of the Opposition have brought in? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is none. The answer is this Conservative Party would not have initiated any pro-worker or progressive reforms to the Canada Labour Code that help Canadians in their jobs, in their lives, and to achieve the kind of balance that we all seek in this very, very complicated time and these very complicated times at work. The answer is these Conservatives would have done none of that. What we have, rather, is a Conservative leader and a Conservative Party trying to gaslight Canadians into thinking they're friends of workers. They are not, and the facts speak for themselves. In his own words, the leader of the Conservative Party has called into question the very basis and structure of labour unions, claiming union dues are, quote, forced on workers. and called into question the role of workers in collective bargaining in Canada. He complains that, quote, if the union has the power to shut down a workplace, legal powers give the union a state-enforced monopoly on labor. Those were the words of the member of Carleton on May 29, 2012 in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. Those were the words of the member of Carleton in the House of Commons. The Conservative leader, this Conservative leader, has attacked union jobs and union wages as fattened union contracts. But my colleagues and I are proud that we've turned back this movement, and proud of the significant progress that we've made over the years, and we're not going back, Mr. Speaker. So we'll keep listening and working alongside unions and other parties in this House and progressive Canadians everywhere to make sure we continue to be there for working Canadians and continue to provide the things and the reforms and the guarantees that we know they're entitled to, and that Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, cynically would take away. This motion deserves to be defeated. It is a cynical ploy. The Conservative Party is not pro-worker, Mr. Speaker. It is anti-worker, sont anti-travailliste, et j'exhorte.
It is anti-labor, anti-worker, and I would ask all members in this House to vote no to this motion. Questions and comments?
Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I heard the member's speech from the other side there. And this is a motion that really just is saying, okay, if you say something in this House of Commons, if you say something to the Canadian people, if you say something to your electoral base, you actually have to be held to account for that. And we're actually siding with the NDP on this motion and asking them to put their motions where their mouth is, out on the hustings here, and actually vote this government out, because this government clearly, according to their words, has indicated that they don't deserve to be in power, that they were beholden to special interests and should be voted out. So will that member acknowledge that, at least when the NDP are saying this, they're saying this against their government, and perhaps that should be weighed in this House of Commons?
Minister.
Here's what needs to be weighed by that member and all of the members of this House of Commons. They're asking the New Democratic Party to vote for a leader who says, quote, the union has the power to shut down a workplace. Legal powers give the union a state-enforced monopoly on labor. Those are the exact words of the member for Carleton, the leader of that member's party. The leader of the opposition has said these are fattened union contracts, state-enforced monopolies on labor. That's what this member is asking all members of this House to vote for. That's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I know we're now getting to the holiday season. I know that at this time of year, the government likes to vaunt its accomplishments. So we're more in like a Disney world than in the real world. They talk about the marvelous things that they've been able to accomplish. But I'm going to talk about reality and bring it back to a specific point. You know that over the past years in Quebec and in Canada, what we are witnessing is an increase in homeless people. There are whole groups of them. You could see them everywhere in Canada and everywhere in Quebec.
Ça, c'est une réalité réelle. Par contre, il y a un programme libéral. Le seul programme qui fait face à l'itinérance, c'est le programme Vers un chez soi. Dans les dernières années, il est amputé de 3%. Comment on peut accepter que le gouvernement ait coupé 3% dans un programme si fondamental?
Le ministre.
Je suis très content que le député puis parle du bilan du gouvernement. C'est un député qui n'aura jamais de bilan, car il ne sera jamais au gouvernement. Mais il parle d'une situation très sérieuse qui est l'itinérance.
About a very serious matter, but we have invested record amounts of $110 billion in the national housing strategy since we have been in power, and we also offered Quebec to we have offered $50 million to Quebec to help with this. So this amount is going to help Quebecers, and so I hope you will join me in accepting our offer to double the amount and help homeless people in Quebec. Questions and comments?
James Bay.
Speaker. It's always depressing watching how juvenile my Conservative colleagues are. Today they just voted to consign women to backroom abortionists and then think everyone else is going to join them in a Christmas election. I believe, though, the desperation is information is starting to come out about how that member got into the 19-room mansion at Stornoway. I would bring forward the recent report in Radio Can that said that the member for Nose Hill, Calgary, was involved with Indian agents for the Modi government to pull out of that leadership race support and allow the member who's now in Stornoway. These are serious allegations. There's been numerous allegations with CSIS about how that member got to the position he was at, because it certainly wasn't from talent. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he's concerned that they refused to get a security clearance or whether he simply is unable to pass a security clearance.
30 seconds, the Honourable Minister.
No one believes this leader of the opposition. He won't stand up for Canada, and he's in the right-wing echo chamber with respect to trade with the United States. He failed to stand up for farmers and for others in a bumper crop. These foreign interference allegations, and he's quite right. The member for Calgary Nose Hill ran as fast as I've ever seen anyone run away from a camera. He refuses to get a security clearance, Mr. Speaker. What is he hiding? What is going on? Who is the member for Carleton, the leader of the opposition, working for, Mr. Speaker?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're here debating a confidence motion in the Prime Minister and the government, which gives members of Parliament a great opportunity to, I think, lay out a number of variety of issues of not only the government, but of course the Conservatives are bringing this motion, so it gives an opportunity to examine and look under the hood of where that party stands on a number of issues, and including some that are just simply not clear yet. So I look forward to using the next 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker, to go through a number of different things of how I view this government, that I sit on this side of the House, the government caucus. I don't sit in the Privy Council. So I'll talk about where I see things that the government has done well, things that I think we need to do better, but also compare and contrast to where the Conservative Party is today. So I want to start on the economy. Yes, there are challenges around affordability. We have heard comments in this House. I've had conversations with my own constituents, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure it might be the same for you in West Nova. But I think it's important to examine the question that this is a global phenomenon. I listened to the member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex the other day stand up in this House and suggest that Canada is the only country that is dealing with affordability challenges, that the government alone is responsible for the difficult periods that we've gone through. I'll remind her that we went through a global pandemic, and I would invite her to read any newspaper around the world, and you'll see a lot of the same headlines. Challenges around housing, challenges around cost of living and affordability. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, I'll remind Canadians at home, we've gone through a difficult period. This government has been here to support Canadians along the way. Interest rates are back down within the target range of 2%, and the hope is that we can see further Bank of Canada interest rate cuts, overnight lending. And so I think it's important when the Conservative Party stands up to try to keep some element of credibility about when they talk about these issues, the level of nuance that exists. I do want to highlight a few statistics for people at home. We have had the second best cumulative economic growth in the G7 since 2015. So when the Conservatives get up and suggest that the country is broken, that nothing good has happened, they should be a little bit more poignant in their attack about where the government can do better, but also recognize that there has been success. That's the second best economic growth in the G7, Mr. Speaker. Many people at home may not know that because if they listen just solely to what they may hear from the opposition benches, I don't think it's reflective of where we're at. We have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Of course, that's a amount of debt as a proportion and size of the economy, which has been a really important target for the government to maintain. We have a AAA credit rating. We're one of the only advanced countries, advanced economies and countries in the world that have a AAA credit rating, and we've seen the highest wage growth in the G7 since 2019. Now, I've said this before, Madam Speaker. I know that that does not mean that every Canadian who's sitting at home right now is feeling necessarily good about their circumstances. There are challenges. But it's important when we're in this place, if we're going to show a level of balance and reasonableness, that we have to be able to highlight some of the successes the country has had and areas where
every parliamentarian, regardless of where we sit in this place, wants to continue to push government. That is our job as parliamentarians, is to continue to push better for Canadians. I also want to highlight the fact that, you hear often from the opposition benches, again, nothing good happening in the country, but they never talk about the fact that we had the third highest amount of foreign direct investment in the world, not on a per capita basis, just in the world in 2023. Those are really important numbers. Now, look, we do have productivity challenges. This has been over multiple governments for the last number of decades. The government has recognized that, and I do think that they need to continue to be stringent and focused in that question about what we can do to increase innovation, productivity in this country. I think we need to be focused on reducing regulatory barriers and red tape. We have a massive natural resource benefit in this country, Mr. Speaker. We have to make sure that we're balancing, of course, environmental outcomes, Indigenous participation, and engagement on these issues. But at the same time, we need to build big projects that get things done in this country. I think the government has made some strides in this area, but I would humbly suggest we need to do more. But when we look at the overall economic realities, I would suggest that this government has had a pretty strong success story. And when I compare it to a slogan factory on the other side, Mr. Speaker, I'm not hearing a credible plan of what the Conservatives would actually do. When you write 3 or 4 slogans on the back of a napkin, that does not represent responsible public policy of what the opposition would do differently. Let's talk Canada-U.S. relations, Mr. Speaker. It is extremely important as Mr. Trump retakes the Oval Office in January, his inauguration comes up. This does pose challenges for Canada and other Western liberal democracies. The President-elect has talked about the idea of imposing a 25% tariff on all products from Mexico and Canada. And not only do I think that that would be bad economic policy for the United States, of course it would have impacts on the Canadian economy, but we do have to examine who's the best to lead that relationship. And, the Prime Minister has had an existing relationship with Donald Trump. This government was there during the renegotiation of CUSMA to make sure that we worked alongside our American partners and Mexican authorities, but at the same time we protected Canadian interests. I think the government did extraordinarily well in the 42nd Parliament in that period. The Prime Minister is the first G7 leader to actually sit down with Donald Trump following his election victory, with where he went last week down to Florida. I want to compare that to what I've seen here in the House of Commons. I saw the leader of the official opposition stand up and say things like, Canada first, we got to make Canada first. I don't know what the heck that means, Mr. Speaker, but it sounds isolationist. And for a country that exports so many products around the world, whether agriculture, forestry, critical minerals, energy, the idea of Canada looking inward, because that's kind of the play, and they haven't really articulated what the heck that means, I don't think that's good for Canada. He stands up and suggests, okay, now we have to kill carbon pricing because Donald Trump's in. No, that's not a responsible element. When I look at what the NDP leader has said, he suggested striking some type of war cabinet. No, lighting our hair on fire is not the way to go here. We need to have a level of statesmanship. And look, the Prime Minister I have not agreed with everything the Prime Minister has done. We've had some vehement disagreements, but I do think that he has looked far more like a statesman than the other two leaders of the official parties, major parties here in the House. Look, on foreign affairs, I think it is outrageous, Mr. Speaker, that the leader of the official opposition has not committed the Conservative Party to a 2% defence target. The Conservatives love to beat their chest about the work that they would do for the Canadian military, yet they fail to remind Canadians that when they left office, defence spending was actually below 1%. Now, this government, I think, has taken a little bit too long to get there, but we have gotten there on the 2% commitment by 2032. And if you look at the estimates that have been tabled, defense spending is increasing this year and it is increasing over the next number of years. I find it extremely irresponsible for a government in waiting that they will not commit to that 2%. When will they formally commit to the 2% GDP target on defense? They owe that answer to Canadians, and they owe it sooner rather than later, particularly in the environment that we're in. Let's talk about security clearance. Mr. Speaker, let's just think about this for a moment. The member from Timmins just earlier in his question referenced the fact that there are allegations being made that agents of the Indian government were involved in the Conservative leadership campaign, particularly to actually dispel and to hurt Patrick Bown, who is running against the member from Carleton. The member from Carleton is the only leader of all the major parties to not actually get his security clearance. Why would he not do this? This man wants to be the Prime Minister of the country, Mr. Speaker, and he refuses to go through the security clearance process to be adequately advised and informed by national security advisors about what is happening on foreign interference. That is not responsible leadership, Mr. Speaker. So if I'm presented with a question here about do I have confidence in the government and the Prime Minister, do I agree with everything that's happened? No. But when I compare what the alternative would be, how in good faith could I vote for this ever when the Leader of the Official Opposition hasn't even gone through the vetting process? He wants to be the Prime Minister. Last piece I want to talk about is on affordability and social programs. I know I have about 60 seconds left, Mr. Speaker. Look, whether it's on dental, whether it's on pharmacare, whether it's on school food and school programs that really matter in our neck of the woods in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, on seniors, they voted against increases for OAS. They moved the eligible age for seniors benefits from 65 to 67. They voted against increases to the guaranteed income supplement. And on housing, they are actually taking away the money that we are doing to try to build more housing. We had the most amount of houses built in Nova Scotia in 2023, Mr. Speaker. We have to clean up that issue, but it is well on its way. And the Conservatives want to take away the funding that actually builds the homes that we need to put Canadians in. So I see I'm at the end of my time, Mr. Speaker. For all those reasons, and if I had even more time, that's why I will not be voting in favor of this motion, and I hope I look forward to my questions from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments, question commentaire. And I'm just going to remind everyone to let's go quickly so everybody can get to participate in here. The Honourable Member Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did take my colleague up on his challenge there about looking at Canada's growth rate versus the other G7 countries. And I noticed that since 2015, when his government came in, this country's performance is less than half the cumulative GDP growth that the United States has accomplished. And that is the main metric we have to look at here, not underperforming European countries, quite frankly, which have gone through a major problem with energy provision, particularly since the war. However, we have to take a look at where we are in this mix. So if you can explain why we've underperformed the U.S. consistently since his government has been in power, if not the carbon tax is the equation, then tell us what the problem is.
The Honourable Member King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, I said we were second in overall cumulative economic growth, and of course we were second to the Americans. Look, find me an economy in an advanced economy in a Western liberal democracy that has been able to keep pace with the United States. There is none. I do agree, and I said in my speech around the productivity question, it's an important one. I think the member opposite and I would share that common concern that we need to bring forward initiatives, and we need to continue to push the Privy Council and the Cabinet on more measures that can be done. And I think actually this relationship with the Trump administration coming in gives an opportunity for all of us as parliamentarians to look at ways that we can harmonize policy between Canada and U.S. and focus on that question of competitiveness.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, I want to follow up on whether or not the member who lives in Stornoway is refusing or he can't get a security clearance. And my expert on this would be the member for Wellington Halton Hills, widely respected in the House, who told the Globe and Mail on October 23rd that their concern in the Conservatives was security clearances involve a rigorous process that includes background checks on family members, credit and criminal checks, and intrusive questions about one's sexual partners or whether they have used drugs. And that the Conservatives fear that any personal and family information obtained through this would be used for politically motivated purposes against the member for Stornoway. I'd just like to ask a simple question. What the heck is in the Poilievre family closet that they're so worried about?
Just using the name of a member. The Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Look, the member from Timmins raises some really important questions that, frankly, I'm not in the ability to answer, Mr. Speaker, but it is, and I repeat what I said in my speech, you want to become the Prime Minister of this country, you have to go through the security vetting process to get national security clearance. So why the member is choosing not to do that, whether or not there's skeletons in his closet, whether or not, he hasn't really given us a good answer. And he talks about Stornoway. The member from Timmins talked about the member from Stornoway. I do want to put on the record, I think it is quite the audacity for the member from Carleton to call out the leader of the NDP about why he sits in this place and why he serves when the member from Carleton has the biggest pension in this place, maybe the biggest fat cat, and has not worked a day outside of this place. I think that is absolutely ridiculous and unbefitting of the role that we should be serving as members of Parliament.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, who's tried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spent a lot of my time in this place advocating for this government to do things they've promised to do and most of the time haven't yet, be it the $4.5 billion Canada mental health transfer, ending subsidies to the oil and gas industry, or a fully funded Canada disability benefit that would lift people with disabilities out of poverty. So one way for me to look at this confidence vote, if I'm to trust the polls, is this. Is it better for my community if I focus my efforts on pushing this government to do the things they said they were going to do, or a potential future Conservative government that not only hasn't promised these things at all, but on climate, for example, is more than likely to backslide on them? What are the comments from the member for Kings Hands on this?
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, I would say that although the honourable member and I may share some slightly different views of how the world, I like and appreciate the way that he comes to this place in a respectful debate. I would say, although that he may not be satisfied with everything that has happened on this government, I suspect that there's many things that he can agree upon, and that he should continue to push this government and work with a government that is moderate, that is progressive, that will continue to drive the same values. And I would hope that when he looks at the opposition benches, that is the farthest thing he'd like to see sitting in the government benches. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I hope the honourable member makes his airplane. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Jean.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel like I'm in family here because I've got my colleagues here from the same region as me, so it's great. Michelle, you're great. This opposition motion, this confidence motion, well, what I would say, Mr. Speaker, is that our line of conduct has been very clear from the outset. You might remember September 25th, the leader of the Bloc Québécois gave the government an ultimatum, and our objective was to protect seniors and our farmers. And, we gave the government the benefit of the doubt. We hoped that it would reach an agreement with us to ensure that the minority government would stay in place. And for both for C-319 regarding pensions and C-282 with regard to supply management, the government decided to turn a deaf ear, and instead it proposed measures that have really backfired on them because I heard from seniors in terms of how much more cynical they are about politics now. I've never heard so much talk about this since 2019 when I was elected. Same thing regarding the GST, where my constituents said, this is crazy because it really backfired for the retailers who have to put it in place. So, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that for the Bloc then, we will topple the government if we have the chance. So I think it won't be news to you to learn that the government will be voting for this motion. Why? Because I sincerely believe that we cannot trust the government. But that being said, Mr. Speaker, I'm teasing, obviously, but there's a very interesting question as to, can we trust the government? But here's another question. Can we trust the leader of the official opposition? And I said, and I think, why don't we give the leader of the official opposition, a taste of his own medicine, to get back at him for what he did to the NDP? So it's kind of a speech analysis that we're doing with this opposition motion. The Conservative Party takes some statements that the NDP leader has made to show him that if he wants to be consistent, then he should topple the government. And the Conservatives are right. If the NDP wants to be consistent with its statements, then it should topple the government.
But there's another question worth asking. Can we have confidence in the leader of the official opposition if we look into his speeches and his statements? So that's what I tried to do, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of quotes. I'm sure the Conservatives will like hearing them because this is material coming entirely from the Conservative leader. The first topic I will get into is the famous references to being woke. Here are some examples of what the Conservatives have said. The Conservative leader, rather. November 26th, last week, when we were doing the emergency debate on American tariffs. Here's what the member for Carleton, the leader of the official opposition, said, and I quote, "Their woke agenda divides us and distracts us from our work. Young men and young women want nothing of this government's woke agenda. They want to fight for our country. They want to be proud of the Canadian flag. We will get rid of the woke agenda. ... And then he goes, we will have a warrior culture. Whoa, not a woke culture. I wonder what he means by a warrior culture instead of a woke culture. Here's another quote from the opposition leader from the day before, November 25th. Mr. Speaker, the hateful mob that we witnessed in the streets of Montreal is the consequence of 9 years under this woke Prime Minister who speaks of radical woke identity politics, who divides people based on their race, their gender, their vaccine status, because we know the Conservative leader has a soft spot for conspiracy theories about vaccines, vaccine status, religion, and more besides. That's another quote about the dangers that await Canadian society due to woke culture. Here's another quote. We will bring back freedom. This came from last year. I know that freedom is a fundamental principle of our country. The Liberal government wants to censor the internet. The CRTC, a woke agency, wants to impose its values on Quebecers. Let me sum all this up. Oh, but first, let's go later into that quote. He goes on to say the Minister of Canadian Heritage and other woke bureaucrats here in Ottawa want to control what Quebecers can see and say online. So now I'll sum it all up. When the leader of the official opposition talks about radical identity politics, when he talks about policies that divide people based on their race and their religion, when he talks about policies aimed at imposing values upon Quebec, well, here's the question. Who's doing all this in Quebec? Who's acting woke when it comes to Quebec? Well, in Quebec, people who are woke tend to be against Bill 21. Bill 21 would make it so in Quebecois public spaces, religious expression is limited. So in Quebec, we consider people who are against Bill 21 as woke. They seek to impose a minority vision on the Quebecois majority. So there's a good Quebecois definition of what woke politics is. Now, let's look into what the leader of the official opposition has said about Bill 21. The leader of the official opposition has said at a number of times, quote, I am against Bill 21. Seriously. If I were member of the National Assembly, I would vote against it. And if someone were to introduce such a bill at the federal level, which I do not anticipate, I would vote against it. I believe in freedom of religion. So that's what the official opposition leader has to say. So one reason why the leader of the official opposition wants to bring down the government is because he's just too woke. Here in Ottawa, he's against woke culture, but when he goes to Quebec, he is part of woke culture. If you look through a Quebec lens, the leader of the official opposition is a real SJW. So that's something worth noting. If any Quebecer wants to understand what the Conservatives are all about, I think they'll be a little baffled by what we hear day after day. At any rate, the leader of the official opposition might want to explain what's the difference between woke in Canada and woke in Quebec. Is this a woke version of the two solitudes? Perhaps, perhaps. But at any rate, what we can see is that the values of the official opposition leader do not align with Quebec values. Another important theme for the official opposition leader is inflation and its impacts. At a number of different points, we've heard about all of the negative impacts of inflation from the opposition leader. And he talks about how broken Canadian society is. He always says, Canada is broken. We got to fix the budget because Canada is broken and you can fix it by fixing the budget. And to illustrate this, he put out an ad full of falsehoods. In this ad, we saw a Quebecois family stating that they couldn't pay their mortgage. And then later we learned that this was all falsehoods. It was stock footage, and the family in question was very much able to pay their mortgage. They felt that they had been made fools of because they had been used by the Conservative leader to promote his own fantasies. So there's one example. And then there was another video by the opposition leader about the Canada he dreams of. The member for it had some music, and the member for Lac Saint Jean was going to sing along, but then he realized that it was the leader of the official opposition making a bunch of false statements. What struck me the most was the use made by the official opposition leader of medical assistance in dying. So for the opposition leader, there is a connection between medical assistance in dying and inflation, recessions, financial difficulties. Here's what he said on June 7th, 2023. And again, this is the leader of the official opposition. People who show up at the Mississauga Food Bank and who are seeking medical assistance in dying, not because they are sick, but because they are hungry, have apparently never had it so good. So that's what the official opposition leader has said. He says that there are people out there in Mississauga who show up at a food bank and they're so hungry, just so hungry that they are asking for medical assistance in dying. May 15th, 2023. One in every 5 Canadians is skipping meals because of the carbon tax increase. And there's another link he's making. He's making a link between the carbon tax and the medical assistance in dying. He says 1.5 million people have come to food banks, and some, he said again, are asking for medical assistance in dying because they are not able to feed themselves, heat their homes, or keep a roof over their heads. I have yet to meet someone who has asked for medical assistance in dying because they were hungry. Perhaps one day, the leader of the official opposition will introduce us to someone in this situation. He also mentioned that he likes to be poetic when he gives speeches, so maybe this is part of his poetry. I can appreciate poetry, but I do not follow the poetry by the Conservative leader. And after he talks about medical assistance in dying, he also talks about scurvy. Here's a quote from February 2024. We are witnessing the reappearance of diseases that had been eradicated long ago, like scurvy, because people are unable to feed themselves nutritious meals under the impoverishing politics of this Prime Minister. So we've got people who are seeking medical assistance in dying because they don't have enough to eat. And then there's other people, apparently, who have scurvy because they're not eating. Wow. If that's not a broken Canada, I don't know what is. Really, think that we are at a watershed moment. Things are falling apart left, right, and center. And, you know, I've always said that the official opposition leader doesn't offer enough solutions, but he does offer some solutions. So here's his solution for inflation. I found it. I've looked in the parliamentary record. I looked long and hard, and I have found quotes showing that the official opposition leader has the solution. Here's one of his solutions for inflation. Quote, Canadians can escape the effects of inflation by using cryptocurrency. Ooh, that's quite the segue there from the official opposition leader. He says that the control over money should be removed from bankers and politicians and be given to the people. So that's something he believes in. And again, he also says we will give people freedom. Freedom, he loves that word, to choose their own currency without the Bank of Canada intervening to print money and devalue Canadian currency. So finally, we get the solution to inflation from the official opposition leader. This is what's going to prevent people from seeking out medical assistance and dying and suffering from scurvy. That's the solution. Bitcoin. Ingenious. I love it. That's his domestic solution at any rate. But the other solution is, get ready for this, get out of Davos. Oh, certainly, because there's a worldwide conspiracy, isn't there? Which is which is bad for Canada, and that certainly explains part of inflation. The official opposition leader says it is high time that we reject the globalist elites at Davos and move back to the common sense of ordinary people. This was in a fundraising email. So we would certainly not think that the official opposition leader is a globalist. Certainly not. And here's here's an excerpt from a speech he made in British Columbia in July 2023. There would be no mandatory digital identification in this country, and I would forbid all of my ministers and high-ranking public servants from participating in the World Economic Forum. There you go. Because there's a lot of conspiracy theories about that, aren't there? There will be a new digital identity. There will be people pulling the strings of world governments, a shadowy cabal at the World Economic Forum. So there's the solutions from the official opposition leader: Bitcoin and getting Canada out of the World Economic Forum. So he is full of solutions, isn't he? Another reason the official opposition leader wants to bring down the government is the much talked about carbon tax. Every single speech from the official opposition leader ends with calling for a carbon tax election. Of course, there is no carbon tax in Quebec, but the official opposition leader is clearly not speaking to Quebecers when he talks about carbon taxes. Here's a quote from September 25th, 2024. He says, "Let's talk about education. The carbon tax will cost Saskatchewan schools $204 million. This is the equivalent of 2,000 teachers losing their job so that we can pay for heating in schools during the harsh Saskatchewan winter." And he always does this. The official opposition leader spoke about a nurse who'd lost her job because they were unable to heat hospitals. And here he is talking about teachers losing their jobs in order to heat up schools. But it gets worse. September 24th, 2024. He had a stroke of genius. The official opposition leader talked about nuclear winter. Oh my goodness, we certainly wouldn't want that. Here's what he said. He said, "The member wishes to quadruple the carbon tax, which will paralyze the economy. Our economy will be plunged into a nuclear winter. No heating. According to the Liberals, there will be no teeth either because they won't have their dental plan anymore. Wow, talk about a broken Canada." And so the official opposition leader does have a solution, as I noted after his speech today. He spoke about that infamous electrician, the electrician who can capture the power of lightning and put it in a cable so that we can light our streets. I believe this electrician is really quite a powerful figure. They can definitely provide heating to schools and hospitals. All we need to do is get a few more lightning-capturing electricians, and we will be able to heat our schools and our hospitals. It will be wonderful. So another genius solution from the official opposition leader. Let's move on to oil, but actually first let me get into law and order a little bit. The official opposition leader loves talking about law and order, but he has a blind spot. The trucker protest. Remember that? During that protest, the official opposition leader said, what I witnessed when I stood on an overpass as the truckers went by was Canadians who were happy, hopeful, and patriotic, and who wished to get back their freedom and their livelihood. Really, that's law and order, according to the Conservative leader. And now I will conclude. After 2 years of this official opposition leader, he's not worth the cost nor the pollution. The Bloc Québécois, true sovereigntists, will cut funding to oil companies, increase pensions for people 65 and older, and end hate speech. When are we having elections?
Rothsay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his speech. Mr. Speaker, let's just play a little game about what doesn't fit with the others. So what does the Prime Minister, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, the leader of the NDP, the leader of the Green Party have in common? They all got their security clearance. So then you have to ask the question, why didn't the leader of the opposition get his security clearance? He's clearly painted himself into a corner. Mr. Speaker, leader of the opposition should be an addition to be Prime Minister, maybe at some point. He is failing badly, Mr. Speaker. Then you roll in the foreign interference with respect to his leadership, the questions around that. There's clearly something up. So I ask the member opposite, why won't the leader of the official opposition get his security clearance? Thank you.
The honourable member for Jonquière. As you know, I am a very respectful person, so everything I said about the official opposition leader were quotes from his own words. I would never put words in his mouth. I don't know why he decided not to get his security clearance. There is one thing I do know, however. I know that the Liberal Party has abandoned seniors. I know that the Liberal Party has made a proposal which barely does anything at all to a group of people who has seen their wages freeze. They're giving $250 checks to people who earn $150,000 a year, but nothing for seniors. I know another thing, too. No one likes the Liberals' tax proposal. I wonder if my colleague would focus on that rather than the Conservative leader. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lefjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is a good speaker. Clearly, he's got an education. He speaks very well. But his party will never be in power. It is clear that the next government will be a Conservative one. Obviously, because no one would ever go after a party unless they were going to be in power soon. I have a question for my colleague now. The Bloc Québécois is full of analysts, full of backseat drivers. They wouldn't even exist if they weren't quoted in the media. My colleague clearly cares about the people of our region. And in our region, forestry is an important topic. I believe in defending forestry. How come the Bloc won't defend forestry workers in our region? Forestry workers believe that the Bloc is with them, but it's actually quite the opposite.
Well, I would simply say to my honourable colleague, I would say that I tabled a motion having to do with caribou. Now, the question of the order regarding caribou was one that was put forward, but there were negotiations with the federal government. What I would ask my colleague is when we look at all those having to do with forestry in Quebec, they want access. These people who work in this industry want access to cash, because right now a lot of the money is in the United States. I would ask the honourable member, Could he have come with us to one of the sawmills and talked to these people? I would gladly invite him, because he said that his government would accept that there be access to cash. So they talk big and do little. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Merci et merci à mon collègue.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I'll try to speak French, at least in asking my question. My question to my colleague is this. The Conservatives always say that they're there for workers. But anytime workers have problems, or when you see a picket line, there's never a Conservative there. And the Conservatives, when they see that there's a problem, if people are on strike, they say, well, they just have to go back to work. Yet they continue to say that they're there for workers. Good question. The honourable member. Well, congratulations on your French, which is excellent. Well, this Conservative Party, which had two categories of unemployed, they brought in legislation to protect others. They're pro-worker when they're in opposition, but once they get to power, you see very quickly, you see the true nature, their true nature. This is a party that protects the big oil companies and big business and really couldn't care less about workers. Questions and comments? I see that the honourable member for Abitibi is not in his seat, so I cannot recognize him. I'll just wait. I'll wait. No. I'll wait. The honourable member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavut, EU. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his interesting speech. It seems that with the Conservative Party, we're hearing things from another century. We defend people. We defend workers. In the forestry sector, we also defend our seniors. I'd like my honourable colleague to talk about two bills that are right now pending because the Conservatives won't vote for them. Well, yes, what we saw this week is quite something, Mr. Speaker. It would be wonderful if we could boost the buying power of our seniors, especially with the advent of the soon-to-be advent of a Trump government. I think that there should no longer be hate speech based on religion. I'd like the Conservatives to stop filibustering and get certain legislation forward. And they're saying, oh, no, it's not us. We're not paralyzing the House. But we've been dealing with the same question of privilege for 5 weeks. How can this not be interpreted as harmful for democracy when their only objective is to make the government look bad and disregarding the collective good? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois voted for getting these documents on the scandal, but there was a House order. The clerk transmitted it to the RCMP. Now, they're saying that we're creating the obstruction, we're filibustering. Well, no. I mean, if the government would produce the documents, it would end there and then. So I would ask my colleague this. First of all, why doesn't he stop? Why doesn't he ask for the documents? The honourable member, I have a suggestion for my honourable friend. What I'd suggest to him is that he ask his leader to stop this filibustering. the government could bring in an access to cash program for the forestry sector. Could we at least suspend this question period for 24 hours in order to put forward this access to cash for the forestry sector? How do you think your leader would receive that particular suggestion? Order. I will now mention to the House the questions that will be dealt with this evening. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre on Science and Industry, and the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country on taxes.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always say what a great honor it is to rise in a House such as this, chosen by the people of Timmins, James Bay. But I have to say that I am less and less proud every time I'm asked to stand up, because I don't know how to tell young Canadians to believe in democracy when they watch this dismal gong show day after day. That we're in a crisis of democracy around the world. A moment when Canada, which was always a land known for its tolerance, its fairness, sits in this dysfunctional, broken crisis. It's not a natural break. I mean, the leader who lives in the Stornoway Mansion says everything's broken. He's making it broken. To have 2 months of a parliament unable to work at a time when we're facing the threats coming in from Donald Trump, when we're facing the Russians moving to hypersonic missiles, when we're facing a larger crisis that Canada needs to be seen, and we're sitting here playing these really stupid, dismal games. Now, I want to say, you know, having been here 20 years, I don't want to say, oh, there was a glory days when, you know, we were all smarter and we were all like wiser and we all, you know, rose to the highest standards. In fact, when I first got elected, it really reminded me of being in a new school in grade 9 and walking to a cafeteria and having people throw food at you. But there was a difference. And the difference was that for all the silliness and the mediocrity, is that we knew that we were there at the end of the day for something bigger than us and our parties. Just the other night, I was walking down Elgin Street and a former Conservative cabinet minister, David McDonald, stopped me on the street. What a gentleman. He was in the Joe Clark government. And he talked to me about his concern about Canada's democracy at this time. And he talked about those days, and those were serious days, the days of Reaganomics, the days of the mass unemployment, and we talk about affordability issues now when interest rates were hitting 18 and 21% and people were losing their homes across Canada. We never saw the darkness that's being generated now. And he talked to me about being in the Joe Clark cabinet and finding people on the Liberal side to work with, calling Ed Broadbent to work with him. But that's not what we have now. So instead of the grade 9 cafeteria, this is kind of like Beavis and Butthead go to the Lord of the Flies. And I say that because for 2 months, we've sat and watched these silly, stupid games. And it's like, so today they got this idea, you know, what we're going to do is we're going to get the leader of the NDP's words that he'll defend workers, and we'll use that, and then we'll force them to have a Christmas election. And they pat themselves on the back because they think that that's actually offering something. 2 solid months of nothing getting done. I have been partisan my whole life. I have been in opposition my whole life. But I know there are moments when I put that aside for the good of the country. We need the fall economic statement to move forward. We have First Nation issues and monies that are being held up so they can play their gong show Canada's broken. I know multiple copper projects that are not going to go ahead and investment's going to go to Malaysia. And you know what the happy sock puppets tell people? Well, don't worry. When our leader gets in, we'll fix it. They want to break it. They want to burn the house to the ground. I say this because last night, Amnesty International released a damning report on the genocide that's happening in Gaza. These are the big issues that we're facing. The Amnesty International report comes on the findings of the UN that hospital workers are being targeted and murdered deliberately, which are crimes against humanity. And the International Criminal Court has sent forward indictments, both against Hamas and against the key leaders in the Israeli government, for crimes against humanity. Canada was one of the founding partners in the creation of the International Criminal Court. Yeah, we might have been small, but we stepped up. During the apartheid regime and the fight to bring down that oppressive, hateful regime, Canada played a part. And yes, a Conservative Prime Minister stood up for the notion of international human rights and law. He did that. In Rwanda, in the face of a horrific genocide, it was Canadians on the front lines. When they were abandoned by the UN, abandoned by Europe, it was Canadians who were there to stop the genocide. In Srebrenica and Yugoslavia, Canada played a role. And so when Canada is confronted with the International Criminal Court finding first against Vladimir Putin, which is a very important finding, the Conservatives came in and voted multiple times against support for Ukraine. Shame. To burn the house to the ground. Shame. And when the International Criminal Court found that a genocide is being committed against people, what did the member who lives in the 19-room mansion in Stornoway say? He said it was harebrained and woke. Shame. This man is not fit for public office. Not at all. I have never said that about anyone who's ever walked in this house. But a man who looks at the role that Canada played at the International Criminal Court and says it's harebrained and woke, he's not fit. I say this given the threats posed by Donald Trump, threats against the basic democratic order, because if the Americans lose the democratic order, we all lose the democratic order. When we see that he's posted a Putin troll to be in charge of intelligence, when he's posting a man for the head of the FBI to target his political enemies, this is the undermining of democracy. And his attack on Canada, a 25% tariff, threatens serious economic harm. And we're going to have to stand up as a nation. We're going to have to stand up with some unity. And we're going to have to stand up for Canadian values. We can't demonize the immigrant and migrant people who are coming here. We can't use them to appease Donald Trump. But what Donald Trump's talking about, he's talking about fentanyl. He's accusing Canada of being the supply chain for the fentanyl crisis in America, when we know that it was OxyContin from the United States that created the crisis here. Exactly. And the huge death rates that we're still suffering. And the fentanyl crisis is an unprecedented crisis. And what does the guy who lives in a 19-room mansion say? He claims that the Prime Minister legalized fentanyl and put it on the streets. You know, we have things about decorum. I can't call that man a liar. That wouldn't be civic. But he can use the deaths of thousands of people. Now, he does that normally, but it's different when Donald Trump is accusing Canada of being a fentanyl chain into the United States, and the impacts will be 25% tariffs. That's when you put aside your pitiful little partisan games and say there's a bigger issue here. But no, because he'll burn our country to the ground to score a point. Yeah. So you can bet that Fox News will be having him on. And you can bet that the conservative sock puppets who repeat obediently these falsehoods will be quoted again and again and again to justify 25% tariffs that will cause economic havoc. You know, we've been through much worse times, Mr. Speaker, economically in that, but there was always a notion that we would come together on the key elements across party lines. I disagree with this government on 1,000 things, and I'll fight them on 1,000 things. But I will put the security of my nation first. Hear, hear. That was why I was elected. But this burn our country to the ground approach that he's using with Donald Trump is the way he went after doctors in the opioid crisis. He named doctors who then got death threats. Doctors who are on the front lines. What's this guy ever been on the front line of? Other than getting the free food in the House of Commons in the lobby. Certainly, I've seen him in the front line there. But he attacked medical doctors and they got death threats.
Shame.
And then he attacked independent journalism. Of course, he attacks the CBC. He attacked the CTV, had workers fired for doing their job.
Shame.
He attacked Rachel Gilmore from Global, who was fired, and she received death threats.
That's right.
Because an independent media is a threat to the falsehoods of a party that lives on bumper sticker slogans.
That's right.
If you run an entire party based on dumbed-down slogans that they all happily repeat, you can't have an independent media. So they attacked CTV, they attacked CBC, he attacked Canadian Press, he attacked the Toronto Star. He's attacking fundamental checks and balances in our system. But that's not all. Last week, he went after municipal councillors.
Shame.
You know, it's really hard right now to encourage people to participate in democracy. And if we don't encourage good people to participate in democracy, democracy doesn't exist.
That's right.
And I have never, ever, ever, ever seen a situation where some guy whose only job apparently was a Dairy Queen when he was young, and then as a political tack dog for the rest of his life, went out and stated that Canada's municipal councillors, he said that they were greedy. He said they were BSing the public, that they were swimming in money, and that he would cut the taps off. And I do know, Speaker, municipal councillors who do get death threats for doing the job. We know that the Mayor Gatineau just stepped down. She didn't want to do it anymore. I've talked to councillors who say it's not worth representing people. If those people don't step up, we don't have a democracy. And yet the member for Stornoway decided that it was Canada's mayors and councillors that are now his new enemy, because he gets bored with his old enemies. You cannot run a democracy, Mr. Speaker, when one level of government decides that it's going to turn the dogs on another level. We can disagree, but I mean, you'd have to be some kind of special to be able to blame every municipal councillor and every mayor and every community in this country for causing the problem of housing when he's got no plan for housing.
Exactly.
Now, his plan for housing was to take out Patrick Brown.
Yep.
That was the plan. And now we're seeing from CSIS more and more evidence of interference that took place. We just learned from Radio Can that Patrick Brown's head of the campaign, the member for Calgary Nose Hill, was approached by representatives of the Modi government to pull out support. We know that he got, 170,000 memberships in the last 48 hours? I ran for party leader. I know that just isn't done. That's something you generate in the back room. CSIS has been raising question after question after question how that man got into Stornoway, how they took down Aaron O'Toole. And I got to admit, I had lunch with Aaron the other day. He says, you keep saying nice things about me in the House. I said, I know, Aaron. Once you're gone, I'll be nice to you. But I said, Aaron, you would have been a good prime minister. Aaron is a man of dignity. Aaron and I disagree on a lot of things, but Aaron served his country and will always serve his country. And he was taken down. So we need answers on the interference. Because the guy who lives in Stornoway, who says people can't afford to eat, and then tells his people to vote against food for children, the guy who's supposed to help us in the mental health crisis, who told his people to vote against a suicide hotline.
Shame.
The man who ran on an election on a HST break and then voted against it, Mr. Axe the Tax, more like Mr. Axe the Facts. So, you know, at Stornoway, it's $170,000 in repairs, it's $190,000 a year, and he gets a chef.
Wow.
That's what he lives with in a 19-room mansion. I guess taking down Aaron O'Toole was worth it. So here's my thing. If he really was serious, why don't we forego the chef Now, I know forego is a big word for Conservatives, kind of an older word. And it might not fit well on a bumper sticker. How about we'll just say, F the chef? So this is my call to the member who lives in Stornoway. If you're serious at all about anything, F the chef. I'd put that on a bumper sticker. Don't you think people would support it? F the chef. And then maybe we could forego the guy who's living off the chef.
Yeah, I like it.
But the guy who lives in Stornoway doesn't, it's too big. I'm going to work on it. I'll come back to you next week. I'll have a better one. Anyways, Mr. Speaker, I know that my time is going short and I'll be here all week. If you need me for anything, you just ask me, Mr. Speaker. But I do want to bring forward an amendment at this time. That where is the leader? Oop, what's this? Where's my amendment? I'll keep talking. Then get me an amendment. Get me an amendment. I got how much time left? They never let me do amendments. Like, seriously, Speaker, in all my time here, have I ever done anything procedural that you can remember? I haven't. So anyways, let's just keep going back on the on the guy who lives in Stornoway. Now, here's another fact that the member, I'm not mad at all the Conservatives. I have great respect for some. The member for Wellington Halton Hills, for example, who said in the Globe and Mail on October 23rd, 2024, that there's a reason he may not get a security clearance, and it's because security clearances involve a rigorous process that includes background checks on family members, credit, criminal checks, and intrusive questions about one's sexual partners or whether they ever use drugs. I didn't say that. A Conservative said that. And he said the Conservatives fear that would be used for politically motivated purposes. So I'll end on this. What the heck is in that closet in Stornoway that he's so afraid of that he not only won't or he can't get a security clearance? We need to know what's in that closet because Canadians are paying the cost of that closet and the chef who feeds the guy who's got stuff hidden in that closet. So here we are, Mr. Speaker. Round 2. I move, seconded by the member for North Island Powell River, that the motion be amended, A, by adding the words right to strike, the following question mark. 1, whereas the NDP leader said the Conservative leader has, quote, deep connections to billionaires and CEOs. 2, whereas the NDP leader said, quote, the Conservative leader voted against giving kids dental care despite having publicly paid dental care for nearly 2 decades. 3, whereas the NDP leader said, quote, the Conservative leader would use his power to cut health care and other services that people rely on. B, by replacing all the words after the words, the House proclaims, quote, with the following, it's disappointment that for decades Liberals and Conservatives have stacked the deck for corporate CEOs against working Canadians. I'll be here all week. I'm glad that at the end the Conservatives showed up, but I'll send them the YouTube clips. Thank you.
It's my duty to inform the honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion, or in the case that he or she is not present, consent may be given or denied by the House Leader, the Deputy House Leader, the Whip, or the Deputy Whip of the sponsor's party. Since the sponsor is not present in the chamber, I ask the Deputy Whip of the Conservatives or of the opposition if he or she if he consents to this amendment being moved.
We don't approve of it.
Since there is no consent pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Or rather,
for his speech, and I'll be honest with you, I'm really going to miss him when he's not in this place. And he spoke about the importance of a Team Canada approach when we have a collective issue facing Canada, and the importance of people who want to hold leadership positions to actually act like leaders. And I understand that the Prime Minister did have a meeting with the members of all of the leaders of the opposition this week to talk about the tariffs and our relationship with the United States. but I understand that immediately following that, the leader of the official opposition came out bashing Canada again. Can the member comment on that?
For Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, that really goes to my point that, we're at a really important moment, and yet what do I see and what do Canadians see? They see 4 or 5 toxic kids sitting in a sandbox throwing stuff at each other, and everyone's running down the street saying the tsunami's coming. And this is the nature of this parliament right now. It is a broken parliament. It's being interrupted in its work, and we do, at a certain point, need to put aside certain divisions to make sure that we are ready to deal with the Trump administration, to make sure that we can keep our economy going, because people sent us here to do that. This is the job of us, regardless of whether we like each other or not. But to undermine Canada at this time is very, very concerning.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member for the NDP, we are debating an Opposition Day motion put forward by the Conservatives where we're calling on non-confidence of this government using the leader of the NDP's very own words, and they're saying they're not going to vote for it. But my question is this. We've never had this record high food bank usage in history. We've never seen child poverty at this rate, ever. We've never seen homelessness at this rate. How can he and his party justify continuing to sell out Canadians in their time of suffering, genuine suffering? How does he go home to his constituents and reconcile that he continues to keep this Prime Minister in power despite the suffering that they're causing?
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Wow. Here's a member who just voted against getting HST off food items for children. Yeah. After running on it. She ran on it. Now she voted against it. That's a member who voted against school programs and then comes in here and cries crocodile tears all over the floor about poor, hungry children that they wouldn't support. And that's a member who just stood up to vote to send women to backdoor abortionists because she's taken the abusive support of her leader. She wouldn't stand up for women and families ever. So does the idea that we would ever stand with them, not on your life. Exactly.
Just need to remind to run through the chair on questions and comments. Questions and comments, questions, commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Speaker. I really appreciated my colleague's speech. The axe the chef is an excellent slogan. But because he's, an experienced left-wing Canadian politician, and unfortunately, though, what we're seeing is that there is a rise of the right wing, not just in Canada, but we can see it in Europe, in the United States. So what we're seeing, sadly, is that in the polls, young people are starting to turn to the right, young people aged 18 to 35. So I find this very worrying, this rise of the right worldwide. What does he think about this as a left-wing representative? How can we fight again? How can we fight this? Because it seems to be a worldwide trend. What is the solution? What do we do to counter this rise? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay. I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question. It's true. The attack on democracy is generalized. We see it in Germany, in France, in the United States, and in Stornoway as well. It is very important that a democracy defend its workers, but it's also clear that we need to expose the Conservative leader who is using digital tactics, and the caucus members amplify the disinformation issued by these Conservatives' paranoid politics. And this really undermines the trust of Canadians in our democracy. Questions and comments.
Honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his excellent intervention. Since I've been here, before I became an MP, the word solidarity was just a word for me. But after I became an NDP MP, I really learned the true value of what acting on solidarity means. And I wanted to ask him in this House, because we've been not doing enough, if he agrees that we haven't been doing as a country enough for what's going on in Gaza, and how that solidarity needs to show, especially when we've got groups in Canada that have posters that say Jews against the war on Gaza, and how important that solidarity is, and how important it is for us to act to make sure that we're showing our solidarity with the Palestinian people.
Honourable Deputy, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
For that excellent question, and this is what I spoke at the beginning, the role of Canada to be a voice for justice is important. It's not acceptable to watch a genocide and say, well, we don't want to say anything because the people committing the genocide are our allies. We have no allies who commit genocide. That's right. What we have is an obligation to speak up and defend the rights. And we have to defend all the rights. You know, the NDP spoke up against the horrific attacks of Hamas on October 7th. Those were crimes against humanity. We expect the International Court to act. But we also expect Canada and this Prime Minister to stand up for the protection of people who are being deliberately starved. Canada has a bad history. They use deliberate starvation in an attempt to take the land from the indigenous people. Yep. And people will never give up the land. That's the message we need to give to Netanyahu. You cannot starve the people off the land. You cannot bomb the people off the land. But you can be held accountable for the crimes that you commit on the land.
Yes, questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the member opposite from the NDP, I asked him a very honest question. And, you know, the reality is either he's not listening to his constituents in Timmins where, you know, the food bank usage is the highest in history. People can't afford to do what they're doing. And his rebuttal to me wasn't an answer. So I want to ask him again, because the Opposition Day motion here is there's no confidence in this Prime Minister because after 9 years, we have chaos and suffering. And so my question again to the member opposite in the NDP, why is he voting against his leader's own words, the leader of the NDP's own words? Why is he continuing to have confidence in a Prime Minister that has caused so much suffering? It's a very simple answer. And what would he tell his constituents in Timmins?
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
I will try again, Speaker. For the member who comes in and cries crocodile tears about hungry children and votes against supporting food for children, that's appalling. The way they use children, the way they use suffering, and they vote against every single time. And yet they say, well, the NDP, we're using the NDP leader's language. Yeah, the NDP leader spoke about defending workers, something that party will never do. Yep. And we will always stand on the side of workers, something that party will never do. Right. And then, as opposed to, why won't we call a Christmas election? Because the member for Stornoway is desperate to stay ahead of the CSIS investigation. Well, I just pointed out to the member, she just voted to send women to backroom abortionists. If she thinks that we're going to support her and her leader in forcing a Christmas election in order to take away the HST getting off children's snowsuits and food, well, she lives in a conservative bubble, and I'm sure they're all going to go back and be really angry at me tonight, but not in a million years. No, sorry. If she needs an explanation the third time, I'll write it out for her in big block letters.
That's right.
Resuming debate, and good to see the Honourable Member for Essex.
Here, here. Here, here. Well, thanks so much, Mr. Speaker. It's always great to be back in this place representing the amazing folks of Essex. And Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member for Flamborough-Granbrook. Mr. Speaker, here we are again. The NDP leader, the member from Burnaby South, said it himself. I ripped up my supply and confidence agreement with the Liberal government. Well, let's call it what it is, a stunt. A stunt designed to distract from the fact that the NDP leader and his party have been propping up for the governments that's been failing Canadians for years. The NDP leader has been outspoken in opposing actions that weaken unions' power. He has stated unequivocally that if any vote in Parliament impacts workers' rights, the NDP will vote against it, regardless of the consequences. However, despite his strong words, his actions have not always matched his words. While the NDP leader has condemned the Prime Minister for taking away the Teamsters and ILWU's 514's right to strike, he has remained largely silent on other issues affecting workers. The Prime Minister has launched a brutal assault on workers, hurting their paychecks through inflation, driving up prices with a carbon tax, doubling housing costs, hiking taxes, canceling major projects that could create union jobs, and issuing orders that undermine workers' chances of giving every Canadian a fair shot at a decent life and affording necessities. Despite these actions, the NDP leader has continued to support the Liberals. Now, the NDP leader faces a crucial choice. Will the NDP continue propping up a government that makes decisions that harm workers, or will they stand by their principles and vote to fix the government? As the NDP leader said on November 12, 2024, you're never going to count on us if you're going to take away the rights of the workers. Never. The time has come for the NDP to act on those words. We're at a crossroads, and it's become clear every day everything is broken. 7 in 10 Canadians now say they feel the same way, that nothing is working anymore. Our economy is stuck, and families are getting squeezed at every turn. According to Equifax and TransUnion, consumer credit debt has hit an all-time high, and Canadians are now paying more in taxes than they spend on housing, food, and clothing combined. The cost of living has become so unbearable that 26% of Canadians are seriously considering leaving this country because it's simply too expensive to live. In the last year alone, 1.4 million children were living in poverty, and the number of Canadians turning to food banks has reached staggering levels. Record-breaking numbers, over 2 million visits to the food banks in a single month. 1 million people in Ontario alone used food banks last year. And for the first time in Canadian history, 80% of Canadians believe home ownership is now reserved for the super rich, with some families even forced to spend 100% of their income on rent. And let's not ignore the reality on our streets. Violent crime is up 50%. Gun violence has more than doubled, and auto theft is rampant. But instead of fixing these issues, the Liberals and the NDP continue to ignore the rising tide of hardship across the country. And in the middle of all this, we have the member from Burnaby South. The NDP leader has spent more time posing for cameras than standing up for Canadian families. He promised he'd be an opposition voice, an advocate for the working class. Instead, he handed over his principles to keep the Liberals in power. And after this big media stunt, he still refuses to say whether he will vote to force a carbon tax election at the first chance. He's voted to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents per litre. That's right, a plan that will drive Canadians into food banks and grind the economy to a halt, killing hundreds of thousands of jobs. And remember, this is after he promised to be the voice against high taxes and big government. He promised to be the workers' champion, but instead, he voted to punish workers and raise taxes on everything from gas to groceries. But let's also not forget, the real reason the member from Burnaby South is playing this game, his pension. This isn't about workers. This isn't about Canadians. This is about the NDP leader getting his $2 million pension. He's delaying the election until next year when he qualifies for that fat payout. So
a point of order from the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I know we're living rent-free in his little head, but the NDP leader doesn't have a $2 million pension. So if they're going to continue those falsehoods, perhaps you can explain how much the member who lives in Stormont.
Okay, it's not. That's just part. That's just the following the debate. I'm just going to let everybody catch their breath. Order. Order. We're done. Shh. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, I do agree. He does not have his pension yet. He has to wait till next year. Under the NDP's coalition with the Liberals, the working class has been betrayed. While the Liberals continue to sell out hardworking Canadians, the member from Burnaby South has abandoned his responsibility to stand up for them, choosing instead to focus on securing his own political survival. Instead, he's playing games with taxes and pensions and Canadians. And let's not forget, this government's policies hurt the very people Conservatives are fighting for, those who have been neglected by this failure. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight a prime example. My private member's bill, Bill C-241. This bill directly addresses the struggles of hardworking Canadians, particularly those in the trades essential to our country that are our tradespeople. The welders, the electricians, carpenters, and plumbers who keep everything running smoothly, yet for all their hard work, they are often left behind, with their contributions barely recognized. These men and women are the backbone of our economy, yet they are often left behind, overlooked, and undervalued. And these workers are often required to leave their families, travel across the country, and sacrifice precious time with their loved ones, just to ensure that their kids have access to basic necessities like food and medicine. But as we see time and time again, they've quickly aligned themselves to Liberals, leaving us wondering, do the NDP genuinely stand for working people, or are they just another party caught up in the political game? By siding with the Liberals, they've allowed the status quo to continue, and working Canadians are the ones paying the price. So, who's truly fighting for hardworking Canadians? The answer is clear. It's not the Liberals, and it's certainly not the NDP. It's the Conservatives who are committed to standing up for people who keep this country running, the workers who deserve more than just empty promises and political games. We can do better for tradespeople and hardworking families across the country. The member from Burnaby South has completely forgotten the working class and the labour movement that once defined his party. He has abandoned hardworking Canadians in favour of a Liberal government that has disregarded their hardships in exchange for political survival. While the government raises taxes, the cost of living has increased dramatically, housing is out of reach, and food prices are still rising. In spite of his pledge to defend workers, he has safeguarded his personal interests by obtaining a pension at the expense of those who most in need of assistance. His backing of the Liberal government directly contributes to the escalating cost of living crisis and undercuts workers' rights. In Windsor, Essex, the housing crisis is out of control. Habitat for Humanity, Windsor, Essex, has been forced to shift focus as families struggle to afford homes. While they have built or repaired 125 homes over 30 years, the need keeps growing. Families are spending 75 to 95% of their income on rent, far beyond what's affordable. The member of Burnaby South continues to prop up the government for its failed address to this crisis. The NDP Liberal coalition has only made things worse, with policies that drive up costs for Canadians. It's time to axe the carbon tax, build more affordable homes, and bring the cost of living under control.
You're here.
The people of Windsor, Essex, and all of Canada deserve better. It's time to stop supporting a government that caters to the wealthy and start putting working Canadians first. The member for Burnaby South has sold out his own supporters. We need change. Conservatives who are ready to stand up for the workers, to cut taxes, fix the housing crisis, and finally give every Canadian a fair shot at a decent life. In closing, Madam Speaker, I would be remiss not to thank the hardworking men and women in the Essex-Windsor area, such as IBEW, Carpenters Union, Iron Workers, LiUNA, and Unifor, just to name a few. They build the homes, the infrastructure, the vehicles, and the soon-to-be completed Gordie Howe International Bridge. Their passion and dedication does not go unnoticed and is most appreciated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really enjoyed my honourable colleague. I mean, living rent-free inside that head has been quite the experience. And I would have thought he would have gotten up and thanked us.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, seen their behaviour the other night, and we are willing to take the GST off alcohol. I mean, you know, I would have thought that would have helped them, you know, in their behaviour. But I want to get serious for a moment, because we know now from CSIS investigations into the guy who lives in the 19-room mansion that there was multiple efforts by a foreign government to interfere. And I want to ask what the member for Calgary Nose Hill, who I like a lot, but she seems to have disappeared ever since we found out that as co-chair for Patrick Brown's campaign, she was pressured to withdraw her support in the race by agents of a foreign government. Wow. So now I know that this is a party where their leader can't get a security clearance. Will he tell us who in his caucus have worked for a foreign government and undermining Canadian democracy? Surely he knows. I know he's on the backbench, but they must talk.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the colleague. You know, it really astonishes me when we've got mothers at home that can't put diapers or feed their children. It blows my mind that we have young adults. 7 of 10 young adults don't believe that they'll ever be able to afford a home. 7 of 10 believe that. It blows my mind that he's talking about a security clearance when we have this other discussion called the Green Slush Fund. If it's that important to get...
Order. I just want to remind the honourable member for Timmins James Bay. Order. I want to remind the member for Timmins James Bay he had an opportunity to ask a question. If he has something else to add, he can wait till the appropriate time. I'm going to let the honourable member for Essex to point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay. Maybe he could quote the standing order.
Yes, it's Section 10 of the standing orders. And what I just want to do is I do want to apologize. I think that was uncalled for, saying that it blew his mind when I said it was just a little puff of smoke. I retract that.
Again, I just want to ask members to please be respectful of each other when someone else has the floor, to please not interrupt. The honourable member for Essex, if he could wrap it up, because I do have time for other questions. Oh, he's done? Okay. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable...
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague spoke a great deal about housing. He criticized the government across the way. And yet we do know that the Liberal government has a terrible record in terms of housing, deplorable really. Homelessness has doubled in Quebec over the last 10 years. The number of people who have died in the streets of Quebec in the last few years has tripled. CMHC says they will build will need to build 5.8 million housing units by 2032. And yet, I've never heard the Conservatives propose even one solution. They talk about getting rid of the GST on housing, new construction under $1 million, but I haven't heard another detail. What is the Conservatives' plan to deal with this major issue of our time?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the honourable colleague. Well, we actually have spoke extensively about what we're going to do, and the first thing we're going to do is axe the tax. That's going to put more money in the pockets of young adults to be able to A, afford a home, after they're able to B, feed themselves. And I guess where it really gets me is that if the second official opposition and the fourth official or the third official opposition really believe that this is the right thing to do, then why not call a carbon tax election and let Canadians make the decision? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech this evening. You know, the member mentioned political games. And I know we are in minority parliament status. It's all I've ever known, actually, as a member of this House, which some might say is dysfunctional by nature, but there have been moments where we've been able to work together and collaborate and get the best interests of Canadians at the forefront. My question is just simply, how much has the Conservative games in this House cost Canadians while their parliament has been frozen?
The honourable member for Essex has 55 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the honourable colleague. You know, I had to say political games, Madam Speaker, because that's quite frankly what we saw this morning from the NDP, supported by the Liberals. But Madam Speaker, I think it's really important to say, because I hate calling them political games outside of this chamber, because it's people's lives. It's people's lives. And so let's get the truth put out on the floor. Let's hand it over so we can get on with the business. But instead, they're dragging their feet through the mud. They're holding up the important business of government, stopping people from getting ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, I'm not sure if individuals were having conversations or if they were trying to speak to this, but I just want to remind members that when somebody else has the floor, please be respectful. Resuming debate, the honourable member Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's great to hear from my colleague from Essex and all of his great insights, and great to see him back here in this place. Thank you. We're here today to debate a motion of non-confidence in this Prime Minister and this government because the workers of Canada are hurting and the workers and Canadians are struggling. In the words of the Leader of the NDP, the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. The Leader of the NDP also said the Liberal government will always cave to corporate greed and will always step in to make sure unions have no power. And we agree, which is why we put forward this motion, which is why the NDP needs to stop propping up this Liberal government and vote non-confidence with us. That's what workers want. That's what Canadians want. They want a carbon tax election now. Madam Speaker, we saw with the Statistics Canada report on Friday just how much Canadian workers and Canadians are suffering after 9 years of this Prime Minister backed up by the NDP. StatsCan reported that Canada's GDP per capita had declined for 6 consecutive quarters. In other words, that's our standard of living falling, especially when compared to south of the border. There is now a $33,000 per year difference in income per person between Canada and the US, according to the IMF. Add to this the punishing carbon tax in Canada, and those worker paychecks are stretched even further. Food bank use in Canada reached 2 million, and 18% of those are workers. That's shameful. This very inflationary and tax policies of the Liberals, which have been supported all the way along by the NDP, have caused this cost of living crisis, and they are making Canadian workers and Canadians poorer. So it's no wonder that in 2023, we saw the highest number of work stoppages or interruptions in Canada since 1983, so that's 40 years. Because when inflation is running rampant and cost of living is out of control, workers rightly need more to get by to support their families. And so they are fighting for better wages everywhere. And Madam Speaker, while statistics point a damning picture of the economic carnage being inflicted on Canadians by this NDP Liberal coalition, beyond the statistics are real people, real workers, and their stories. And I remember speaking to steel workers on the floor of Stelco last winter. And of course, that's in Hamilton, and Hamiltonians have a reputation for grit and determination and hard work. It is the hammer, after all. And nowhere is that more evident than on the floor of Stelco. These workers work hard day in and day out to produce the steel that is so instrumental to our economy, and it's hot, heavy work, but it should also be rewarding work. These are union members, members of the United Steelworkers. And there was a steelworker named Travis that I spoke to that day who talked to me about how difficult it was as a young person to make ends meet. He had a good job, good wages, a union job, benefits, but inflation, taxes, housing costs were taking an increasingly larger bite out of his paycheck. And he worried that his colleagues who had young families were in an even tougher spot. Travis wasn't alone. Others that same day recounted the same story. The cost of living crisis has been a kick in the teeth, and they can't afford to pay the increases they're seeing in their mortgages with renewals, their rent, their groceries, filling up the trucker car to get to work, and heating their home. Last month, I talked to union workers alongside the leader of the Conservative Party at the Boilermakers Local 128, as well as UA Local 67, which is journeymen and pipe fitters and plumbers and their apprentices, and their training hall is actually located in my constituency in Flamborough-Glanbrook. We also talked to Leona construction workers and others. And these are the workers who built this country, and they're building our economy. Canada needs more of these skilled workers, but they also need a government that has their back, which is why we introduced this motion today. Madam Speaker, I think about my own grandfather, who was a proud union member. My Opa Block was a carpenter, and he came to Canada from the Netherlands in 1949 at the end of the Second World War in search of a better future for himself and his family. And he braved a new land and a new language, and he came a year before bringing the rest of his family. My mother was 5 when they finally came. And Opa worked hard and he saved up, but as a carpenter, he joined the union because it offered him good wages and modest benefits at that time. For him and his family, he was always a staunch supporter of the unions because unions built the middle class. And our family is an example of that. And Opa was also a card-carrying member of the NDP for almost 30 years. And so I wonder what Opa would think today about the NDP under the leadership of the current leader, who is unwaveringly supporting the Liberal government that has violated workers' rights to strike, that is increasing the cost of living on that middle class. Madam Speaker, I think it's safe to say that the NDP under the current leader is no longer my grandfather's NDP. Madam Speaker, my mom was also a union member for 45 years of her entire career as a registered nurse in Hamilton, working at various different hospitals. And for my brothers and I, we were fortunate enough to grow up in a middle-class household. And while we didn't always get everything we wanted, my mom's union job as a nurse and my dad's work in the trades as a bricklayer allowed us the middle-class dream of Canada. And I contrast that to the conversations I had on the floor of Stelco that day and in the union halls of the Hamilton area in the time since. And that middle-class dream of Canada is slipping away for workers, for people. Madam Speaker, what's ironic about the leader of the NDP is he talks a big game. The Liberals are too weak. Yet he is the one keeping the Prime Minister in power. He is the one supporting the very policies that are making life so unaffordable, especially the carbon tax, which the NDP has supported 24 times. Hear, hear. So when workers, through their unions, demand more to pay their mortgages, their rents, their groceries, their gas, to sustain that modest middle-class living on their hard work, when they also fight for safety and the gains they've made in safety, as the Teamsters did this summer, the Liberals have shut down their strikes, shut down their job actions. Madam Speaker, while the NDP leader has called this out, that same leader in his caucus voted twice earlier this fall, confidence in this Liberal government. So now, with the motion we've brought forward today, the NDP have a chance to do something about it. Let's vote down this government.
The honourable member had to interrupt. It being 5:38, excuse me, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Muse, moves that 1. Whereas the leader of the New Democratic Party said he ripped up his supply and confidence agreement with the Liberal government. 2. Whereas the NDP leader said the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for the people. And 3.
NDP leader, the Liberal government said the Liberal government will always cave to corporate greed and always step in to make sure the unions have no power. In response to the Liberal Labour Minister's referrals to the Canadian Industrial Relations Board that ordered the workers of Teamsters Canada Rail Conference and the ILWU 514 to resume their duties, violating their right to strike. Therefore, the House agrees with the NDP leader, and the House proclaims it has lost confidence in the Prime Minister and the government. CID.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a
Madam Speaker, we request to record a division, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, December 9th, 2024, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, resuming consideration on a question of privilege on the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer, and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
The honourable member for York Simcoe had 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in his questions and comments. The honourable member, questions and comments. The honourable member for Durham.
In the member of York Simcoe's speech, he mentioned how this Liberal government is no longer working for the best interests
of Canadians. I know he's been working for some time on getting the Minister of Transport to prohibit the development of the so-called Baldwin East Aerodrome in Georgina, which appears to be a cash crop operation for contaminated fill. This is an issue I know well, as illegal dumping in my community of Durham occurring at the Greenbank Airport under the guise of aerodrome development. Could my colleague give us an update on this issue?
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my good friend and colleague from Durham. And sadly, this is the problem, Madam Speaker, with this government. There is no update. We've been over 3 years, 4 transport ministers, to put a stop to this illegal fill that's going on at an aerodrome. You know, this company, with directors that have been charged and convicted for illegally dumping fill, have purchased land under a guise of an aerodrome. If you can believe this, Madam Speaker. And this government now is not answering letters from my constituents, not answering emails. And like I said, this is the 4th transport minister. This is this Liberal government doing business badly for Canadians, and it is absolutely shameful not getting back to their Member of Parliament, and Transport Canada not addressing this issue and not getting back to their Member of Parliament, Madam Speaker. And so, unfortunately, to my colleague from Durham, there is unfortunately no update that this government can give at this time after 3 years, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure whether or not that question and that answer had anything to do with the question of privilege, but I will move on now to resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's honestly a pleasure to stand up in this House and talk about STTC and the Green Slush Fund, because this gives us an opportunity to look at what is actually happening here in Canada. And even building off what my friend from York Simcoe talked about, it was the way that the government is working, or lack of working, I should say, or working in a bad direction. And so my speech really focuses on where is the loss of trust, or how do we have this loss of trust, and why do we have this loss of trust? And we can see that over the last 9 years, there has been so many things that have made Canadians who voted for them in 2015 say, I can't trust this government anymore. And when we look simply at the Green Slush Fund, it is just another example of why Canadians have lost trust and have lost hope. What is the Green Slush Fund, and why was it created in the first place? And I think when we look at SDDC, the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, we have to look at what their mandate was. And their mandate was to help Canadian companies develop and deploy sustainable technologies by delivering critical funding support at every stage of the journey. And you know, sounds great. This is something that we've needed. And for decades, we did have it. We had it available. And even in the last 6 years, there was $836 million that was spent on green startups. I'm not against any of that. But the issue here that I have is that there was also 186 projects that have conflicts of interest. And that is where, when I talk about trust and loss of trust in this government, that is where I really want to focus. We as a party and as opposition have been asking for these documents for months. And we know that last December in 2023, when the whistleblowers came forward and talked about what was happening and how this money was being distributed, things started happening. We saw that there has been freezing on the slush fund, that the money is not available, which in turn is causing a lot of problems for people who are actually running legitimate businesses, who aren't able to get the payments that they're expected, who aren't able to get assistance from the government that would actually help. But we saw, because of this government and the way that they were allowing people to be eligible for truly ineligible reasons, they didn't move forward. We can look at the conflict of interest that we can talk about. We can talk about whether it was the CAO or board chair, but we can look at the conflicts of interest that were occurring in SDTC as well. And this all goes back to looking at accountability and transparency, and something that over the last 9 years we have seen very, very little of. For a prime minister who was going to, have the sunshine on all of this, and everything was going to be fine because we were going to have that ray of sunshine, and we were going to be clear and accountable and transparent. What he was running on in 2015 is exactly opposite of what we see here in 2024. And so the loss of hope is one of the biggest challenges that we're having here in Canada. And so I had spoken when I had this opportunity to speak on this bill or on this motion. I had spoken to my friend from Oshawa, and he was talking about what we can talk about because he was looking at the censorship issues that were happening here in Canada. Well, there it was Bill C-63 or some of the other things that they have come out, like with Bill C-11 and Bill C-18. Just a whole bunch of bills that come together that continue to impact Canadians negatively. So when he was talking about censorship, I thought I'd talk about trust and hope and how this is just another example of how Canadians have lost trust in this government and have lost hope for the future. When we look at the data, it's very, very clear. We can look at data between 2014 and 2024 and look for people to say, where is the hope? What do I see for the future? And as a mom of 5, that I'm very proud of being a mom of 5, I am now watching my children who are between the ages of 21 and 30 saying, what's the world going to look like for us? How are we going to get ahead? And I'll add more onto that. But I think it comes down to very simple. If you're looking at 11 a.m., as of today, we had a $1 trillion, 356 billion in debt here in Canada. That first number makes me very queasy knowing that just 10 years ago, under the Harper government in 2024, that our debt was $648 million. 648 compared to $1.3 billion in 9 years, that is just absolutely ludicrous. And we know that is just wasteful spending and unaccountable spending as well. When we look at things like the current number of people working in Canada and the GDP, these are all data points that we need to look at when we're talking about the economy and why we're talking about things not working. If we do not have a strong economy, everything starts falling apart. And so I think we have to look at the economy as being a piece of this puzzle that has created so much drastic problems for people. Specifically in employment, we have seen a decrease in employment. In Canada, we have currently, as of October 2024, we have 33,977,000 people working, which is 60.6% of the population. But just 10 years ago, we had 61.6% of the population working at over 28,930,000. And this matters because at the end of the day, it's those people that are working, that are employed and paying taxes on their employment or pensions or whatever it may be, that are putting back into the system. So it's really important that we have people out there working because it also adds to our GDP. And the GDP is something that the further we look into this, when we're looking at the numbers for our GDP, and I had a great conversation about this with a member from Halton Hills. We're talking about, Wellington Halton Hills. We're talking about what the GDP looks like and why it's important to understand GDP to population. And so when I talk about the number of people working being down to 60.6% from 61.6% just a decade ago, we then have to look at where our GDP is. And that is where these numbers become astounding. So I've taken these numbers, not only have I compared them for Canada, looking at 2014 to 2024, but also looking at our neighbor to the south and looking at the GDP in the United States. In 2014, I'm not looking at what the total GDP is, but looking at the increase because that is giving us the hope and prosperity. When people see an increase in our GDP that looks healthy, that they know that there is hope for their business, for their future, for their employment, and for their children's future as well. So in 2014, we saw a 2.87% GDP increase. In the United States, very similar at 2.52. But today, when we're looking at the data, it's not a full year, so it's not as great as we can use. But in 2024, in Canada, our GDP right now is 1.34%, compared to the US at 2.77%. And so if we want to look at entire years, we can look at the US at 2.89% in 2023, compared to Canada at 1.25%. And when GDP is down, that is when people start losing great hope. What are they going to do when it comes to employment? How are their businesses going to survive? And I know in the last few weeks we've had many discussions within the people in my riding talking about how are they going to survive if we can't have good public policy and we can't have good legislation and a variety of different things if the United States is talking about putting a 25% tariff on items coming from Canada. These are things that people within my constituency, the moment that that was announced or discussed, the phone started ringing because in my riding and in many areas of Canada, we're exporting 80% of our goods. I spoke earlier to a gentleman that actually, he does scoreboards. So, you can watch some of those great NCAA scoreboards and know that they were built in London, Ontario. And 80% of his markets are US high schools and universities. If there is a 25% tariff, his business will close. So we have to make sure that this government is doing the right thing. And that is what we've seen over the last week and a half. And they've talked about our leader. But honestly, when you're down in the United States and you're looking at this government on its last leg, or actually on its last toe, not even on its last leg, it's really hard to know that they're doing the negotiating for the future of Canada when ourselves do not feel confident of our own economy and the own strength that we have here in our own country. So when we're sending Team Canada down, we need to make sure Team Canada has some very strong members represented from the Conservative Party as well, because when we are in government, we need to make sure that we have a very strong relationship so people like Jeff in my riding doesn't lose his entire business because of bad policies and relationships with the United States. It really comes down to the importance of making sure we have those trade relationships, making sure we have good policy, and making sure that our economy will continue to have a drive. So going from those GDP numbers and looking at more of this, we have to look at what are some of the other issues. Here in Canada, we are currently at a birth rate of 1%. 1%. That does not replace, 2.1% is what we have for replacement of our Canadian population, but our birth rate now is 1%. And for me, I step back and go, well, I've done my job. I've got 4 kids. I'm doing really well. And I step back and think, why are other people not having children? And for me, it's pretty darn simple. I can sit there and look at my own children. My own son, who's 28 years old, running his own business, and I absolutely love what he's doing. But the difficulty for him to start. As a starter business, he can do a great job, but then he's also having to pay his rent and his food and everything else. For him, it'd probably be better right now trying to get a part-time job and doing his actual career on the side so that he can actually pay for the groceries and pay for the rent. But you know, the way that this economy is right now, when you're paying almost $2,000 a month for rent and utility, it's really darn hard to get ahead. I feel bad when I say to my kids, and it's terrible, I paid $220 a month in 1991 when I was in university to live in the worst place ever in a London residence when I was at Western. I have kids and I have friends whose children are paying $1,600 a month just to live in a 4-bedroom house or a 4-bedroom apartment. $1,600 times 4. Mine was $220 times 5. So I think if you look at that, we have to look at what is the debt load being applied to our children. So if they're wanting to have children, and if we're seeing a rate of 1% of increase, if we know that the cost in student debt has increased from 2014, student debt when people were graduating was sitting a little over $12,000. I think it was about $12,800 for student debt back in 2014 when people were graduating. Now in 2024, that's way over $30,000, but we're not, this is old data, and we're not using the data that's talking about rent increases that we have seen on many of our students who are using the food bank to eat. These are the types of issues that we have. And you look at why are we having these issues? Because we have a government that does not spend wisely and continues to increase our debt all of the time for future generations to have to try to dig out of. So when I'm looking at the cost to our students, they had 10 years ago, student debt less than $13,000, so a little over 12, going in and getting into the workplace. Now I look at students, 2024, $30,000 debt load, and then trying to rent an apartment starting at $2,000. So imagine trying to get your student debt paid off, your food in the cupboards and on your shelves, and actually pay the rent. And if you want a car and insurance, well, holy cow, wouldn't you be lucky? And I look at the people that live in my riding, which is very rural, where cars are needed. You need to be able to get a car to drive from my house to work. There's not public transportation, nor is there really a business plan for that at this time because of the population and how many people will be using that. So we have to look at our children today who are having these exuberant costs, whether they're paying taxes or whether they're paying this great gross debt that we have of $1.3 trillion, or whether they're paying for the food with the inflation that we're seeing and the cost of everything. This is very, very difficult for our children to move forward. I'm going to go to my son, who is hopefully going to be a plumber soon. He has taken a few years off of school and had decided to go into plumbing. The opportunities for him in plumbing are endless. The opportunities when people come and say to me, hey, you want to apprentice? Great, we'd love to take you on. We are looking all the time at people to try to have these opportunities. But I think of my son and the fact that he will probably have a job in about 6 months. Fantastic. But I bet you it will take a long time for him to actually get out of my basement. Because how is he going to go and pay, after being a plumber, how is he going to pay to get into a house or to rent something when he still has to buy his food and all of those things. He'll be very fortunate because he's not going to have student debt. But that is very unlike the majority of the population in this country that will have student debt. And so he'll be walking in, but still having extraordinary costs to buying tools and supplies because plumbing is not it's not a cheap job to start off with. So starting his own business will be very, very difficult. And so once again, when the hope to finances, when the idea of being able to say, I've got a job, I've graduated from school, I'm going to go forward, I'm going to get married, I'm going to have children, I'm going to have that white picket fence, those dreams that we talked about in the 80s are so gone for this group of people that are part of Generation Z. I think we have to really focus as well on, it's going to be difficult because when we look at productivity is one of our greatest challenges as well. But we're going through a mental health crisis. I ask and urge anybody to read this book that I've read, and it's called The Anxious Generation. And it's talking about Gen Z and what they are going through. And I love to read it because I say, what am I doing and how am I screwing up my kids? Because I can tell you, growing up, the time I did, and I was listening to my one colleague last night who talked about Dallas and Dynasty and how he was talking about this government being very much like that and the amnesia. Those are good years. But I think of the stress that my own children and all of their friends are looking at in 2024. When I graduated from university, my debt load was probably about $6,000 or $7,000. Very, very minimal compared to what people are going out with now. But I was also able to buy a house when I was 25 years old for $122,000. I was also able to get a job, and my job, this is the best part, was $12 an hour. But that was okay because it actually paid for the bills. $12 an hour back in 1993 after graduating paid for the bills, paid for my house. But now what we have is we have lost hope, and we have lost hope for this future. I look at my 5 kids, and I love them to pieces, but I don't know how many of them will be moving home when it comes to trying to find affordable living. And to me, that is very, very difficult for me as a parent, thinking, how have I not set them up properly? And it's not that I don't think I've set them up properly. They've been in great school systems. We've had amazing teachers over our years, amazing opportunities. But when it comes to them actually stepping outside of the house, going and buying their own things, trying to create their own credit limit, trying to rent a place, mom and dad are very necessary, and that's what we're seeing in this generation. Generation Z is really having to depend on their families, their parents. So now we have a generation, my generation, that is not only paying for our bills, but we're also helping our own children out who cannot afford to pay for the bills right now at the cost of living and with their own student debts. And this is something that we didn't see 20 and 30 years ago. We now see that hope lost. So those are the things that I think if we're looking at the Green Slush Fund and we're looking at where the government is and saying what's gone wrong here, we can say poor direction, poor administration, poor ideas, and ideas where you're throwing out the money, but what are you actually sometimes getting in return? There have been very many social programs that we've talked about, and some have had some positive impact and some have had some negative impact. But I would really love to see the cost rationale on some of these things, because for every dollar spent, are we actually leveraging a better Canada, or are we just throwing our money away? And those are the concerns that I have. So when we look at the birth rate of being 1% and trying to get a new workforce in this country and not being able to do that, when we look at our student debt load being extravagant, when we look at the number of people employed in Canada being less than 60% right now, and they're many of those paying those bills so that people can have benefits, when we're looking at our GDP being at less than 1.25% right now, that doesn't give us a lot of hope. That doesn't give the businesses who are trying to get into business more hope too. And that's why I want to talk last minute on the Green Slush Fund and what it has done to startups. We have seen startups who have had to drop off 30% of their labor force because even what they were doing with the government stopped working. Because of the failure of this government on this technology program that had been existing for over 20 years, we are now seeing technology companies having to decrease and actually taking away our competitive nature that we've had for so many years when it comes to technology here in Canada. But we have taken that away. And so those are some of the greatest concerns that I have moving forward. So I would really think if we're looking at what I've spoken about in the last 20 minutes, what we have seen is 9 years of this government creating greater debt and less hope for the next generation. We have seen a lot of stress and I do not see it getting better under this government. We have talked about there needing to be an election, and as everybody knows, I'm planning on retiring. If there's an election tomorrow, I am praying that we win with a Conservative majority, because at the end of the day, we need to ensure that we have good programs. We need to ensure that we have fiscal responsibility to get on track. And these are things that I have great concerns with. I do not know if that will be the case if we continue under this government for the next year that we're scheduled for. I will only see that our GDP will only continue to decline, our debt will only increase, and our hope will only decrease as well. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate your time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her speech this evening. I certainly have a ton of respect for her, and we will miss her in this place when she decides to retire. You know, she mentioned the anxious generation, and I too am very worried about this generation and their prospects moving forward. But a big missing piece, I think, was their concerns about the environment. And so that's what I hear a lot in my riding from constituents. And I know that the Conservatives want to end the carbon pricing mechanisms, which is actually the most cost-effective way to bring down emissions. You know, we're going to lose the rebates as well, but then what? I really would love to know what's in store for an environmental plan for this country. Should we end what we've been doing to lower emissions, and what kind of hope will that offer for the next generation?
Member Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And I'll be honest, I have heard many people talk to me about the environment because it is important. It's important to me and it's important to everybody in this chamber. But it may look a little differently on how we approach it. So when we're looking at things like the Green Slush Fund, which is a great way of dealing with issues that we've dealt with over 20 years, this is how we lose faith in what this government is doing. So when you're asking us to support, or when this government's asking us to support a carbon tax approach like they have, we've seen what they've done with things like the Green Slush Fund and any other program that they have done, and we know that it is not fiscal responsibility. We can talk about the fact that they're getting rebates, but rebates only come after people have given their money forward. So it's kind of giving a gift and then getting it back. And it's great to say that 8 out of 10 families, but we know that the data, if you continue to read in the data of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, that information is not actually accurate. I have farmers that are paying over $11,000 a month. And if you want to know why the food is going up, it's because at the very start of the food process, we have an increase at $11,000 a month on things like grains and oilseeds. So thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable from Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to my honourable colleague. I noticed that she hardly read a single word. That's extraordinary.
Extraordinary.
I didn't hear a single slogan. What we need in the democratic system is people who bring the life experience she brings to the House. So I'm very sorry she's going to be leaving soon. And I share her concern about the younger generation. I'm leaving too, and one of the reasons is my daughter with her beautiful little tea shop moved home, and I'm her like low-level carpenter and schlep. But again, we support our young ones because they're facing economic uncertainty that we didn't face. But I want to ask her, because of her expertise, and we're losing her, I have spoken many times about my concern about encouraging people to join democracy. This is not a good time to be in democracy. There's so much hate in that. Has she thought in her future life, and I don't know what she's going to do, of trying to be a mentor? Because that kind of speech, I mean, I think she could be a mentor to her own caucus. I think that would be a good place to start. But I think in general, because that was a really well-positioned speech.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you very much for that compliment. A little offside, but thank you very much for the compliment. I'm really proud of the work that we can do here as parliamentarians, and I know that when I'm back in my community, that mentorship is something that we'll be doing. I'm part of a program where the Jeans, it's Blue Jeans. I can't remember. I'm really sorry, Helen Cole, but people like Helen Cole who are doing great work in Sarnia, where we're getting over 350 young women together to talk about how to get involved in politics and involved in your community. I think of the work that has been done with Equal Voice, and there's lots we can do. But it's not just politicians, but it's the general public. Politics is a very different place to be, regardless of who you are. And I think that what we need to do is, if mentorship is part of it, we need to teach our people how to be honest and how to get the job done, something that we haven't seen in the last little bit. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
What a great testimony speech she did, and she provided to us based on her experience. And in the last 9 years, she served her constituents here in the House of Commons and also in his riding. Madame la Présidente, la députée.
Madam Speaker, the member highlighted the fact that the upcoming generation will unfortunately be faced with great difficulties. And that generation expects us to act honestly. And when we talk about this green slush fund, 3 out of 4 projects did not respect the minimum directives. So there were $390 million that were mismanaged out of a budget of $500 million. So that is a lot of projects that did not meet ethical standards. How can we trust the government in that regard? The honourable member.
Well, that's a great question, but I think the fact is we've lost trust. It's not that how can we get trust, we've lost trust. What I always say to people is you can hurt and impact people, and they may not be bruised anymore, but they're scarred. And I think that this government has really scarred a lot of people so that we may feel a little bit better, but we've lost that trust like in a bad relationship that for many years. So I appreciate that question, but it's time for this government to go. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her speech. Madam Speaker, I've had the honor of being able to work in some instances with the member. I was able to participate in a committee that she had chaired, and I will say that she showed us an example of how to do work across party lines and how important that is. Some of the work that the member was doing, and I'm sorry if this is a little bit aside from the speech that she was giving, but I would love for her to be able to share a little bit more, and following my colleague's question as well, around how important it is that we see more women entering into federal politics. There's been an entire report that talks about the barriers in women entering politics in general. That was done through the committee that she worked on. Can she please share a couple of the things that should be done so that we can see a more representative parliament?
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And I think of some of the work that I have done as a parliamentarian, whether it's going down to the Ontario Legislature and speaking to people across the globe on the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, doing some work there. But you know something? I believe that it doesn't just have to be women, but men are also excellent mentors. And I think of my own mentor, Joe Preston, who was the Member of Parliament here from 2004 to 2015. And that man changed my life because he believed in me. And so I think we've all had that opportunity. There's always been somebody that has pushed us into this. And so I think it's up to all of us to continue on that mentorship. And that it doesn't matter whether you're in politics or in business, but giving a hand up to some of those people that just need a break. Sometimes it's apprenticeship programs, sometimes it's politics. Mentorship and leadership is what we need to do, and I think that is what our generation should be doing right now. Thank you.
And comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know this is off topic, but I did just want to take the opportunity to thank the member for her jovial spirit that I've always been witness to. She's always been, even when, we can spar in this house and then walk out into the hallway, and she's always been so friendly and easy to talk to. And I know she's not running again, so I just wanted to say that I'm going to certainly miss her spirit around here, believe it or not. And I hope that we cross paths one day again.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I have so many comments to say on that, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much to the member from Kingston and the Islands. I recall being on proc with him. It was a really good time. And we got nothing done for 73 days during a filibuster that their government was doing. But you know something, this place can be a place where we can get a lot of work done, and working with the different members in this parliament has been excellent. I'm sure my husband will really be looking forward to this energy coming home, or maybe not, actually, I should say. But good luck to my family.
And comments, the honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha, a brief question.
Thank you so much. Yes, it is an honour to work with the member from London, Middlesex, Elgin, London, Middlesex. She's a remarkable human. And I know that she has devoted a lot of her time and effort to those who are less fortunate. And I'm curious what she thinks $400 million would have done for homelessness and women in shelters and food bank users and every other vulnerable persons in society that need help right now. How much would $400 million change the lives of people who need it most?
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you very much for that great question from my colleague from Peterborough-Kawartha. I can think of, I was talking to a colleague not too long about the $7 million that we spent on that ice rink. And they said, well, that's only $7 million. I said, but if you do that 100 times over, it's a heck of a lot of money you wasted. And that's exactly what we see with $400 million wasted with 186 ineligible projects that were also put there. That money could have done so much, whether it was assisting with frontline training for our workers who are dealing with sexual violence, whether it was doing things. I mean, we all know the bail system, and we all know that we need to do a lot with judges. Anytime we're talking about what's happening in the criminal justice system, we can put some money in there so that there is proper training for our judges so that we don't have people who have murdered or sexually assaulted somebody back on the streets within 24 hours. We need to make sure that the judges have their training. We need to make sure that that money is put. Food banks, oh my gosh, there's been so much use of food banks. What could this government do? Well, they could cut the carbon tax is one thing, but many other things. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill with an amendment to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Le projet de loi C-26, loi...
Bill C-26, amending the Telecommunications Act and making amendments, correlative amendments to other acts. Copies of the amendment are available on the table.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to respond to the question. It's very short, I assure you. I'm rising to respond to the question of privilege raised by the member from London, Fanshawe, on November 29th, 2024, specifically as it relates to the taking of the vote. I'm obviously not able to comment on what happened in the opposition lobby. I believe it is extremely important that decorum be upheld in the House, particularly during votes. The member cited both House of Commons procedure and practice as well as Standing Order 16.1 in her intervention, which both clearly point to the prohibition on making noise or causing disturbance during votes. This is a rule that should be upheld. Not only do members of Parliament have the right to hear their votes being cast, but they also have the right to be free of intimidation and harassment during the taking of these votes. Unfortunately, the actions of the Conservative MPs on the night of November 28th did not live up to these expectations. I hope that the Speaker will take a close look at what occurred and respond accordingly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I appreciate the additional feedback that the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader has provided. We'll certainly take it under advisement as we deliberate on the question of privilege. The resuming debate, the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Madam Speaker, 6 months ago, the House of Commons ordered the production of all documents from the federal government related to the corruption and cronyism uncovered in the Sustainable Development Technology Canada program, aka the Liberals' Green Slush Fund. At least $400 million was improperly paid. Police are investigating, while conflict of interest and even laws were ignored or violated by program officials. SDTC was a get-rich scheme for well-connected consultants. Because these Liberals have refused to comply with the order from Parliament, which is empowered to oversee the government, indeed it is the primary reason we are all elected to this place, because of this, the chamber is gridlocked. But the Liberals must produce the Green Slush Fund documents without redactions, so Canadians get a full picture of how their tax dollars are mismanaged. Now, I detailed the deeply troubling mismanagement by senior officials of this program on October 22nd. But I'm back tonight because the Liberals just don't listen to common sense, nor are they ready to uphold the principles of this Parliament. Now, I also serve as chairman of the House of Commons Public Accounts Committee, which has been actively investigating the rot that has taken hold of this once functioning agency. Our committee has discovered how deep it goes, and it is deeper than we previously imagined. And that is why today we see at committee almost every week the Liberals and their coalition partners, the NDP, working to end our investigation into the Green Slush Fund. In recent weeks...
Sorry, the point of order, the member for Edmonton Griesbaum.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This member knows well that the NDP supported this motion multiple times. I was the member on public accounts when we supported the investigation.
This is a point of debate. There's no points of clarifications during debate. The honourable member can maybe ask that during the questions and comments. And again, I want to remind members to please quote standing orders when they're wanting to rise. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby also has a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And our standing orders reference the fact that members cannot knowingly mislead the House, and the member is knowingly misleading the House.
So another point of order. The honourable member for, I'm drawing a blank here. Northumberland, Peterborough South. Yes, that's it.
The standing orders also state that we cannot call another member a liar, and you cannot do directly what you cannot do indirectly.
I don't think I didn't hear that anybody was calling indirectly or indirectly what the honourable member indicated. Again, I just want to remind members to please be. It has been raising some debate. I just want to remind members to please be careful. I want to remind the honourable member for Edmonton Griesbaugh to please settle down. You know, he doesn't have the floor. I haven't recognized him at this point anymore. And so I would just ask members to please be respectful. If something is being said that is causing some disorder in the House, certainly I ask just members to please be judicious in their in what they're talking about. The honourable member, on the words that they're using, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you again. I look forward to that question from the now former member of the Public Accounts Committee, where things have changed since his departure. And again, I'll state, the Liberals and NDP at Public Accounts have introduced a closure motion to cut off debate. And this is despite the fact that in recent weeks we learned even more about the enrichment of personal financial interest by Liberal appointed officials overseeing SDTC, as well as other benefactors. For example, the radical Liberal Environment Minister joined the Cabinet, and after that, his shares in Cycle Capital have skyrocketed. This was not a stroke of luck. It was the direct consequence of the abuse of his public office to funnel more taxpayer money into Cycle Capital through the Liberal Green Slush Fund. Since the Environment Minister's appointment in 2019, another $17 million has flown into the company. This double dealing is totally unethical, but apparently allowed under the Liberals. Our committee has asked the Minister to appear for the last 2 months to answer questions from the members, but he won't. What we have seen over and over again is the Minister trying to dodge this accountability and to stonewall and to hide from the Public Accounts Committee. Now, I know the Environment Minister has appeared at other committees, but when our clerk has contacted his office and offered any date over the last 2 months, we were told it just wasn't possible to scheduling issues with his calendar. The Minister believes he is above Parliament. He believes the repeat abuse of tax dollars should not be questioned. And that's the heart of the matter to why we're here tonight and why this Parliament is dysfunctional under the Liberals. They too do not believe they have to be accountable to this place, which is why they are wrongly withholding documents that Parliament has ordered. They are in fact engaging in a huge cover-up to prevent Canadians from knowing how this program operated, how it was broken, and who benefited. When the House of Commons ordered the production of papers related to the scandal, the government used every trick in the book to keep the truth from being known. The Prime Minister's office instructed departments to use the Privacy Act to censor documents, even though the law clearly states the Privacy Act cannot be used to withhold documents from Parliament. This is not transparency. This is the total opposite. This is the obstruction, and it is a direct affront to the principles of democracy. This leads me to the rot that was fostered by Liberal appointees, people like Annette Bashurin, appointed by the former Minister Navdeep Bains, that's the former Minister of Industry, over the objections of the previous CEO of the STDC program. what followed was not a management of conflicts, but a systematic looting of taxpayer funds. A shocking 82% of the transactions sampled by the Auditor General were in a direct conflict of interest. A staggering $400 million approved by the board benefited their own companies. Liberal Minister Baines chose Ms. Verschuren despite the fact that her company was already doing business with SDTC and was in a conflict of interest. But Mr. Baines told committee he doesn't remember any of this. Now, I don't know about anyone in this room, but if I was tasked with making an appointment for a $1 billion program that gave out tax money, I would take some notes. And when committee had questions about it, I think I'd be in a position to answer it. And of course, the value of Ms. Verschuren's investments dramatically increased thanks to SDTC funding. Practically overnight, the company's value has exploded. Not because of the technology they produce, or a competitive process, or even patents they own, but because of an injection of tax dollars. Even when these glaring conflicts were brought to light, what did the Liberals do? Nothing. Senior executives at SDTC, like Ziad Rami, refused to even address the issue of bonuses for those who oversaw these corrupt dealings. He dodged the question no less than 7 times at committee, stating vaguely that any bonuses would comply with employment law. But the truth is, under the Liberals, overseeing a $1 billion slush fund that enriches insiders does not just earn a salary, it earns you a bonus. And I want to thank the Auditor General who's been relentless in her efforts to ensure that the truth is brought to light. But it is now up to parliamentarians to ask tough questions and to receive answers from government, a government that can use to stonewall us. The government's ongoing cover-up has paralyzed Parliament and obstructed the truth from reaching Canadians. The former Deputy Minister responsible for SDTC, John Newbley, also appeared before the Public Accounts Committee, and he gave a convenient story about not being aware of the many conflicts of interest. He said it was his deputy's responsibility. So the top civil servant washed his hands of it. Meanwhile, the Assistant Deputy Minister he was referring to, Andrew Noseworthy, who attended every single board meeting where monies were dispersed, where Liberals were funneling money to other insiders, to their own companies, Mr. Noseworthy was the department's supposed eyes and ears on the board. Yet he claims he did not report obvious conflicts of interest because he was, and I quote, not a lawyer. This is absolutely unacceptable. The position of a senior government official is to protect the interest of taxpayers, not to turn a blind eye to corruption and obvious conflicts. We must ask ourselves how many more programs under the Liberal government are being mismanaged this way. SDTC is a $1 billion fund riddled with conflicts of interest, a fund that was meant to advance technology, not enrich Liberal insiders. And yet here we are, finding out that no one, from ministers to political appointments to senior bureaucrats, is accountable. It is clear what we are dealing with: a dirty trio of fraud, corruption, and lies. Hand-picked board members have fleeced Canadian taxpayers using a simple scheme. Get on a board that approves government funding. Own shares in a company. Tell that company to apply for funding. Approve that funding as a board member. Profit. Big time. The Liberal insiders turned SDTC into their personal piggy bank. This isn't just a story of mismanagement. This is a story of corruption. Corruption that reaches the very top of the Prime Minister's office. Indeed, the PMO previous Director of Appointments, involved with the decision to select Ms. Verschuren, despite all her conflicts, is nowhere to be found. Disappearing, and today cannot be found to be summoned to committee. To my colleagues on the government bench, we all remember the Aga Khan scandal, where the Prime Minister took illegal vacations to a billionaire's island. We all remember the SNC-Lavalin scandal where Liberals fired their own colleague for standing up to the Prime Minister's pressure. We all remember the We Charity scandal where millions of dollars were paid to a supposed charity that paid, of course, members of the Trudeau family for we don't know what. Something. Time and again, we see the same story. A Prime Minister who believes the rules don't apply to him or his family. So today I stand here not just as a member of the Conservative opposition, but I stand as representative of Canadians who are tired of this behavior. Canadians who work hard, pay their taxes, and play by the rules. And they deserve a government that does the same. They deserve a leader who will put their interests above those of well-connected insiders. We cannot allow this culture of corruption to continue. That is why my colleagues and I will continue to push for the release of all unredacted documents related to this program scandal. We will continue to demand accountability from this government in the House and at the Public Accounts Committee. And we will continue to fight for the principles of transparency and good governance, which are the foundation of our democracy. This Green Slush Fund scandal is not just about money, it's about trust. Trust that the government will act in the best interest of its people, not for the benefit of a select few. The refusal to provide unredacted documents is a blatant disregard for the authority of Parliament, and it sends a dangerous message that the government thinks it is above the law. So this is not just about dollars and cents. This is about the principle that underpin our democracy, principles that should never be compromised. I want to take a moment to address the broader implication of the scandal of public trust in our government. Because trust, once it is broken, is very difficult, maybe even impossible to repair. Canadians deserve to have confidence in their government that it will act in the best interest of Canada, that it will uphold the highest standards of integrity, and that it will be accountable for its actions. Now, I know where I stand, and on this side of the House, we want to see our colleagues in the government bench take a stand as well. We cannot sit idly by while our institutions are eroded and while the trust of Canadians is betrayed. Canadians are watching us. They are watching to see if we will stand up for them, or if the Liberals will once again turn a blind eye to corruption. They are watching to see if we will take action to protect their hard-earned tax dollars. The time for excuses is over. It is time for accountability and transparency in government. It is time for a change after 9 long years of this tired and corrupt Prime Minister. I am confident the next election Canadians will make their voice heard and choose a government that will serve them with integrity. They will remember that the Green Slush Fund scandal is not just about the misuse of taxpayer dollars. It is about the principle that no one, not even the Prime Minister, is above the law. The refusal of this government to provide the documents requested by Parliament is a clear violation of those principles. It is an attempt to subvert Parliament to shield those responsible for this corruption from accountability. Parliament must not allow it to happen. When you have a majority of members here in this chamber in agreement that these documents must be released, it is a signal that that trust has been broken and that the government must act. In the upcoming election, Canadians will have the opportunity to choose a different path. I stand before you today to say that Conservatives will bring on a government that Canadians can trust, a government that will be responsible steward of their tax dollars, a government that will always act in the best interest of the people that elect them to serve them. We will ensure that those in positions of power are held accountable for their actions. This means real consequences for ethical violation and conflicts of interest, not just a slap on the wrist, or worse, the idea that these things aren't even happening and don't matter. We will ensure that tax dollars are spent wisely and responsibly. This means ending the culture of cronyism that has taken hold in the Liberal government and in too much of the bureaucracy. It means ensuring that public contracts and grants are awarded based on merit, not on who you know. It means bringing transparency to the process so that Canadians can see exactly how their money is being spent. We owe it to the people of this great nation to live up to the standards they expect of their government. Indeed, the standards they live every day in their lives and in their communities. Unlike our opponents, we seek to govern for the betterment of Canada, not to flout accountability rules and make Canadians pay more to insiders and well-connected Liberals. We will work for Canadians with a government this is a government that Conservatives will deliver to improve this country and finally clean up the mess here in Ottawa. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from my colleague, of course, Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, when we, of course, undertook this work. Through the course of our investigation there, we found out that Ms. Verchuren, the former chair of SDTC, that took lots and lots of money through conflict of interest, we found out that she was actually part of that crony culture that existed before the Liberal Party was also in government. They existed both in the Conservative and Liberal parties. How much money do you think was kicked back from SDTC to Ms. Verchuren to the Conservative Party? Because we have records that demonstrate she's donated multiple times for over a decade to the Conservative Party. How much money do you think she kicked back to his party?
The honour member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, I would assume not very much, because a Liberal can't, the NDP Liberals can't even say so, since all donations are publicly recorded. But to answer the earlier question that my member asked on a point of order, sadly, since his removal from public accounts, the current member has flipped and is now working with the Liberals to shut down our committee work. He's supporting a closure motion, not only on the Green Slush Fund, but Arrive Canada, and even the Auditor General's recent report. So the NDP, it seems, is now back working with the Liberals and their coalition and working to shut down committee work again.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, I realize that my honourable colleague obviously couldn't answer the question of how much money crony culture has kicked back between the Liberal and Conservative Party, considering that Ms. Verchuren, the chair of SDTC, was able to kick back lots and lots of money through conflict of interest to herself and her company, and then kick that money over to the Liberals and kick that money over to the Conservative Party itself. She donated multiple times, over a dozen times, to the Conservative Party, even during the time she was chair. I'll ask him again. I know he may deflect, but I think it's an important question for Canadians. How much do you think Ms. Verchuren kicked back in donations to the Conservative Party?
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest, and I just want to remind the member he's to address questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the member.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Again, not very much, because the information is publicly available. And if it was such a huge amount, the member would say so. But he's not done so, because it's a small number compared to the amount of money that this government has fleeced from taxpayers. And I appreciate the member's a political deflection, and I'm sorry his party no longer stands with others at public accounts to get to the bottom of this, but is instead trying to shut us down from finding answers that we think Canadians need to hear.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to ask my colleague, my friend here, in his capacity of Chair of Public Accounts, how many times the NDP and the Liberals have collaborated to ensure that transparency, access to document requests have been shut down at committee to bring light to this issue.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
I don't have enough time to go through all the times. I will say this. We had a meeting yesterday on the Auditor General's latest reports into the $3.5 billion that the government wrongly paid out to recipients of the CEBA program, and another $8.5 billion in outstanding loans. The Liberals and NDP shut down that meeting and then moved a motion to try to shut down the study of not only that study, but also ArriveCan and the Green Slush Fund. This is about freezing oversight on an opposition committee when we're working every day to get to the bottom of these questions for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, I have the record here produced. I would, if the member would like, I can read them out and maybe ask him, how much do you think they got a kickback when she donated the maximum on March 24th, 2022 to the Conservative Party? How much do you think that she kicked back in 2022? It was another max donation. That was on the day before that. And of course, or the year before that, and the year after that, and the year before that, all max donations stemming all the way back to 2005, Madam Speaker. Ms. Vaturin isn't just a Liberal insider. I would conclude that she's a Liberal Conservative insider. I'll again ask, how much money do you think Ms. Vaturin took from Canadian taxpayers and kicked it over to the Conservative Party? I would like to know exactly how much. The member knows.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, again, I appreciate the effort of my honourable colleague who is conflating both leadership donations to a failed candidate with the party. And again, he has a number, but it's small compared to the $500 million that the Liberals flew out the door and the NDP is now trying to cover up to keep this party, this government in power, so his leader can secure his pension sometime next year.
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nippewa.
Madam Speaker, here's what we're supposed to be talking about, is basically cover-up. 186 cases of conflict of interest involving $334 million. Canadian taxpayers are getting completely fleeced. And all these guys can do is ask questions about something that happened years and years and years ago. What's it really matter?
I remember for Edmonton Griesbach, there might be a chance for another question, but I would ask him to please be respectful of the rules of the House. Otherwise, if people keep interrupting, I will not recognize them. The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nippewa.
So, Madam Speaker, to my colleague, why do you think that this NDP are so disrespectful of taxpayers' money?
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, I think there's been a change of heart, certainly in the Public Accounts Committee. We were formerly working with the NDP member. He was swapped out for whatever reason. We now have a member who has not only belittled our work, but actually belittled the work of his own colleagues as well, saying that he's not going to be held accountable for the decisions that his previous member made. So I don't understand that. I just assume it is because the leadership of the NDPs had a change of heart, whereas they were once with us working to expose corruption. They've now flipped. Right with the NDP leaders, now working with the Liberals to keep them in power. So because of that, the cold, dark blanket's gone down on our investigation. We are fighting every day in committee to keep our studies alive. But every day, the Liberals and the NDP are trying to shut down those reviews and legitimate questions that come not only from our committee, but from the Auditor General of Canada. It's a shame, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, this member knows I have a great deal of respect for him. He's a chair of the Public Accounts Committee. We've done great work together to get to the exact bottom of SDTC. It's a shame that he won't answer directly how much the chair, Ms. Vaturin, kicked back to the Conservative Party. But so he mentions pensions. He talks about pensions, and the Conservatives talk about pensions. At the time that they would both turn 65, Pierre Poilievre would qualify for a $230,000 pension.
And last name of a member that's in the House. So again, the honourable member knows full well he's not to do that. I know that. Order. So if the honourable member has about 30 seconds to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I apologize and withdraw that name of a proper, or the use of a proper name. The leader of the official opposition, the leader of the Conservative Party, his pension is one of the largest public pensions in the country ever before in history. He would stand to earn $230,000 when he turned 65 because he was elected to this place for over 20 years, and they often harp about our leader who doesn't even qualify for a pension. The fact and the matter of all this is they're seeking to deflect from the very real reality that the leader of the opposition is a bootlicker for billionaires. Yeah. He lives in a publicly funded mansion. He has a private chef paid for by taxpayers. He's driven his car, which is a taxpayer-funded car here. Can the member explain why?
Yes. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
This is so rich coming from the party of the Maserati Marxists. Have you seen your leader and what he trucks around in? And his fancy watches and his high-flying lifestyle, like talk about champagne socialist, madame. And he's just hanging on so he can get that pension. And as he does that, he is putting the hopes and dreams of Canadians on the back burner. That is how much the NDP care about working families today. Not a squat, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, it's very important, Madam Speaker, to remind everyone that we're talking about a green fund which is supposed to help reduce pollution, but which has been mismanaged, that 4 out of 5 projects have been mismanaged, and almost $400 of taxpayers' money, $400 million, have been misspent. There is another fund that exists, the Net Zero Building Accelerator. In Parliamentary Committee, we were able to ask questions about it, and more than half of these projects have no net zero reduction target. How can we trust in this government?
Southwest.
Oui, c'est non seulement ce programme fédéral.
Yes, it's not only this federal program that we have examined, but all kinds of federal programs. This problem exists everywhere in the federal government. That's why we need change as soon as possible.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, Madam Speaker, it pleases me a great deal to rise to speak to SDTC, to try to clarify some facts, misleading facts, present to both Liberals and Conservative speeches throughout this affair. It's of obvious interest to the Conservatives to try to score one on the Liberals, with ignoring the convenient fact that Ms. Verteuren is kicking back money that she stole from taxpayers to the Conservative Party. They don't want to talk about that. Why don't they want to talk about the fact that their party is so corrupt, one of the most corrupt parties ever to exist in this country? The same party that invented residential schools. The same party that said we're going to have a 60s scoop. The same party that said First Nations people don't deserve clean water. Madam Speaker, my colleagues will have to forgive me if I don't believe when they say they're ready to stand up for Canadians. They're not ready to stand up for Canadians. They're barely ready to stand up for the truth, because the truth of the matter is Ms. Verteuren kicks back money that she got through SDTC to donations of max amount to the Conservative Party for over a decade. And they like to deflect by saying, oh, well, it's not that much money. A little bit of corruption's great, right? It's okay. We can have a little bit of corruption. No, Madam Speaker, we cannot tolerate any of it. These two dinosaur legacy parties have continuously, over and over and over, time and time and time again, continued to abuse taxpayers. They're the same side of the same coin.
I'm sorry, what is the standing order that the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader is rising on? The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader, I hope he's going to be able to quote the standing order.
I don't know the number, but
I'm sorry, that's a debate. That's a debate. The Honourable Member will have 10 minutes of questions and comments, and I'm sure that members have enough time to jot those down. The Honourable Member Edmonton Griesbach.
I do apologize to my honourable colleague, and I withdraw the comment that they're dinosaurs. They're definitely not dinosaurs. They're more like a broken down car, as a matter of fact. But I digress. Let me get back to the point of how much Ms. Verteuren here donated to the Conservative Party in max amount, that she was also serving at the time as chair of SDTC. She donated the max amount, not to a leadership campaign. For some reason, they think that that's at all less relevant. They donated a max amount in a non-leadership campaign in March of 2024 directly to the Conservative Party. February 6th, directly to the Conservative Party. February 6th, 2017, directly to the Conservative Party. February, again, March 19th, 2009, directly to the Conservative Party. Let's see here, May 31st, 2023, directly to the Conservative Party. Madam Speaker, dozens and dozens of donations over the last decades as she served as a Liberal Conservative crony. And the Conservatives don't want to face this fact. I want them to, because if they did, maybe we can try to rebuild the reputation of the Conservative Party that consistently wants to omit facts, real relative facts to this real serious issue, where we have this SDTC fund created in 2001, and then several times over again, they seek to defend their crony culture over and over, and then they blame the other guys every time it's one of their members. They're the same party on the same coin. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, the Liberals and Conservatives stand for the very same policies. They stand for the very same people, and they get donations from the very same individuals. Madam Speaker, that's something we've failed to speak about in this place, but I want to turn back to the matter at hand, which is relative to the Ms. Faturin and her conduct. It's true that Ms. Faturin, during her time donating to the Conservative Party multiple times throughout her career, that she did, in fact, at one point, stand for, at least in some instance, green technology. We know that another unfortunate reality of the SDTC fund is the fact that we support the Green Initiative policy. It's important that we continue to do that. Me and my colleagues, New Democrats in particular, believe that Canadians can build the best and most innovative technologies in the world. And we can do that right here in our country. And that innovation could also be used to support good union jobs while also supporting the very important innovation that's needed to combat the climate crisis, Madam Speaker. We could do both. We can have a fantastic economy and we can support workers.
Exactly.
And I wanted to mention support for workers. We had a whole debate around workers, and in this case, we're having a debate about workers again. The Conservatives have never stood on a picket line in their entire life.
It's a fact.
It's a fact. They've never done that. Every time a union goes to bat to exercise their constitutional rights, to increase their wages, to increase safety on the workplace, to make certain they got a work-life balance, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives always opt for back-to-work legislation. So I find it rich that the party, the so-called party of workers, which is the cosplay Conservatives, consistently say that they're for workers when every time they have a chance to, they're nowhere to be found. Madam Speaker, they're never anywhere to be found. I've stood on every single picket line and never seen one Conservative there. Madam Speaker, I know you yourself, that's also the case. Me and my colleagues, also the case. I dare the Conservatives to maybe stand on a picket line for once in their life. Show us if they can even do that, Madam Speaker. That's an important piece to this work, and now they're going to be upset.
I have another point of order. The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
Lying.
Pardon me?
He's lying.
I'm sorry. I want to ask the honourable member to withdraw his comment. You can't be telling, indicating that, mentioning that individuals are lying. He knows that that is not appropriate. I would ask him to apologize and withdraw.
Apologize and withdraw. He was.
I would leave it there because I think the honourable member will get himself into a lot of trouble if he continues. Again, the honourable member may not be in agreement with what is being said, and he can deal with that during questions and comments.
For the record,
the honourable. Again, that's not a point of order, and I don't think that the honourable member's mic was on, but I would just say that certainly those are points of debate that he just rose, and there will be 10 minutes of questions and comments, so please save it for then. Please save it for then. Do we have another point of order or something? The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith has a point of order.
As my colleague is and not wanting me to stand up, I'd like to point out that the member just said a word that is very unparliamentary, and I'd like to ask him to please apologize for that comment that he just colleague.
Okay. Thank you. It would be so much easier if people were respectful to each other. That's what we expect in our own homes, and that's what we expect in our workplaces, and that's what we expect out in the communities. And so, you know, we do have a very high standard here as MPs. We need to be show that we are leaders. So the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And obviously, I've upset the Conservatives because they consistently mislead. And the fact that he called me a, quote, asshole is inappropriate and it is unbecoming of the Conservative Party and that member. I am happy that he apologized and withdrew, but
Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
That's very unparliamentary language. Please withdraw.
Sorry, I have another point of order. On the same point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. New Brunswick Southwest.
Madam Speaker, my colleague had withdrawn the comment. I don't think it's correct for a member then to keep raising it once the member's done the honourable thing. I would ask the member to both withdraw and apologize, as this member did as well.
So I'm not, so one moment, I have another point of order. The honourable member, Government Deputy House Leader.
It's entirely appropriate to comment on anything that happens in this House, including somebody who might choose to withdraw a comment. So for that member to suggest that suddenly because somebody withdrew something that you can't discuss it anymore, in my opinion, and I believe you would find the same thing, Madam Chair, is just not correct.
I have another point of order, sorry. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Then it would be fine, of course, if I said that the Prime Minister once called someone in this House a piece of shit.
Again, so this is now getting out of line, and I would just say that all of it is going out of line. So I would just ask members to please be respectful. It is raising a lot of discourse in the House. I would just ask members to please be respectful with the words that they are using in the House. Again, as I said, it has raised a debate. I would just, or raised disorder. I would just ask members not to use those words, whether it's against each other or whether it is in reference to what has been said. The honourable member did do the right thing and did withdraw, so I would just ask members to please be respectful. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, I always appreciate your interventions and clarity in this place to ensure that all of our colleagues act in the best conduct that's fitting of their constituents. It's unfortunate that that member from the Conservative Party would be so weak and beholden to his emotions, to go out of control like that in such a sporadic and extreme way, to try to diminish this place so greatly. And now that they're heckling me, to try to continue to diminish the reputation of this place is truly unbecoming of the Conservative Party. It's so
Do we have a point of order? No. Is it a point of order? No. Okay. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach, I apologize. He's only got about 2 minutes to continue his debate for now, and then it will carry over to another day. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
No, again, Madam Speaker, I always appreciate your interventions and clarity in this place. And I just wanted to bring greater clarity to your statement regarding the important decency we should all have. It's so unfortunate that the last few weeks we've seen such a dissent in the Conservative Party's demeanour. It's likely because of two things. One, because their leader continues to whip them so badly that they can't say what they truly mean. Or it's because they're getting so worn down by the fact that their tired old slogans can only go so far and their bumper on their car is only this big. Madam Speaker, it's important that we do the hard work of ensuring that we get to the bottom of SDTC. One of the most important ways to get to the bottom of SDTC, Madam Speaker, is to know exactly the interests of those who have abused taxpayer dollars. Ms. Verchuren abused taxpayer dollars, kicked money back to the Liberal and the Conservative Party, and now both of them don't want to answer questions about it. The Conservatives want to actually even do something worse, which is to attempt to go around some of that and accuse.
I'm sorry, the honourable member will be able to finish his speech the next time this matter is before the House, which will probably be sometime tomorrow. I will be here tomorrow. I would hope that you will be much kinder to each other and to me. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to the standing order, this is a motion. The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the motion is that this House do now adjourn.
I just want to make sure that individuals, the House is still in session for late shows. I would just ask members to please exit quietly if they plan to leave. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, Canadians were shocked and outraged to learn that the Prime Minister's climate change ambassadors charged taxpayers over $250,000 in less than 2 years to travel around the globe promoting the failed carbon tax. She's probably in the air right now. My question is simple. Does the member personally believe that Canadians are getting a good value for money from the Prime Minister's climate change ambassador? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and I'm responding to the question that he answered or that he asked in the House not that long ago. And I would just remind him that in recent years, climate change has had unprecedented effects on Canadians,
Impacts from climate change are wide-ranging, affecting our homes, cost of living, infrastructure, health and safety, and economic activity in communities across Canada, Madam Speaker. Released yesterday, Canada's Food Price Report 2025 states that extreme weather and climate change pose significant challenges to the cost of food, something I know the honourable member is very interested in as someone from an agricultural community. The science is clear. We must continue taking ambitious actions to combat climate change before it is too late, and this includes using all of the tools in our toolbox, including putting a price on pollution. Despite what the Conservatives may think, the Bank of Canada has confirmed that carbon pricing contributes to less than 1% to inflation. In fact, Madam Speaker, the impact of carbon pricing on inflation is just 0.15%. And our government plan to combat climate change is working. For the first time in Canadian history, we are on track to meet a climate goal of in 2026. We are focused on building a stronger economy, combating climate change, and making life more affordable. And that is exactly what putting a price on pollution does, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed multiple times that the vast majority of Canadians are better off with the Canada Carbon Rebate. For a family of 4 in the riding of Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa, a very, very beautiful part of my home province, his home province of Manitoba, Madam Speaker, the Canada Carbon Rebate will receive, people will receive $1,200 a year, Madam Speaker. But that isn't all. In rural communities, residents will also receive an additional 20% top-up. Madam Speaker, just in closing, we remain focused on the bigger picture, protecting Canadians from the devastating impacts of climate change and ensuring a prosperous future for generations to come. I know the honourable member is a strong environmental advocate, and Madam Speaker, I would like to hear him and his party for once talk about climate change, the opportunities it has for our economy, and the impacts that it is having on agriculture and people's lives from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, we all realize that climate change is real. In climate change, we have to reduce emissions. Meanwhile, we have a climate ambassador flying all over the world, racking up air miles. So the member didn't answer my question. Does he believe that Canadians are getting good value for money from the Prime Minister's climate change ambassador? Yes or no, Madam Speaker?
Parliamentary Secretary.
My answer, Madam Speaker, is an unqualified yes. And Madam Speaker, we are getting good value from the measures that we are introducing to combat climate change. And Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that carbon pricing does not contribute to inflation. But we know, Madam Speaker, that the impacts of climate change are something in the order of $25 billion a year. That's impacting our farmers. That's impacting people in cities and rural Canada alike, Madam Speaker. I was very, very happy to hear the honourable member say that climate change is real. I think he is one of the few I have heard say that from his party across the aisle. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I'll take some exception, if you don't mind, Madam Speaker, to what my colleague just across the way just responded to my other colleague here on this side of the House. We all believe that there is climate change going on here, and no matter what the narrative of his party is, we understand actually what to do about it, and they've been failing at it for 9 years now, quite frankly, because they're spending money and getting absolutely nothing done. But I'm here tonight to ask more questions about the actual SDTC scandal, the Sustainable Development Technologies Canada scandal that I asked a question about some weeks ago here in this House. Now, let's revisit the timeline on this, if you will, Madam Speaker, because this started in early 2023 when a whistleblower at SDTC actually came forth and said there were significant malfunctions happening there and conflicts of interest and money going out where it should not go out. Then in December 2023, that whistleblower actually appeared before Parliament, a parliamentary committee, and disclosed exactly what was going on. It was evidence for everybody. Then following that, on the 4th of June 2024, SDTC was disbanded as an organization and rolled into the NRC as far as what it was doing, dispensing funds for green innovation in Canada. Not to precede anything, but suddenly on 6th June 2024, the Auditor General came out 2 days later and actually ruled in a report that effectively there was a whole bunch of conflict of interest. $76 million in funding was tied to conflicts of interest. Another $60 million of funding was into projects that were not even eligible for the requirements of the program. Just a complete schmozzle of a program, if you will. And that's what we're doing here in Parliament right now. Subsequently as well, on the 24th of July 2024, the Ethics Commissioner actually ruled that the chairman of SDTC, Annette Verschaeren, was in violation of ethics guidelines, and she'd approved grants to her own firms through that SDTC funding mechanism. Now, this is interesting because, of course, you go all the way through this piece. This is about granting funds to an organization. This came to the House of Commons as we're looking for these documents to see exactly where these funds have gone and the actual entities that have benefited from this, and of course the connected individuals, all of whom seem to have Liberal connections. And this is why we want the documents in front of the House of Commons. The Speaker himself fully ruled on this, that this government defied the authority of Parliament by refusing to hand over documents relating to SDTC. This House of Parliament, the House that is supreme in our democracy, voted majority to get those documents in front of Parliament, hand them over. We're supposed to turn them over to the law clerk, who will then distribute them to the RCMP for their investigation in this matter. Hand over all files, communications, and financial records to Parliament's law clerk. Okay, and beyond rare exceptions, as noted, exceptions for the sake of national security, the House of Commons has the absolute power to produce any documents pertaining to the House's budget. And all kinds of protestations from the colleagues on the Liberal side that, in fact, you know, this is something we can't do at this point in time. The chair, the Speaker of the House, rejected every argument, and still the Liberals are not providing the document. My question to finalize here, what is in those documents that's going to lead to Canadians seeing how much money this government has wasted in its green attempts to accomplish nothing?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague, who I respect greatly, and I am happy to respond to his comments regarding Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC. And Madam Speaker, this government remains committed to providing the documents sought by the June 10th House of Commons motion. In fact, the government has already submitted thousands upon thousands of pages of records to the law clerk for onward distribution to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the RCMP. I suspect that the member opposite knows this, of course, but they would rather filibuster their own motion and hold up the important business of this House than move forward with the important work of helping Canadians. Quite simply, Madam Speaker, to say that this government is intentionally withholding documentation is a serious accusation, and it is simply false. Madam Speaker, this government has been very forthcoming since the allegations against SDTC first came to light in early 2023. In fact, as soon as the allegations were made, the Minister of Industry, Science and Innovation took immediate action to investigate and undertake proper due diligence to understand the facts and get to the bottom of the issue at hand. As part of that process, the government worked diligently to respond to the findings of multiple independent reviews of SDTC, including third-party audits, committee studies, and a report from the Office of the Auditor General. I would like to remind the member opposite that SDTC was created by Parliament as an arm's-length organization. This model allowed for oversight, but emphasized that the expertise in identifying clean tech projects could lie with those within the independent organization with the appropriate expertise. To now claim that the government was directly involved in SDTC is not only inaccurate, but runs contrary to the arm's length mandate that existed with SDTC. That being said, at the conclusion of the various reviews and audits, Madam Speaker, it became apparent that the arm's length nature of SDTC was no longer working and necessitated change, and that's why we announced a new delivery approach for SDTC programming to enhance due diligence. Madam Speaker, it is the prerogative of the RCMP to undertake an investigation, the nature of which no one in this room is privy to. The government is prepared to offer its full cooperation with the RCMP if and when required. At the same time, we are listening to the RCMP, Madam Speaker, when they confirm that handing over documents to the House to be transferred to the RCMP could jeopardize any ongoing investigations. That, I think, gives us all pause for thought, Madam Speaker. Instead of continuing to hold this place hostage with a conservative filibuster, we should let the RCMP investigation continue, free of political interference and involvement, while also referring this matter to committee as directed by you, Madam Speaker, or your fellow Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you. Let me dispel a few myths that member threw at us here. Thousands of pages, he said, that have been provided of records, thousands of pages of blacked out documents. This is not transparency at all. This is the way this government actually operates, and it has to change. And as far as the RCMP goes, we all know the RCMP can ignore evidence, and they have not given any indication that they would find that the information provided by Parliament would be out of line. Parliament is supreme, and maybe that member stood for Parliament not understanding his role here, but Parliament is supreme, and we voted to have these documents. We want these documents. But full cooperation, this government does not have. We want to get to the bottom of this because we know there's a number of funds here. We strongly believe there's a number of funds here that have gone to Liberal insiders. We'd like to see where these documents lead. We want to make sure the police know that. We want to make sure they have full access to all the documents. When will they provide all the documentation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let me be clear. This government has zero tolerance for the misappropriation of public funds. The member opposite's accusation that this government has funneled taxpayer money and is obstructing justice is completely false. The Auditor General was clear with her findings and highlighted several areas where SDTC's governance and rules were not followed. This and the other reviews conducted by the department signaled that there were weaknesses in SDTC governance and delivery, and the government took clear and decisive action. Madam Speaker, the government is fully supportive of Canada's clean technology industry and appreciates the important role these companies are playing in shaping Canada's economic future. The steps we have taken will ensure that these companies can continue to succeed while simultaneously ensuring proper stewardship of public funds. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. I rise today to address an issue that worry most of the residents in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country, and this is the NDP Liberal government's continued commitment to higher taxation. On April 1st, the carbon tax and excise tax on alcoholic beverages are going to go up again, and the capital gains tax has gone up, impeding investments and retirements. First is the Prime Minister's favourite tax on everything, the carbon tax. Despite widespread opposition against the carbon tax from the majority of Canadians, 62% according to a recent Ledger poll, and a majority of premiers across all political parties, the Liberal Environment Minister confirmed this past week that his government will still increase its carbon tax by 19% on April 1st. The NDP Liberal plan to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre by the end of this decade is just wrong for farmers, businesses, families, and our economy. The Fraser Institute reported that the carbon tax will result in 57,000 fewer jobs and a 6.2% reduction in Canada's GDP. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has already confirmed that Canadian families suffer a net cost from the carbon tax, paying far more in taxes than they receive back in rebates. That's fewer dollars in Canadians' pockets while doing nothing for our environment. And on top of this, GST is charged on the carbon tax. This is a tax on a tax, which is absolutely wrong. Recently, I had the privilege of attending meetings of the Trade Committee to ask witnesses about the damaging impacts of the Liberal capital gains tax hike. The Council of Canadian Innovators commissioned a survey of entrepreneurs, and the results showed that 90% of respondents believed the Liberals' capital gains tax hike would negatively affect the innovation economy. We heard from many entrepreneurs and investors that Canada will be less competitive for talent, investment, or capital in the global market because of this capital gains tax hike. Arlene Dickinson, legendary Canadian venture capitalist best known for supporting small businesses on Dragon's Den, told me she didn't believe the Liberal budget when it said, quote, increasing the capital gains inclusion rate is not expected to hurt Canada's business competitiveness, unquote. Instead of supporting our entrepreneurs, this NDP Liberal government views them only as a cash cow. Lastly, coming from a region with many wineries, cideries, distilleries, and breweries, I must raise the Liberals' commitment to raising the alcohol escalator excise tax by 2% again next year. Speaking with residents of mine who work in this sector, I know the pressures on their bottom line. These costs will only be passed on to our local retailers, restaurants, and other licensees, putting unnecessary economic pressure on an industry in the heart of the Okanagan. Tax increases ultimately always get passed on to the consumer. Canadians can't afford the squeeze anymore. This NDP Liberal government's cost of living crisis will not end until they bring permanent, long-lasting tax relief for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question today, and I am pleased to take part in today's debate and discuss the measures our government is taking to make life more affordable in Canada, especially as the holiday season approaches. Inflation is way down, Madam Speaker, and has been back within the Bank of Canada's target rate for 10 months in a row. Wage growth has now outpaced inflation for 21 consecutive months. Earlier this summer, the Bank of Canada lowered interest rates for the first time, making Canada the first G7 country to do so. And it has since lowered interest rates 3 more times. Although inflation and interest rates are falling, Madam Speaker, we know that Canadians are not yet feeling the effects on their household budgets. This is particularly true during the festive season. And that's why, starting December 14th, the government wants to give a tax break to Canadians, one that the Conservatives oppose, Madam Speaker. The temporary 2-month GST-HST exemption for select expenses means Canadians would be able to buy items like prepared foods, snacks, children's clothing, and toys, all tax-free. Madam Speaker, this means that a family spending $2,000 on qualifying goods during the relief period between December 14th, 2024 and February 15th, 2025 would realize GST savings of $100. This tax break will last until February 15th. This would deliver meaningful savings for Canadians by making essentially all food GST-HST free, providing real relief at the cash register. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, I'm not surprised that the member opposite is raising the recent temporary 2-month tax trick, but the key word is that it's temporary. Conservatives will favour permanent tax relief, such as axing the carbon tax. Also looking at the capital gains tax or escalator tax on excise as well would provide relief. You know, this short-term Liberal tax trick on a last-minute Christmas tree won't mean much when the carbon tax on every Canadian's gas, groceries, and home heating will rise 19% on April 1st. And Christmas tree farmers in my region are small and wouldn't even charge GST anyways because their businesses are small. Conservatives will have a tax reform. We will axe the federal tax on new homes sold under $1 million to build more homes and give more money into first-time home buyers' pockets. Conservatives will actually lower taxes so people have more money in their pockets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thanks once again, Madam Speaker. And speaking of thanks, thanks to the measures we recently announced. Canadians will be able to concentrate more on celebrating the festive season with family and friends and start the new year with a little more money in their pockets. Canadians can continue to count on this government to make life more affordable in this country on an ongoing basis. As Canadians, I think you'll agree, Madam Speaker, we have so much to be thankful for. Canadians work hard and deserve to celebrate their achievements, and that's what this new holiday season support is all about. So, Madam Speaker, I wish you a good weekend, and thank you very much.
La motion.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Good evening, everyone.